I crossed over to a world where everyone changes professions. Yet during the awakening ceremony, I relinquished the coveted SSS-rank Sword Saint that everyone envied, steadfastly choosing the universally acknowledged useless profession. Novelist. Everyone thought I was crazy, but I knew I had bound a mythical-level system, unlocking the author realm talent that could directly assign attributes to all things. Starting with tenfold attack power, gravity elements summoned at will, even able to summon invincible beings from Journey to the West and the Primordial Chaos. When an S-rank genius provokes me, my anomalous phenomenon instantly crushes his berserker phantom. When a mentor questions me, I instantly amplified his weapon's gravity by fivefold, leaving the entire audience stunned. But I knew well, this was merely the beginning. As I kept writing, heroes from countless realms would soon descend. The calamity of this world was about to face a cheat-level adversary they could never comprehend. Chapter 1, Awakening of the Divine Sword Saint, Heavenly Phenomenon Shakes the Skies. Huaxia, capital city's vocational academy. The usually quiet academy now bustled with a dense crowd, a rare sight for an institution where people typically kept their heads down in diligent cultivation. This was a career awakening ceremony that could determine one's destiny. Remember, those who trigger a vocational phenomenon during awakening will receive the academy's cultivation resources as support, declared the stern-faced teacher in a commanding voice. As the words fell, several figures eagerly stepped onto the stage. Shubai sensed the challenging gaze from beside him, feeling disdain in his heart, but he merely cast a calm glance toward the stage. Shubai, we've fought over the title of top disciple in the Earth Academy for 3 whole years. When I awaken my profession's phenomenon, I will make you taste defeat thoroughly, Lin Feng sneered, his eyes filled with hostility. Shubai raised an eyebrow at the latter. Ever since he crossed over to this world, Lin Feng had always targeted him. The root cause was their statuses as the top disciples of Class 1 and Class 2, respectively, as well as their long-standing rivalry for the title of Earth Academy's strongest. In this world, every person at the age of 18 receives one opportunity to choose a profession. They can select one from 3 randomly appearing professions to undergo their career transition. Every job changer will gain unparalleled and formidable power, capable of shaking heaven and earth with a mere wave of their hand. Yet, everything is possible. The professions available for awakening are also tied to one's innate talents. If one awakens a useless profession, they can only resign themselves to fate. Stand within the awakening zone, and soon, the details of your available professions, including their ranks, attributes, and information, will appear before you. Go for it, kids. Whether you can trigger a celestial tier profession or even higher, causing anomalies, depends entirely on this moment. The teacher in charge of the awakening solemnly declared. The so-called professions above the celestial rank are more commonly referred to as S-rank professions. Above the celestial rank, there are also the king rank SS professions and the god rank SSS professions. Above them naturally exist those below, the earth rank professions, A, the human rank professions, B, and the primary rank professions, C. As for those below C rank, they are collectively called waste professions by people. While every profession theoretically has limitless potential, such a clear hierarchy fundamentally divides professions into tiers of varying worth. Awakening an S-rank profession inherently grants greater talent than a C-rank, making it naturally worthy of more resources and cultivation from the academy. Only S-rank professions can trigger celestial phenomena, and such phenomena exclusively manifest during the initial awakening, possessing boundless power. Boom! A golden light suddenly erupted, drawing exclamations from the crowd as everyone turned their gaze toward a youth at the very edge, where the golden glow originated. It signified an S-rank profession, a heavenly tier vocation. It's Lin Feng from Class 2. He's awakened an S-rank profession. It's triggered a celestial phenomenon. No wonder he's the top academic achiever in their class. His talent is astonishingly high too, someone exclaimed in amazement. This is an S-rank profession, berserker. Everyone could see a golden professional manifestation materializing behind Lin Feng, a figure wielding a heavy sword, its aura surging with blood energy that transformed into radiant light soaring skyward. It was the manifestation of the berserker class, swinging its greatsword menacingly, a truly terrifying sight. The homeroom teacher of Class 2 was beaming with joy, grinning from ear to ear. His class had produced a job changer with an S-rank profession, and as their homeroom teacher, he was bound to bask in the glory as well. Ha, Chubai, now that I possess an S-class profession, let me see what kind of talent you, as my competitor, have. You probably can't even awaken a manifestation, can you? Lin Feng made no effort to hide his seething hostility, while the berserker manifestation in the air, now tinged with a bloody glow, seemed to cast a disdainful glance down at Chubai. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes uniformly fixed on Chubai, who remained utterly calm amidst the commotion. After a brief moment, a vivid crimson glow suddenly erupted around him. Boom! A crimson light, blazing like flames, transformed into a radiant pillar that shot into the clouds, painting the entire sky and earth in an absolute shade of red, creating a spectacle as magnificent as fiery sunset clouds. Then a celestial sword seemed to split the heavens, and behind the towering figure, endless sword energy swirled, nearly materializing into radiance. This was a true divine-level phenomenon, enough to shake the heavens and earth, a single sword strike that seemed capable of severing the sky itself. The crowd below immediately rose to their feet, staring blankly at the brilliant red light. It was red, representing the most supreme divine-level phenomenon. This is a phenomenon that only appears with divine-tier professions. On the high platform, multiple teachers and the academy dean abruptly stood up, trembling violently from sheer excitement. Every individual who awakened a divine-tier profession would become a priority for national cultivation. As long as such talents didn't meet premature misfortune, they would undoubtedly grow into top-tier powerhouses dominating their respective domains in the future, an absolute blessing for Huaxia. A divine-tier profession? Good heavens, how incredibly fortunate is Chubai! Do you think divine-tier professions can be awakened just by luck? Isn't it obvious Chubai's talent is extraordinarily outstanding? Everyone craned their necks in anticipation, eager to see which divine-tier profession Chubai would awaken. The emergence of an SSS-grade profession was enough to shake the entire region. Before Chubai's eyes, a special class identifier encircled by crimson light materialized, SSS-rank Sword Saint. A divine Sword Saint, ha! A flicker of delight surfaced in Chubai's serene gaze. A divine class. In this world, it commanded absolute authority. Every possessor of a divine class, once fully developed, could dominate entire regions and wield terrifying, earth-shattering power. Lin Feng's expression morphed from smugness into shock, then contorted into intense jealousy and hatred. His eyes locked onto the awe-inspiring phenomenon in the sky, his blood running cold with envy. Chubai, how dare you? Lin Feng shrieked hysterically, his voice raw with fury. The atmosphere in the audience instantly erupted, with deafening cheers ringing out. Divine-tier professions were already rare, and among the known divine-tier professions, the Sword Saint stood as the rarest of them all. This profession was overwhelmingly powerful, capable of wielding all immortal swords in the world. A single slash could sever the void and cut through space. Its terrifying potential also meant this profession had countless fervent admirers. The God-tier Sword Saint profession. Good heavens, this time we have produced an extraordinary student. On the stage, a teacher was moved to tears. Every current possessor of a divine-tier profession would, in time, become humanity's greatest hope. In my childhood, I once witnessed the descent of a divine-tier profession, but it never bore such a vivid red. What's going on? Could he possibly possess a second divine-tier profession? At this moment, the dean on the high platform finally couldn't hold back, his tone filled with overwhelming shock. His voice instantly silenced everyone present. A second divine-tier profession? How is this possible? The crowd stopped their murmurs and, with immense tension, stared at Chubai, eagerly anticipating another miracle. Chubai was also filled with anticipation, wondering what his second and third professions would be. Bzzz, a faint white light quietly flashed by, then uncontrollably merged into Chubai's body. Without waiting for the appearance of a third profession to choose from or giving Chubai any chance to pick, it fused with him directly. Is this a useless profession? No, the fusion is already complete. The teachers on the platform turned ashen-faced, unable to believe that despite having the godly Sword Saint option, Chubai had instead fused with a seemingly worthless profession. Chapter 2, Useless Profession? Mythical-Level Profession Novelist. The audience fell into dead silence, unable to comprehend what had happened. The third profession hadn't even appeared, yet you directly chose a profession, and a useless one at that? The brilliant crimson glow in the high sky gradually faded, as if proving to everyone that the earlier divine-like phenomenon had truly occurred. The scene of sword energy swirling in all directions and slashing through the void had shocked everyone. In a daze, another figure appeared before Chubai, wielding a dazzling magic wand. His gaze seemed to contain all living beings and conceal all things, manipulating the world with magic. This was also a profession phenomenon, the phenomenon of an SS-level mage. Good heavens, this child has both the SSS Divine Tier class and the SS King Tier class, yet he chose a worthless class instead. No, someone wept in despair. This not only signifies the fall of genius Chubai, but also represents China losing two such formidable professions. Everyone watched Chubai intently when, to their surprise, the white radiance lingering around him suddenly flared up again. At the sight, countless people leaped to their feet. Such a blazing radiance, could it be that he didn't choose a useless profession after all? Even the dean and teachers held their breath as they watched this scene. Then, under the gaze of everyone, the light swirling around Chubai merely surged for a moment before being stifled, unable to manifest fully. Yet the brilliance faded in a flash, as if merely a lingering phenomenon from the saint-level swordsman profession. Congratulations, host, for awakening the mythic-level profession, Novelist. Choosing this profession will bind the system. After completing an anomaly battle, the full capabilities of the Novelist profession will be fully unleashed. Ah, now that's more like it. A novelist? So instead of being a sword saint, I'll be a keyboard saint? Chubai's mood lifted instantly, and he couldn't help but voice his delight. This system had arrived at the perfect time. At this moment, everyone's reaction. What? A novelist? That's absolutely a useless profession, no doubt about it. Sigh. The gap between Chubai and Lin Feng at this moment will be like heaven and earth, the crowd remarked, not bothering to hide their mocking expressions. I suggest a thorough investigation. Someone who refuses a divine tier profession when it appears must be a foreign hostile agent sent to prevent our Huaxia from awakening divine tier professions, someone roared, their voice dripping with fury. Lin Feng, standing not far away, was was now brimming with a smile, his gaze fixed on Chubai full of mockery. Today was the day. He would utterly drag Chubai down from his pedestal and ensure he could never rise again. Perhaps before the gap between them wasn't that wide, with Chubai even slightly overshadowing him, but now, the difference amounts to that between an S-class profession and a useless one. But at this moment, the dean on the high platform said in confusion, the novelist profession is indeed widely regarded as useless, yet why does his profession seem restricted, unable to fully manifest? At this moment, the profession of a novelist had truly and completely merged with Chubai. Host selected the myth-tier novelist profession, system binding complete. Newcomer reward issued, SSS Divine Sword Saint second profession bound, journey to the west unlocked, capable of summoning heroes from across the realms. Lin Feng looked down at Chubai from above and sneered, it seems your title is a genius, Chubai, ends today. This is fate decreeing your death. Even if you awakened a divine tier profession, you simply couldn't possess it. And yet, I wield this berserker phenomenon that shrouds heaven and earth. No longer hiding his feigned pity, he openly declared in front of everyone, Chubai, do you dare accept my profession challenge? We'll battle using phenomena. The loser crawls out of here on all fours. Surely, you're not without a phenomenon, are you? Chubai met his gaze and suddenly smiled calmly. It seems that S-rank berserker profession has given you just enough confidence to think you can finally overthrow me, the one who's always been a step ahead of you. Lin Feng, your ambition falls far short of the prestige your S-rank title carries. Chubai, there's no need for your sharp tongue, everyone knows how vicious your words are. In this world, strength reigns supreme, but with your awakened useless profession, what right do you have to mock me? If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then get out. The S-rank profession granted Lin Feng unwavering confidence. He was determined to reduce Chubai to a complete laughingstock. I accept. Let's begin. Chubai's calm voice cut through the murmurs, leaving everyone in disbelief. The crowd was stunned when Chubai actually dared to accept the challenge. Wasn't this just seeking his own demise? A professional challenge, as the name suggests, is a duel between two professionals, fought by summoning phenomena. Of course, if no phenomena are summoned, the outcome is obvious, there's simply no need to continue the fight. Phenomena can be considered the perfect manifestation of professional characteristics. Possessing combat prowess far exceeding one's own capabilities, only S-rank or higher professionals can summon these phenomena, which maximize the explosive potential of their strength in battle. Of course, the use of anomalies entirely depends on one's own strength. Differences in power result in variations in the duration of anomaly summoning. Chubai, today will be the day you can never hold your head up again. Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh, then revealed a cruel grin as he directly summoned his class manifestation. The berserker manifestation appeared on the horizon, radiating blazing crimson hues. The heavy sword in his hand spanned the sky, triggering rumbling booms. It was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, something Chubai stood no chance against. To everyone present, Chubai at this moment was merely trying to defend the last shred of ridiculous dignity he had left as the former top student of the East Academy. The gap between him and Lin Feng from this point onward would be like an insurmountable chasm, something he could only gaze up at in despair. Summon your manifestation, Lin Feng said mockingly, pretending to be gentlemanly. The teachers and the academy head on the high platform also seemed to feel this situation was inappropriate. How could an S-class profession engage in a manifestation battle with a waste class? Wasn't this purely a case of overwhelming superiority and outright bullying? Chubai sneered coldly, sensing the surging power of his profession within him. He no longer held back, only by experiencing this phenomenon battle could he unleash the full might of his novelist profession. Thus, his eyes suddenly blazed with radiance, and his entire body erupted with a dazzling beam of light. A figure appeared high above, overlooking all beings, yet this figure seemed utterly illusory, constantly transforming. One moment, it was a divine general wielding a spear, the next, it shifted into a solitary adjudicator holding a greatsword. Countless figures flickered unpredictably, embodying endless mystery. Is this the phenomenon of my novelist profession? The countless heroes of the myriad realms are in constant transformation. Does this mean I can summon any of them? Chubai was utterly shocked. With just the release of a wisp of his aura, Lin Feng's berserker phenomenon was already trembling. Chapter 3, Additional Settings for Author Realm Powerhouses. How strong is the novelist? In the vast expanse of the heavens, an endless cosmos of stars unfolded, containing the laws of all creation. Countless flickering figures gradually coalesced. Accompanied by the thunderous clang of divine weapons, they ultimately merged behind Chubai. Then, a beam of celestial light cleaved through the heavens and earth. With a sharp hiss, carrying supreme power, it spanned the cosmos and shattered Lin Feng's visionary manifestation. In an instant, the battle of visions concluded. Lin Feng spat blood as he was flung backward, his eyes bulging as he glared at Chubai. He couldn't believe it. How could Chubai, that useless professional novelist, possibly possess a vision? You? Lin Feng stared blankly, unable to fathom this reality. Below the stage, the academy students wore a mix of expressions. This was a useless profession? A worthless profession unleashing such a terrifying vision, one that even shattered an S-rank berserker's vision? The ground trembled as teachers and the dean on the high platform abruptly rose to their feet. This scene had clearly surpassed their expectations. The awakened power within Chubai was absolutely no ordinary useless profession. Lin Feng, you lose. Crawl out. Chubai looked down at Lin Feng sprawled on the ground, the system's voice echoing in his mind. Name, Chubai. Class, Mythic Tier Class, Novelist, God Tier Class, Sword Saint. Level, 1. Unlocked Novel, Journey to the West. Awakened Skills, Novelist Class Talent, Author Realm Master Sword Saint Class Talent, Sword Domain. Only then did Chubai comprehend what a Mythic Tier profession truly meant. Just one novel, Journey to the West, contained countless powerful beings beyond Chubai's comprehension. Each possessed extraordinary abilities. If they truly descended upon this world, the consequences were unimaginable. But, what the heck is this Author Realm Master Talent skill? Chubai couldn't help but mutter under his breath. So-called innate skills were natural abilities that each profession had a chance to awaken upon initial awakening. In theory, all levels of professions had a chance to manifest innate skills. However, the probability is extremely low, gradually increasing as the profession level rises. Even for God-tier professions, national statistics indicate only a 30% chance of possessing a talent skill. Of course, such data might be inaccurate, given the scarcity of God-tier professions and the lack of broad representativeness. Novelist Profession Talent Skill, Author Realm Master. The host may establish foundational special settings based on their current profession's abilities, such as form or element. Upon successful establishment, the host gains enhanced capabilities under that setting. If the host's current abilities are insufficient, the establishment will fail. Holy! Chubai cursed under his breath. This ability was utterly terrifying. At that moment, the solemn-faced homeroom teacher, Li Qiushui, approached and said to Chubai, "Chubai, come with me. The dean wishes to see you." Chubai nodded and followed Li Qiushui away from the job change platform. Is this really a worthless class? Good heavens! Someone below the stage murmured in disbelief, unable to fathom the scenes they just witnessed. That spectacle had shattered their understanding. Chubai listened to the murmurs around him as he followed Li Qiushui away. Distantly, he seemed to catch the awakening instructor on stage saying, "In 2 days, your homeroom teacher will guide you in acquiring your class skills. Don't forget." In the spacious office, Chubai followed Li Qiushui to this place. Seeing the solemn expressions of the dean and several teachers, Chubai sighed helplessly and spoke first to interrupt. "Dean, teachers, please don't look at me like that. I just awakened the novelist profession, it's not like I committed a crime." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the teachers interjected, "The novelist profession. It's widely regarded as a useless profession. The abilities it grants are merely enhancements to one's novel writing capabilities. But Chubai, the abilities you just displayed far exceed our understanding. What's going on? Teacher, could you please produce your weapon?" Chubai addressed Li Qiushui beside him. He intended to directly demonstrate his current abilities. He had no interest in playing dumb to get ahead. What he needed was for the academy to grant him more cultivation resources. "What are you doing?" Li Qiushui asked in confusion, yet instinctively summoned his class weapon. Li Qiushui's awakened profession was Heavy Sword Master, so his weapon was a technologically advanced heavy sword. It was encircled by special luminous patterns, emanating an extraordinary aura. "System, what parameters can I currently apply?" Chubai inquired mentally. Host's current abilities permit basic and elemental configurations. New configurations will unlock after each class evolution. Receiving the system's response, Chubai gained a general understanding. His current profession level was merely level 1. Every 10 levels gained would trigger an evolution. Successful evolution not only significantly boosted profession abilities but also granted a chance to acquire special ability evolutions. 10 evolutions reaching class 100 marked the true transformation, the genuine entry into the realm of the elite. On present-day Blue Star, those above class 100 were exceedingly rare. Without exception, these individuals were the pinnacle of strength in their respective nations, serving as the true core forces anchoring their countries. Chubai had once heard in class about a Chinese powerhouse at level 120, an S-rank elementalist who could summon a raging sea of fire with a wave of his hand, nearly evaporating an entire stretch of ocean. "Chubai, what are you doing?" the dean asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He had heard of Chubai, an exceptionally talented student, and believed he wouldn't commit such a foolish act that would ruin his future. "Teacher, if I recall correctly, your class trait is the overwhelming power to shatter all things, correct?" Chubai looked at Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui nodded. "That is the trait of the Heavy Sword Master profession, sweeping enemies aside with overwhelming force." "Why do you ask?" Chubai smiled. Then, a blazing crimson light surged from his hands, rising like flames. Within that blazing red light, runes materialized out of thin air. Under Chubai's control, he seemed to be murmuring something as those runes swiftly sank into Li Qiushui's professional weapon. In that instant, the heavy sword burst forth with an incredibly sharp radiance. This is a talent skill?" The dean abruptly rose to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief. "A natural talent skill?" Those 4 words exploded in everyone's minds like thunder from a clear blue sky. The universally recognized useless professional novelist had actually manifested a talent skill? But all they heard next was Chu Bai's voice. I have imbued this weapon with the element of gravity. As for how many times its weight has been amplified, that's for you to discover, master. What? Imbued with gravity attributes? Li Qiushui was utterly astonished, immediately grabbing the heavy sword before him. His pupils instantly contracted. The moment he gripped the blade, he felt an extreme gravitational fluctuation coalesce upon it. Its attribute was likely 5 times gravity. 5-fold gravity attribute. Li Qiushui froze in place, as did everyone else. What did 5 times gravity attribute mean? It meant that when wielding this heavy sword, Li Qiushui's own strength would be amplified 5-fold under the weight of 5 times gravity, yet his speed would remain completely unaffected. Is this real, old Li? A teacher inquired, his eyes brimming with skepticism. Absolutely true. My class weapon has genuinely been imbued with 5 times the gravity element. Chu Bai, did you do this? Li Qiushui turned to look at Chu Bai. Chu Bai nodded. As a novelist, I inherently shape all things. Having awakened this profession, I can also apply such shaping to others or my own weapons. The office fell deathly silent. Everyone exchanged stunned glances. Never had they heard of such a terrifying ability, one that completely overturned their worldview. Could such power truly exist in a useless profession? No. Now, no one would ever doubt that the novelist was a useless profession again. Such power surpassed even some top-tier SS-class professions. After all, the ability to impose elemental settings on others was utterly monstrous. And the very nature of the ability was limitless. If Chu Bai could set 5 times the elemental power, what about 10 times? 100 times? Chapter 4, Ultimate Thunder Elemental Empowerment leaves the dean speechless. The events unfolding before them clearly exceeded the comprehension of the teachers present. The universally acknowledged useless profession of novelist had actually manifested such god-tier abilities? Consider this, just the ability he demonstrated imbuing others' class weapons with elements was enough to make him the true core of any team. After all, such elemental enhancement capabilities could multiply a team's overall strength several times over. Chu Bai, is this your innate talent? Are there any limitations to its use? Can you control the specific multiplier when applying elements? Can you specify the exact settings? One teacher suppressed his shock, swallowed hard, and finally composed himself before stepping forward to ask with piercing eyes. Currently, there are no restrictions on casting. However, my current ability is limited to applying elemental properties. As my profession evolves, I should be able to apply entirely new properties. As for the specific multiplier, that's beyond my control. After Chu Bai finished speaking, the room fell silent, the shock evident on everyone's faces. Only when the dean rose and approached Chu Bai did he reveal the admiration in his eyes. To possess such power immediately after class change, if each evolution of your profession truly unlocks entirely new parameters, then your novelist class truly lives up to its SSS tier divine profession status. Not a single voice dared to contradict this assessment. The true power of a god-tier profession wasn't solely in combat. If one could multiply the strength of an elite team by several or even dozens of times, that individual's value would surpass that of 1,000 soldiers. Chu Bai smiled and nodded. He did not reveal the true capabilities of the novelist profession to those present. That was his true trump card, and he certainly wouldn't lay all his cards on the table. Besides, he possessed a second profession, God-tier Sword Saint. Chu Bai, would you be so kind as to apply a setting to my class weapon as well? The dean spoke up at this moment. However, he knew it was rather inappropriate for him, as the dean, to have a student enhance the strength of his weapon. At the very least, it felt rather strange to admit. Thus, he made a promise to Chu Bai, of course, I won't let you work for nothing. In return, the academy will provide you with ample cultivation resources. How does that sound? Chu Bai readily agreed to the terms. No matter how powerful a novelist's profession might be, it required sufficient professional level to support it. Only then could he summon more characters from novels into this world and unlock more stories. My profession is an S-rank elementalist, and this is my signature weapon, the Thunderstaff. Amidst a burst of thunderous light, a staff encircled by lightning descended into the dean's hands. Feeling that overwhelming aura of power, Li Qiushui and the teachers beside him couldn't help but exclaim, Dean, your profession level must already be around 90, right? One final step remains. I must gather sufficient power to face the 9th evolution, the dean replied. Chu Bai never imagined that the usually gentle and approachable dean was a powerhouse nearing level 90. If such a being unleashed their full might, a single individual could possess the destructive force to obliterate an entire city. The dean's profession is also that of an elementalist, similar to the legendary S-rank fire elementalist from ancient China mentioned in our lectures. However, that venerable predecessor's rank has long surpassed the 100 mark, reaching a staggering 120th level. Should the dean reach that pinnacle, his mastery over thunder would undoubtedly become as terrifying as that venerable predecessor's. Chu Bai recalled the formidable being mentioned earlier, one who had single-handedly summoned a raging sea of fire to evaporate a vast expanse of ocean. Leave it to me. Chu Bai stepped forward. Applying an elemental setting to such a formidable weapon with his current level 1 power wouldn't harm him personally, but it would slightly reduce his chances of success. As the Dean himself was a thunder elementalist, the elemental configuration Chubai would apply was naturally thunder. Imprint the ultimate thunder elemental configuration. Chubai murmured softly. As the words left his lips, the runes swiftly sank into the thunder staff before him. A blinding radiance gradually engulfed the staff, obscuring its very form from view. Several teachers watched the scene with rapt attention. Such an extraordinary display of power was unprecedented to them, and they all wanted to etch this moment into their memories. Moments later, as the light faded, the newly transformed thunder staff appeared before them. Infused with the ultimate essence of elemental thunder, the staff seemed completely reborn. The once blue-purple shaft now bore intricate golden patterns. Excellent! Truly magnificent thunder! Chubai, you have awakened an extraordinary profession. The Dean's excited voice echoed as he grasped the thunder staff once more. The golden-tinged lightning surged skyward, transforming into a sea of thunder around them, blazing with unparalleled intensity. The raging thunder seemed capable of tearing through space itself, displaying an overwhelmingly domineering presence as it corroded into the very fabric of reality, spreading outward in all directions. As the light faded, the Dean's tone grew solemn. Very well. I trust you've all witnessed the potential within Chubai. His choice of the novelist profession was not mistaken. This is by no means a useless class. Report this matter confidentially. Also, Chubai, you'd better give it your all in the grand competition 10 days from now. The Dean fixed his gaze on Chubai and continued slowly. In 10 days, our Earth Academy will compete against the Heaven and Human Academies in our annual grand competition. The participants will be the newly transferred practitioners who underwent class change this year. On one hand, it tests the potential of these new transferees. On the other, it's a fierce competition among the 3 academies. Whoever claims first place will receive generous rewards and access to more cultivation resources. Finishing his words, the Dean gave Chubai a firm pat on the shoulder, his expression turning serious and his tone heavy with gravity. Young man, you've awakened a god-tier profession, an unprecedented one at that. If your brilliance shines too brightly, it will inevitably attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. Until you've fully matured, please exercise extreme caution. I believe that in the future, your very existence will be the true hope of Huaxia. Your abilities are sufficient to reshape the current landscape. Chubai nodded, his calm gaze concealing absolute resolve. He replied, rest assured. Every sacrifice is for the sake of human civilization. With that, he turned and departed. Watching Chubai leave, Li Qiushui sighed, I truly didn't recognize a mountain when I saw it. I foolishly thought this child was ruining his own future. He's forging a path unprecedented in history. Who could have imagined that a novelist once dismissed as useless would possess such extraordinary power? He is a blessing to our Earth Academy. The Dean smiled warmly. Perhaps he's also a blessing for China or even for all of human civilization. Chapter 5, Profession Traits Revealed, Insane Settings. Upon returning to his single dorm room, Chubai summoned his profession panel. Before him appeared 2 entirely distinct system interfaces, one for the mythic tier novelist profession and another for the god tier sword saint profession. The novelist profession's greatest power isn't imposing settings, but summoning. Such abilities are best kept hidden in everyday situations. So this explains why the system prepared a second profession for me. The god-tier Sword Saint with its ultimate killing intent, a single strike could shatter the cosmos. Truly terrifying. As far as I know, no one in China has awakened the god-tier Sword Saint profession yet. I'm the first. Chubai spoke, his expression subtly shifting toward anticipation. He was looking forward to his class weapon. Given the uniqueness of the novelist class, he understood why it lacked a dedicated weapon. But for the god-tier Sword Saint profession? Chubai was incredibly eager to see its weapon. Nearly all professions awaken their signature weapons like Li Qiushui's greatsword or the Dean's thunder staff. The Dean's thunder staff already possessed immense power, yet that was merely an S-rank class weapon. I wonder what kind of weapon an SSS-rank Sword Saint possesses. A faint glow flickered in Chubai's hand, yet no weapon materialized. Instead, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System task issued, the host may now apply an ultimate setting to their secondary profession, including the profession weapon. Each ultimate setting may only be applied once per evolution. Chubai froze. Ultimate setting? So that's how profession weapons are unlocked. Meaning I can only use an ultimate setting once per evolution, after every 10 levels of profession advancement. Once he understood the rules, Chubai naturally had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Li Qiushui entered and addressed Chubai. Chubai, this is the cultivation resources the Dean promised you. He handed Chubai a black gold spatial storage card, clearly of immense value. Chubai instantly recognized its worth and chuckled. The Dean has emptied his coffers? Li Qiushui sighed helplessly, a mix of exasperation and amusement in his voice. You brat, don't bite the hand that feeds you. This black gold storage card holds all the cultivation resources you need right now, including equipment stones, cultivation stones, and a small amount of rare energy crystals. It's not just the dean's contribution, mine is in there too. Consider it my way of thanking you for setting up the gravitational element for me. Taking the black gold storage card and feeling its substantial weight, Chubai was somewhat surprised. What a generous gesture. Seeing Chubai accept it, Li Qiushui nodded with a smile before offering a few words of advice, mostly about the upcoming grand competition. Chubai, you must focus on cultivation these days to advance your profession level. Though your profession is unique, we'll arrange partners for you during the competition. After a few more words of advice, he promptly left the dormitory. Once Li Qiushui was gone, Chubai eagerly retrieved the cultivation stones and other resources from the black gold storage card. It contained an exceptionally abundant supply of cultivation stones and equipment stones. While rare energy crystals were present, their quantity was rather limited. After all, ordinary practitioners at this stage truly had no use for rare energy crystals. As the name suggests, cultivation stones allowed practitioners to rapidly increase their profession level by absorbing the spiritual energy within them. Equipment stones, meanwhile, were used to enhance profession equipment. As for rare energy crystals, they were special items required for the unique evolution of profession weapons. Their very name hinted at their rarity. Rare energy crystals. Chubai stared at the rare energy crystal before him, suddenly struck by an idea. He then activated his Novelist class ability, applying a new setting to himself. Divine Grade Sword Saint weapon setting, forged from divine iron. Each level up requires continuous evolution fueled by rare energy crystals. Initial forging also demands collected crystals for shaping. Wields attributes of space, the 5 elements, light and darkness. Transforms into myriad forms, embodies ultimate killing intent, contains both rebirth and destruction. Its name, Celestial Dome. The moment the design settled, surging rune light erupted, coalescing before Chubai into a mass of pitch-black divine iron radiating golden brilliance. As it materialized, starlight-like auras swirled around it. Boom! To Chubai's astonished gaze, the unyielding divine iron transformed into the shape of a long sword. However, lacking the refinement of rare energy crystals to catalyze its evolution, it appeared merely as a pitch-black blade, its edge imperceptible to perception. I never imagined it would save me the trouble of searching for divine iron. Chubai exclaimed with delight. Undoubtedly, divine iron was the most suitable material for forging weapons. Though exceedingly rare, it wasn't entirely impossible to find. Having resolved to imbue his Sword Saint profession weapon with an ultimate setting, Chubai pursued utmost power relentlessly. He never imagined this very decision would bypass the need to hunt for divine iron altogether. As he grasped the seemingly ordinary Sky Dome sword before him, an ancient, weathered power surged into Chubai's body. His class power seemed to resonate with the Sky Dome sword, clearly demonstrating how well this blade matched his God-tier Sword Saint class. Next, I need to absorb this cultivation stone and rare energy crystals. But before that, I must add another setting to myself. Chubai flashed a mischievous grin. That's just how the novelist profession works. How infuriating is that? Amidst a blazing crimson light, Chubai once again activated his novelist profession's ability to add settings, consecutively applying 2 foundational configurations to himself. Setting, Accelerated Cultivation Stone Absorption. Can simultaneously absorb multiple cultivation stones and fully convert them. Setting, capable of converting equipment stones into rare energy crystals. As the settings took effect, Chubai touched the equipment stone before him. The stone gradually shed its surface luster, erupting in a burst of multicolored light. It had shed its essence, transforming into a rare energy crystal imbued with exceptional properties. This means I won't be short on rare energy crystals anymore. Though my Sky Dome sword will likely require a considerable amount of them. Without further hesitation, Chubai sat cross-legged, placing his profession weapon before him. The rare energy crystals seemed to respond to his intent, transforming into beams of light that slowly merged into the Sky Dome sword. He swiftly absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the cultivation stone, aiming to rapidly advance his profession level. His current goal was to reach level 10 and complete his first evolution. Chapter 6, First Cultivation, Level Up. The spiritual energy from the cultivation stone surged into Chubai's body, swirling within him to form a unique vortex. As Chubai absorbed the energy, the 2 professions he now possessed, Mythic-tier Novelist and God-tier Sword Saint, both manifested their class traits, appearing behind him. A shadow layered with countless overlapping figures. A sword shadow radiating the intent to slay. The cultivation stones Li Qiushui had sent were no small amount of full 10 gene. It must be noted that students below level 10 could only claim 1 caddy of cultivation stones and 1 caddy of equipment stones every 2 days as their basic cultivation resources provided by the academy. To obtain more, one could only resort to special means. For instance, participating in professional duels where both parties wager stakes. The victor not only recovers their own share but also seizes the opponent's portion. Alternatively, basic jobs offered decent earnings too. Thus, the entire operation of the Transfiguration Academy relies on the collective efforts of all its students. Cultivation stones, therefore, serve as what everyone refers to as their salary. For now, 10 gene was more than enough for a beginner like him, currently at level 1 in his profession. The night passed without incident. Even with the enhanced setting allowing rapid absorption of cultivation stones, it still took Chubai the entire night to fully absorb them all. Boom! A surge of power erupted from within him, transforming into a luminous glow that poured from his hands. Chubai clenched his fist, feeling the enhanced physical strength compared to before, filled with delight. I've broken through to level 5. For an ordinary profession, 10 gene of cultivation stones would likely be enough to reach level 7. It seems the higher the quality of the profession, the more cultivation resources it demands. And with the dual class trait boosting my needs, I require even more cultivation stones than others. I can't even imagine the astronomical sums I'll need later. This thought left Chubai feeling somewhat troubled. He hadn't been idle in exploring options like directly adding the ability to instantly absorb cultivation stones or drastically reducing cultivation requirements for rapid leveling. But clearly, the former was beyond his current ability to implement. The latter, meanwhile, would fundamentally undermine the very foundation of cultivation, leaving his roots unstable. Therefore, even if he possessed such settings, Chubai had no intention of seeking instant success. Instead, he chose to cultivate steadily and methodically. Sky Dome Sword. Chubai lifted his gaze. Before him, the Sky Dome Sword, having fully absorbed the rare energy crystal, seemed to radiate an ancient power from its blade, enveloped in an incredibly sharp killing intent. The true edge of the Sky Dome Sword had yet to be fully revealed. Chubai would need vast quantities of rare energy crystals to fully unleash its edge. Only then would this blade become the most formidable professional weapon in the world. Only 9 days remain until the grand competition. This time, I must claim first place. Chubai declared with unwavering resolve. For an advanced career transition academy like his, the only way to truly stand out and gain access to more cultivation resources was to take first place in the grand competition held by the Heaven, Earth, and Human Academies. This was not merely an internal academy assessment, more significantly, it served as the primary avenue for the current Huaxia human faction to recruit talent. Those ranking highly in the competition would be fiercely sought after by the major factions, securing correspondingly richer cultivation resources. These major factions, specifically, comprise the 5 organizations forming the Chinese human camp: Xiankuan, Lingxiao, Xianyuan, Wuzhen, and Yuqing. Together, they guarded China and jointly resisted calamities. Joining one of these 5 organizations has become the dream of nearly every class change adept. Looks like I need to find a way to get more cultivation stones. This dual-class trait of mine is truly a bottomless pit. Chubai chuckled helplessly. Stepping out of the dormitory, he felt the strange stares from those around him. Unfazed, he walked calmly past the crowd. He could sense their whispers. After all, yesterday he had utterly shattered their expectations. How could a novelist long dismissed as a worthless profession trigger supernatural phenomena and defeat an S-rank berserker? To others, it seemed impossible. Just as Chubai pondered how to quickly acquire more cultivation stones, he suddenly recalled yesterday's incident of applying settings for Li Qiushui and the dean. Right. How could I have forgotten that? Chubai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Traveling alone truly required a special skill. He promptly made his way to the central plaza of the academy grounds and set up a small stall right there. Beside him, a sign read, 1 caddy of cultivation stones for a basic attribute enhancement. 3 caddies of cultivation stones for elemental attribute enhancement. He then sat down nearby, patiently waiting for customers to come his way. Such a conspicuous setup naturally drew a crowd of students to watch, though none of them had the slightest clue about so-called basic attribute boosts or elemental attribute boosts. But upon seeing the prices, they all bristled. A pound of cultivation stones? That's 2 days' worth of my resources. How dare you, you scammer? Someone voiced their discontent, accusing Chubai. Did I ask you to pay? Chubai replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his eyes. You. The person choked on their words, momentarily unable to find a rebuttal. After all, Chubai hadn't pushed the sale or demanded payment, it was entirely voluntary. What right did they have to accuse him? It's entirely voluntary. Anyone wishing to set parameters for their profession can bring their cultivation stones over. Chubai waved dismissively before casually sitting down nearby. Upon reflection, gaining profession parameters was far more valuable than a mere pound of cultivation stones, wasn't it? What's going on here? The crowd around them grew thicker. Of course, some recognized Chubai, the guy who de-awakened as a worthless novelist class yesterday. Most remained skeptical about his supposed victory over Lin Feng. A novelist and a berserker? Those were completely different tiers of professions. What kind of victory was that supposed to be? Chubai, what exactly are you doing? The crowd instinctively parted, allowing a burly teenager to step forward. His brow radiated an air of dominance. Approaching Chubai, he wore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. Lin Kuang, what brings you here? Chubai was equally surprised to see him. Lin Kuang was one of the few friends Chubai had made since arriving in this world, and he was a year ahead in the academy. During the previous Tri-Academy competition, Lin Kuang had unfortunately failed to qualify. He had therefore chosen to continue training at the academy for another year, waiting for the right moment to retake the assessment for the 5 great organizations. Naturally, that assessment would not involve participating in the Tri-Academy competition alongside Chubai and the others. Chapter 7, The Challenge from the Celestial Academy, a Professional Showdown. I heard you'd awakened a profession, so I came back to see you. But the first thing I hear is them talking about a novelist profession? Hey, that can't be real, right? Lin Kuan leaned close to Chubai's ear and asked cautiously. It's true. Chubai nodded. Stop pretending. I know you like to keep things under wraps. A novelist profession can't possibly defeat a berserker. Lin Kuan gave a mysterious smile, then began examining the sign Chubai had written nearby with keen interest. Of course, when it came to profession settings and such, he was completely baffled, utterly clueless. What? Interested? Chubai immediately chuckled, sensing the scent of money. What does this mean? Lin Kuan asked, puzzled. Why not give it a try? Basic settings or elemental settings? When it came to making money off friends, Chubai never held back. If the relationship was truly solid, he might reluctantly throw in a discount. So you're coming after my money now, huh? Fine. I'll support you. But at least tell me what this setting is for? Though Lin Kuan was a battle maniac, all brawn and no brains, his mind wasn't entirely simple. He couldn't just let Chubai rip him off like that, could he? Basic stats. They boost your fundamental attributes like strength, speed, and mental power. Permanent enhancements, of course, scaling up as your class level increases. The moment Chubai uttered these words, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. But louder still were the voices of skepticism and curses. Empty promises. You just say you'll boost them, and they're boosted? Elemental settings apply the most suitable attributes to your profession like fire, thunder, ice, or gravity to enhance it. Got it? Even Lin Kuan, who had been clueless, finally grasped the concept. Hey, bro, doing a little side hustle to make some extra cash is fine, but pulling this scam in broad daylight? You're gonna get kicked out of here. Lin Kuan leaned cautiously close to Chubai's ear again, his expression suggesting he considered this entire scheme outright fraud. Chubai. The surrounding commotion suddenly quieted. Then, a discordant sound pierced Chubai's ears. A group of people dressed in robes distinctly different from those of the Earth Academy marched through the crowd, stopping right before Chubai's small stall. You're Chubai, the top student of the Earth Academy? Leading the group was a young man with scholarly features. He stood before Chubai with a smile, though a hint of disdain flickered deep within his pupils. Heaven Academy? What, you want to patronize my business too? Chubai instantly recognized the robes worn by the youth before him. What puzzled him was why someone from the Heavenly Academy would come to the Earth Academy at this time. That's Shuai-Kai, the top student of this year's Heaven Academy class. Rumor has it he awakened an SS-rank King class profession as sorcerer. What brings him here? Someone gasped. Everyone had clearly heard of Shuai-Kai from the Heavenly Academy. After all, an SS-rank profession also known as a King class profession was bound to cause a stir wherever it appeared. Thus, such news had inadvertently spread to the Earth Academy. Business demands value for money. You expect us to hand over our cultivation stones based on nothing but empty promises? That's far too easy for you. I'd wager your title as the top student of the Earth Academy is nothing but a joke. Shuai-Kai sneered. I thought coming to the Earth Academy today would give me a chance to spar with you, the top-ranked student. But now it seems there's no need. Seems the Earth Academy's standards aren't much to speak of either. The top-ranked, actually setting up a stall here to swindle people. These words ignited public outrage. The surrounding Earth Academy students, who had been merely spectators, now united in a united front, turning their accusations toward Shuai-Kai. Shuai-Kai, however, remained unfazed and unleashed his professional magic. Level 4. Having only awakened his profession yesterday, he had already reached level 4 today. Such speed made everyone present gasp in astonishment. This guy must have monopolized all the good stuff. That bastard must have gotten some sweet deals from the Heavenly Academy to climb to level 4 overnight, scoffed Lin Kuan, a bystander enjoying the spectacle. But it was an unavoidable reality. A genius who awakened an SS King tier profession? The Academy would undoubtedly pour every resource into making him powerful. That way, in the upcoming 3 Academy competition, he could secure even richer resources for the Heavenly Academy. My visit to the Earth Academy today was approved by the headmaster for exchange and learning. As a class changer, the best way to exchange and learn is through sparring. Is there anyone here at the Earth Academy willing to exchange ideas with me? Shuai-Kai surveyed the crowd, a smug smile curling his lips. Clearly, no one stepped forward to challenge him. Even after a night of cultivation, most Earth Academy students were still at level 2. Reaching level 3 would be considered exceptionally good. How could they possibly be a match for Shuai-Kai? As the tense standoff dragged on, Chubai spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. If you're not here to patronize my business, then get out of the way. How am I supposed to run my shop with you blocking the entrance? Got too much time on your hands? Chubai made a dismissive gesture toward Shuai-Kai. At his words, the crowd fell silent. What the hell kind of time is this for you to be thinking about business? The Heavenly Academy people are practically ting on our faces, and you're acting like none of this concerns you. Support? Why wouldn't we support? Shuekai laughed heartily, and the Heavenly Academy disciples accompanying him joined in, their voices dripping with contempt. He then produced a golden storage card and thrust it toward Chubai. Here's 10 gene of cultivation stones and 5 gene of equipment stones. Let's have a professional duel. If you win, it's all yours. If I win, I won't take anything from you, just admit that the Earth Academy is trash. Everyone understood now Shuekai had come here specifically to pick a fight. Such generous resources even for a Heaven Academy prodigy, parting with them must hurt. Thus, he was confident he couldn't lose. This was meant to humiliate Chubai. Will Chubai accept? Someone murmured. Didn't he defeat Lin Feng yesterday? Maybe yesterday was just luck. After a day of cultivation, everyone's professional levels have widened the gap. For Chubai to beat Shuekai now, it's probably impossible. This guy is here to humiliate our Earth department. Chubai, however, stared at the golden storage card Shuekai handed him, unable to hide the upward curve of his lips. What a stroke of luck. Young Master Shue, with your deep pockets, once you've made this offer, there's no backing out. How do you propose we settle this? Chubai smiled faintly, gladly accepting the challenge. With someone rushing to his doorstep offering resources, he naturally welcomed them with open arms. After all, this was a patron. Chapter 8, Setting. All attributes increased. Seeing Chubai accept the challenge, Shuekai's smile grew broader, the hint of amusement deepening in his eyes. He'd expected Chubai to back down, but even if he did accept, he'd be nothing more than a clown. We'll duel using our professional weapons. The first to step out of bounds loses. Shuekai gestured toward the specially constructed circular arena at the square's center. Chubai nodded with a smile and slowly ascended the platform under the complex gazes of those around them. Setting, all base attributes enhanced. Chubai immediately activated his monstrously powerful ability. To the onlookers, he appeared unchanged, yet his innate capabilities had undergone a profound transformation from their previous state. Is this kid up to it? If he loses, he'll be the target of everyone's scorn in the Earth Academy. Lin Kuang watched the stage with concern. Though he had reached level 29 in his profession and undergone 2 evolutions, the rules of the Transcendence Academy stipulated that only students of the same level could engage in combat. Therefore, even if he wanted to step in and fight for Chubai, it was not permitted. The Earth Academy students all doubted Chubai, yet at this moment, none dared utter a mocking word. They mocked Chubai for not daring to fight, yet they themselves were doing the same. Besides, Chubai was fighting for the Earth Academy. Not far away, 2 figures slowly approached. I had no idea this exchange program included such a component. The Earth Court Dean shot a disapproving glance at the Heaven Court Dean standing beside him. The latter's eyes, however, were filled with smug satisfaction. Clearly, he had great confidence in Shuekai. Such a contest presented the perfect opportunity to suppress the Earth Academy. After all, it was common knowledge that relations between the Heaven, Earth, and Human Academies had always been strained, particularly between Heaven and Earth. Heh, it's just childish squabbling. Old Lei, you wouldn't be that petty, would you? Or is it that you lack confidence in your Earth Academy students? The Heaven Academy Dean shot a provocative glance at Dean Lei. Dean Lei snorted coldly, ignoring him, his expression tinged with concern as he watched Chubai on the stage. He knew Chubai's professional ability as a novelist. It could be called an absolute god-tier skill. But Chubai's power lay in imposing settings upon others. He himself possessed little combat prowess. Yesterday, Chubai's summoned profession manifestation had defeated Lin Feng's. Yet today's duel would be fought solely with profession weapons. Therefore, Dean Lei couldn't help but feel some concern for Chubai. Chubai, you're okay, right? After Chubai and Shuekai took the stage, Shuekai unleashed his class mana. Brilliant light gathered in his hands, and then a staff appeared, enveloped in peculiar ripples that rippled through space like water waves. This was his professional weapon, an SS-grade sorcerer's weapon. Chubai, produce your class weapon. I hear you only awakened as a worthless novelist class. Could your weapon be your keyboard? Shuekai roared with unrestrained laughter. The surrounding Heavenly Academy students watching the spectacle joined Shuekai in his laughter. It is indeed a sword, but not that kind of key. Chubai said mysteriously. Then, channeling his magic into a sword, he materialized a long blade and gripped it in his hand. This was the art of sword condensation. Upon awakening their professions, every transferee began to accumulate magical power within their bodies. As their profession levels rose, so too did the potency of their magical power. Mana is the most crucial attribute for every class changer. Casting class skills consumes mana, and for classes like mages and sorcerers, mana is absolutely paramount. Isn't his class supposed to be a novelist? Why is he pulling out a sword? Shuekai froze for a moment. But seeing Chubai's sword, which seemed almost ethereal, he dismissed his confusion. Wielding his staff, he launched his attack. As the staff swung, his mana coalesced into streaks of light that shot forth, exploding around Chubai while forcing him to shift position. Only by doing so could he force Chubai out of range. Or, alternatively, deal him a severe wound. Boom! Shubai swung his sword, its magical glow spreading outward. Then he charged forward, his speed enhanced by his magic, rapidly closing the distance to Shuekai. Facing Chubai's close-range assault, Shuekai gave a cold laugh. He blocked the attack with his scepter, then flicked it with even greater force, sending Chubai flying. Boom! Shuekai gathered his magic once more. This was the essence of his sorcerer class. Not only could he defend against attacks in close combat, but he could also unleash an endless barrage of spells from his specialized domain to deal devastating blows to his opponent. Shuekai manipulated his staff, channeling bolts of thunder down upon his foe. His handling of the weapon showed clear signs of growing proficiency. Mastering his class to this level in just one night? He's no pushover. Shubai retreated several paces, recognizing Shuekai's formidable challenge. Mana coalesced in his hand into tangible form, then his longsword shifted into shimmering light, unleashing a barrage of luminous blades. This time, he unleashed his full power. His movements grew increasingly ethereal, his speed so blinding that Shuekai momentarily lost track of his target. Blazing speed. That was everyone's immediate reaction. Wasn't Shubai said to have awakened a useless class? How could his current combat prowess not resemble that of a useless class at all? Boom! Shubai landed beside Shuekai, swinging his sword horizontally. A colossal force struck the staff in Shuekai's hand, sending him reeling backward under the immense impact. Before Shuekai could react, Shubai struck again with a palm strike. Shuekai couldn't react in time and instinctively met the strike with a fist. Only then, upon sensing the immense power emanating from Chubai's current class level, did shock finally appear in his pupils. Class level 5. What? Level 5? How is that possible? Shuekai stared at Chubai in utter disbelief. It was only through the cultivation stones given to him by the Heavenly Academy's headmaster that he had managed to advance to level 4 in a single night. Yet Chubai had already reached level 5? You call this a worthless profession? Young Master Shui, don't go easy on me. Even if you want to gift me cultivation resources, you still have to put on a show. Chubai reappeared, this time channeling his magical power into a fist. The sheer force of his punch sent a gale force wind surging through the air. With Chubai's current power, Shuekai stood no chance of blocking it. Earlier, while Shuekai was throwing a tantrum, Chubai had activated his Novelist class talent skill, applying his base settings to boost all his attributes. Within his current setting permissions, he could only grant himself a 10% boost to all attributes: strength, speed, magical power, and so forth. Yet even this 10% boost was sufficient to grant Chubai strength surpassing that of a typical level 5 professional. This setting could only be applied once, yet it would grow stronger as Chubai's power increased. In other words, regardless of Chubai's current class level, this setting would add an additional 10% to the strength he should naturally possess. Consequently, Shuekai stood no chance against Chubai in this state. Every single one of his attributes was utterly crushed by Chubai's superiority. Chapter 9: Defeating Shuekai. Is communication taxable? The fist's wind howled as Shuekai was sent flying dozens of meters, finally grinding to a halt at the boundary. Still reeling from the shock of Chubai's overwhelming power, a flash of sword light sliced past his face. Shuekai froze in place. The next instant, a trickle of blood appeared on his cheek. Chubai's sword had grazed his face, and the stinging pain that followed seemed to shatter Shuekai's pride in that very moment. It's over. Chubai held his sword, speaking calmly. Shuekai stood frozen, refusing to believe he had lost to someone who had awakened a worthless class. No! I haven't lost yet. As Shuekai lunged forward again, Chubai brought his sword down hard. The hilt slammed into Shuekai's chest, knocking the wind out of him. Even as he struggled to stay upright, it was futile. He collapsed to the ground. By the time he regained his senses, he had already fallen off the platform. The surrounding Earth Court students fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous applause. Yes. Chubai, you did it. In stark contrast to the Earth Academy students' excitement, the Heaven Academy students who had been so arrogant moments before now looked utterly disgraced. They had expected Shuekai to defeat Chubai with ease. But unexpectedly, this so-called useless waste had defeated Shuekai with such ease. Raising his profession rank to level 5 in a single day, Chubai is the true genius. Is this really something a novelist profession can achieve? I've been blind all this time. The novelist profession is this powerful? The crowd buzzed with whispers, while Chubai, under Shuekai's venomous glare, smiled as he slipped the golden storage card into his pocket. He didn't forget to flash Shuekai an innocent, harmless grin. Young Master Shui, what a generous expense. Looks like your exchange program even comes with tuition fees. Chubai chuckled heartily, then, ignoring the grim faces of the Heavenly Academy crowd, prepared to leave. At that moment, Shuekai, still sprawled on the ground, felt a sharp pang of pain and tried to call out to Chubai. That's my cultivation stones for the next few days. Chubai frowned at the interruption. You're not being very straightforward. Weren't you so confident when we made the bet? I prefer seeing you act defiant and unruly. Naturally, he paid Shuekai no mind. After stowing away the 10 gene of cultivation stones and 5 gene of equipment stones, he returned to his little stall. Holy crap! You're something else. You leveled up 5 times in one night? Lin Kuang walked over, slinging an arm around Chu Bai's shoulder as he asked. That kind of speed was nothing short of monstrous. Just luck. Are you planning to add a setting? Chu Bai asked. Lin Kuang replied with refreshing candor, absolutely. You beat Shuekai, how could I doubt your skills? As brothers, it's in my heart. Here's 5 gene of cultivation stones. Set up both for me. Seeing Lin Kuang's generous offer, Chu Bai smiled. Lin Kuang's profession was Bloodblade, wielding a crimson greatsword imbued with surging killing energy, a supremely domineering class. Setting, all base attributes enhanced. Setting, added slaughter elemental trait. A blazing crimson glow enveloped Chu Bai, the signature aura unleashed when his Novelist class talent activated. To the onlookers, this spectacle appeared utterly novel. After witnessing Chu Bai's battle with Shuekai, the skepticism toward him had significantly diminished. Perhaps Chu Bai truly possessed the ability to enhance others' capabilities? Shuekai, however, wore a dark expression. He glared fiercely at Chu Bai before finally muttering, "Damn you! Just wait. At the grand competition, you'll see how I teach you a lesson." Watching the Heaven Academy crowd depart in a grand procession, the Earth Academy students burst into laughter. After seeing off the Heaven Hall disciples, the crowd gathered around Chu Bai, eager to see if the so-called setup was real. Under the crimson glow, Lin Kuang unconsciously summoned his class weapon, a blood-red greatsword. The blade was shrouded in a crimson aura, and with its appearance, the air itself seemed to carry a faint, lingering scent of blood. This was the weapon born from Lin Kuang's class trait, a greatsword imbued with the essence of absolute slaughter. Ah! Lin Kuang's pupils dilated in shock. The crimson blade seemed to have undergone an evolution, its vivid red patterns growing more pronounced and its blood essence thickening. He unleashed his magical power. What Chu Bai had bestowed upon him wasn't merely a 10% boost to all attributes, but also amplified his innate aura of slaughter. Such an aura could exert maximum suppression over opponents in battle, allowing Lin Kuang to unleash his power to the fullest extent. Awesome! Lin Kuang roared, suppressing his inner urge before striding forward to give Chu Bai a bear hug. Is this your class ability? That's insane! Seeing Lin Kuang's ecstatic reaction, the crowd was stunned. Could Chu Bai's abilities be real? Clearly, some were beginning to slowly believe in Chu Bai. Chu Bai gave Lin Kuang a discreet gesture, signaling him to tone it down. After all, this all-attribute boost was specifically for Lin Kuang. Others could only enhance 1 attribute per pound of cultivation stone. Finally, someone approached with a tentative expression. I have a pound of cultivation stones. Could you enhance my base attributes? Go ahead. Moments later, the man roared with excitement, my strength attribute has genuinely increased by 10%. It actually works? Chu Bai, I want to boost my strength attribute. Arrange speed attributes for me. Give my weapon a brick, the attribute to win people over with virtue. Seeing business pick up, Chu Bai was naturally overjoyed. Combined with the generous cultivation resources Shuekai had just gifted him, today would surely bring him a substantial haul of cultivation stones. Heh, so this is the caliber of Heaven Academy students? Still getting beaten by Earth Academy's pupils, huh? Dean Lei gave a mocking smile as he glanced at the Heaven Academy dean beside him. The latter's face darkened, clearly stunned that Shuekai had actually lost. Watching the Heavenly Academy dean's flustered expression, Dean Lei felt immensely pleased. He looked at Chu Bai with satisfaction. Yet he remained curious about Chu Bai's actions. The 10 gene of cultivation stones given to this youngster yesterday shouldn't be depleted so quickly. How is his cultivation progressing at such a rapid pace? While it's true that divine tier professions require more resources for cultivation than ordinary ones, his situation. Even Dean Lei remained unaware of Chu Bai's secrets, though perhaps he should grant the youth superior resources. Judging by the abilities he'd already displayed, Chu Bai's novelist profession was destined to become a powerful class that would overturn everyone's understanding in the future. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying profession began with nothing more than the faintest white glow when it first awakened? Chapter 10, The Novelist Profession, Shadow God Diagram. Not bad haul today, 30 pounds of cultivation stones, 5 pounds of equipment stones. You must be thrilled, kid. Tell me, how did you climb to profession level 5 in just one night? Chu Bai and Lin Kuang walked through the academy grounds. News of Chu Bai's victory over Shuekai had clearly spread rapidly throughout the entire academy. In an instant, Chu Bai's fame skyrocketed. After all, everyone knew Shuekai's reputation. Shuekai was this year's sole SS-tier awakened professional. Moreover, he was born in the Heaven Academy. With these dual identities, Shuekai had practically become a star figure across the Heaven, Earth, and Human academies. Yet this very star had fallen in battle against Chu Bai. This defeat made everyone realize Chu Bai's extraordinary talent, while also tarnishing Shuekai's aura of genius. Heh? Want me to share some with you? Chu Bai asked with a smile. Lin Kuang casually waved his hand. What kind of offer is that? You just awakened your class. With the 3 academies' grand competition coming up in a few days, you're the one who needs cultivation stones the most right now. Let me tell you this, the Heavenly Academy has no shortage of talented individuals. Don't think that just because Shui Kai is the only one who awakened an SS-class profession, there aren't several others who awakened S-class professions who are equally troublesome. Lin Kuang's expression turned serious as he began explaining the competition's details to Chu Bai. You must be curious about how the competition is conducted, right? Chu Bai nodded. After all, the annual competition remained shrouded in mystery to them. How the contest unfolded and what it took to win remained unclear. The so-called grand competition is essentially a battle royale. You'll be placed in a special space left behind by a powerful ancient class changer. There, your opponents won't just be those of your own level, you'll also face participants from the previous year, who take on the role of pursuers. The sole objective is to avoid elimination while eliminating as many opponents as possible. During the competition, all 5 major factions send representatives to scout for promising trainees. Understand? As the words fell, Chu Bai frowned with a peculiar expression. He stared at Lin Kuang and asked, so you suddenly returned this time to serve as a pursuer inside? Heh, you figured it out? Lin Kuang laughed heartily. Alright, I guess I'll have to retract that setup then. Chu Bai was speechless. So he just helped strengthen his own opponent? He was playing the role of the good guy far too convincingly. As a pursuer from the Earth Academy, I only target those from the Heaven and Human Academies. Of course, the same applies to pursuers from those 2 academies. We might only be considered pursuers to the other 2 academies, but to our own academy, we are guardians. Lin Kuang smiled faintly. Brother, you'd better give it your all. Chu Bai nodded. After bidding farewell to Lin Kuang, Chu Bai headed back to the dormitory to continue his cultivation. Along the way, he felt the shifting gazes of those around him, leaving him somewhat helpless. Sometimes, people's perceptions of you could truly be turned upside down by a single event. Before the grand competition arrives, I must elevate my profession level to 10 and complete my first evolution. Chu Bai silently vowed to himself. Only after completing a profession evolution would he feel confident enough to participate in the grand competition. After all, as Lin Kuang had said, Shui Kai wasn't the only powerful individual in the Heaven Academy. And though the Human Academy ranked last among the Heaven, Earth, and Human Academies, it was inevitable that powerful individuals would emerge there too. Due to the unique nature of his dual god-tier professions, his cultivation speed was naturally much slower than ordinary practitioners, making his need for cultivation stones all the greater. Fortunately, his rapid absorption ability granted him sufficient time to process these cultivation stones. Chu Bai brought out today's haul of full 30 pounds of cultivation stones. Even the faint aura emanating from them made Chu Bai feel refreshed and invigorated. Such a large amount of resources would normally take others 1 or 2 months to collect. Next, he retrieved 5 pounds of equipment stones. With a light touch, the surface layer of the equipment stone instantly peeled away, revealing an intense glow as it was refined into a rare energy crystal. Hum. A faint humming sound of the sword signaled to Chu Bai that the Sky Dome sword was already eager to absorb the rare energy crystals. He ceased controlling the sword, instead summoning it forth to swiftly absorb the power contained within the energy crystals. Through continuous refinement, it would evolve and strengthen itself. Next, he summoned his novelist profession. That light and shadow, containing myriad figures, stood as if atop the infinite cosmos, gazing back at him across endless time and space. This was his profession's phenomenon. After unleashing the novelist profession's vision, he himself seemed to enter a peculiar state. Before him appeared what seemed to be an ancient tome radiating light and shadow. This was Journey to the West, the very first novel he had unlocked. He opened the ancient text, within which were recorded images of myriad gods. On the first page, he beheld a true Lord War God, a figure with a third eye on his forehead, wielding a 3-pronged spear. Radiant light swirled around him, his celestial eyes piercing through all worldly illusions and evils. His aura was vast and majestic, his gaze commanding the heavens. Thus he appeared within the Shadow God's painting. Chu Bai knew this was Erlang, the true Lord manifesting his holiness. Turning to the second page of the divine image scroll, he beheld a celestial being in the form of a youth, yet his brow radiated unparalleled majesty. Behind him surged an endless sea of flames. He wielded a fiery spear, his feet upon wheels of wind and fire, a being of unimaginable power. On the third page, he encountered the deity whose presence made his very soul tremble, the great sage. As he leafed through the Shadow God scroll, he recognized countless familiar deities, all within his power to summon. Truly worthy of a mythic tier professional novelist. With just one Journey to the West unlocked, I can already summon these myriad deities. If more novels are unlocked later, I alone shall be the ruler of all heavens and worlds. Chu Bai retrieved the Shadow God scroll, carefully storing the ancient artifact that radiated an air of timelessness. Just as he was about to begin his cultivation, the dormitory's television began broadcasting the latest updates on China's battle against the disaster. A new catastrophe has struck? Chu Bai stared at the broadcast footage. It was clearly a disaster battlefield, once thriving lands now shattered beyond recognition, transformed into a hellscape woven with blood and tears. China's transcended warriors were still fighting fiercely, and this disaster battlefield was not even far from them. This disaster struck too suddenly, and the calamity creatures emerging are exceptionally powerful. Our forces have retreated 50 li. Watching the broadcast footage and gazing at the blood-stained ruins on the screen, Chu Bai's expression grew solemn. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through the window toward the direction of the disaster battlefield shown in the broadcast. I must grow stronger. I will exterminate every last one of these calamity creatures. Chu Bai declared in a deep voice. Chapter 11, Selecting Professional Skills, Chu Bai's Little Scheme. Chu Bai snapped back to reality. He waved his hand, gathering the cultivation stones he'd obtained today, then began absorbing the celestial and terrestrial energies within them. Seeing the quality of these cultivation stones before him, Chu Bai couldn't help but recall Li Qiushui's mention in class about the existence of higher-grade cultivation stones in the world. Unfortunately, the academy did not distribute high-grade cultivation stones. Moreover, high-grade cultivation stones couldn't be obtained through simple means. Compared to ordinary cultivation stones, high-grade ones naturally contain more concentrated celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy. Yet, the only way to acquire them was from disaster-stricken battlefields. Indeed, only places touched by calamity could yield high-grade cultivation stones. Thus, due to their rarity and uniqueness, high-grade cultivation stones are elusive treasures for countless class changers. Perhaps only a single stone might appear across a 100-mile-wide disaster battlefield. Thus, even if Chu Bai wished to incorporate such a concept through his novelist profession, it was currently beyond his reach. His current class level is too low. Perhaps after his novelist class evolves, he will gain such world-building capabilities. Let's begin. Chu Bai began absorbing the cultivation stone. His rate of refinement was already exceptionally swift compared to ordinary people. Before his eyes, the cultivation stones gradually melted, transforming into a mass of pure spiritual energy. This energy slowly integrated into Chu Bai's being, then flowed into every meridian throughout his body. Under such cultivation, Chu Bai's physical body glowed with a faint radiance. His flesh underwent a special transformation, growing ever more powerful. His immediate goal was clearly to fortify his physical form. He regarded the novelist profession as his primary vocation, yet the profession itself possessed no combat prowess. Therefore, he could only leverage its unique traits to enhance himself and undertake the most arduous task, strengthening his physical body. Thus, Chu Bai's mission was to fortify his physical form to the utmost, the very foundation of his cultivation. All cultivation lies within the self. At the same profession level, a formidable physical body granted unmatched combat prowess. Even when facing opponents wielding profession-specific weapons, he felt no fear. The God-tier Sword Saint was Chu Bai's other trump card beyond his novelist profession's summoning skills, one he could openly display before others. The SSS-tier Divine Sword Saint profession stands as the mightiest killing machine and most devastating offensive class recorded in present-day Huaxia. Once fully developed, a single strike could shatter 10,000 realms. Not to mention, Chu Bai also wielded a class weapon like the sky-piercing sword. It wasn't until dawn broke that Chu Bai finally emerged from his cultivation state. Feeling the further increase in his class level within his body, a rare look of frustration appeared on Chu Bai's face. After all, though he hadn't fully absorbed the 30 gene of cultivation stones overnight, he had absorbed the majority. Yet his class level had only reached level 7. Even now, Chu Bai could already sense how much more resources he consumed compared to ordinary people under the dual god-tier professions. It was like dealing with two bottomless pits. He turned to glance at the sky dome sword beside him. That blade had fully absorbed the 5 caddies of rare energy crystals, revealing its own sharpness. Though at this moment, the sky dome sword itself looked more like an ordinary long sword. It hadn't undergone multiple transformations yet, unable to reveal its true form. Yet the icy intent to kill it held within was no illusion. This sky dome sword might just become the most powerful professional weapon in the history of China. After tidying up, Chu Bai heard a knock on his door. Opening it, he found Li Qiushui standing there, looking somewhat helpless. Chu Bai, do you think you're so important? Everyone's here already. Did I have to come personally just to call you? Li Qiushui said with a hint of annoyance, though she wasn't truly angry. Chu Bai's feat from yesterday had clearly spread throughout the Earth Academy. Everyone knew that Chu Bai, representing the Earth Academy, had defeated Shui Kai, the genius from the Heaven Academy. This had undoubtedly brought immense prestige to the Earth Academy. Not to mention Chu Bai himself possessed the god-tier skill of being a novelist. Thus, Li Qiushui merely scolded him playfully with a laugh. Chu Bai, however, was a bit confused. What's up, teacher? I thought we were supposed to skip classes and train freely before the grand competition. Chu Bai asked, puzzled. Li Qiushui. Her face darkened as she stared at Chu Bai. Did you forget? Today we're taking you to select your professional skills. Chu Bai slapped his forehead hard. That did seem to be the plan, though he couldn't quite recall the details. I forgot. Chu Bai gave an awkward chuckle. Li Qiushui sighed in resignation and called Chu Bai over. Together, they made their way to the central plaza of the Earth Academy. By now, a crowd had already gathered there, some from Class 1, others from Class 2. That's where Chu Bai spotted Lin Feng. Though the latter still wore that hostile expression, he seemed much more subdued now. Perhaps he'd heard about Chu Bai defeating Shui Kai. To Lin Feng, Shuikai was superior to him in both talent and strength, yet he still couldn't match Chubai. Yet he could never comprehend how Chubai, a novelist who had awakened to a useless class, could possess such overwhelming power. Poof. Lin Feng snorted coldly, refusing to look at Chubai any longer. Chubai paid him no mind, instead walking over to join Class 1's formation. Academy regulations dictate that we will guide each batch of new transferees to select suitable class skills. Once inside the skill hall, you will have half an hour to choose skills appropriate for your chosen class. Of course, you may only take one skill with you. It must be returned to the skill hall within 5 days. You should know the consequences of failing to return it on time. Li Qiushui instructed, while homeroom teachers from other classes similarly briefed their students. Once everyone understood, they followed Li Qiushui toward the most mysterious place acknowledged by all Ground Academy students, the skill hall. The skill hall. I wonder if there's anything suitable for a sword saint here. I've given up on finding anything for a novelist. Chubai mused inwardly. The skill hall contained only profession-specific skills for those undergoing class change, perhaps better described as profession techniques. However, each person could only choose skills suitable for their own class. For instance, mages and warlocks could only select magical attack skills, while berserkers and heavy swordsmen were permitted to choose skills that enhanced their physical prowess or sword techniques. Sigh. Chubai sighed. Clearly, there was nothing suitable for the novelist profession. But that didn't mean he had no options. Setting aside his secondary profession as a god-tier sword saint, he could easily choose to strengthen sword techniques or opt for skills that fortify his physical constitution. Naturally, Chubai leaned more toward the latter. For the current Chubai, it was best to keep his god-tier sword saint profession appropriately hidden. Moreover, god-tier professions were generally suited for more advanced professional skills. Though Chubai wasn't keen on admitting it, the truth was, advanced professional skills were exceedingly rare within the heaven, earth, and human academies. Chubai's expression turned awkward. Clearly, if Li Qiushui knew what he was thinking right now, she'd slap him silly. Hey kid, could you spare a thought for your alma mater? Chapter 12, What on earth is hidden in this skill hall? Soon, the group was led before the skill hall. Gazing at the magnificent structure before them, they couldn't help but marvel. Teacher, did the academy skimp on our cultivation stones and use them all to build this skill hall? Chubai couldn't help but blurt out. Everyone. Li Qiushui. You little brat, daring to say that. You brat, never serious. Li Qiushui's face darkened as she slapped Chubai across the face. However, Chubai's words did ease the tension in everyone's hearts a little. For a place like the skill pavilion, this might be their only chance to come here. This was clearly the most sacred place in the Earth Academy. The vast array of recorded professional skills was dazzlingly diverse. Everyone desperately wanted to acquire every single one that suited them. But that was clearly forbidden. You may enter shortly. Instructors will guide you inside. Remember, as a rule, do not break the regulations. Li Qiushui said in a solemn tone, yet his gaze lingered meaningfully on Chubai before opening the door to the skill pavilion and ushering everyone inside. Chubai noticed Li Qiushui's glance, finding it slightly peculiar, but he paid it little mind as he followed the others into the skill hall. Once everyone was inside, Dean Lei slowly approached. He looked at Li Qiushui and the other teachers, his expression grave. The situation might be rather dire. The calamity battlefield that descended yesterday has already spread to a location 100 li south of the academy. Hearing this, everyone grew tense, their expressions turning grim. How could this happen? How could this calamity be so powerful? Exclaimed one teacher. It's no secret anymore. Even the nation has noticed. Over the years, the calamity has grown increasingly powerful. It has even evolved into multiple forms without us realizing it. We've clearly been caught off guard. Dean Lei sighed, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. On the main front, the 5 major organizations are already locked in fierce combat with the calamity. Therefore, the calamity battlefield that has descended 100 miles south of us could see sudden changes at any moment. We must be prepared. He addressed the group solemnly. Li Qiushui and the others understood the gravity of the situation and immediately nodded in agreement. Moments later, Li Qiushui spoke up. Why do I keep feeling that this catastrophe is purposeful? As if it's consciously moving toward a specific direction. Perhaps it is here, Dean Lei stated. A chill ran through everyone. Had the cataclysm truly evolved to this extent? It was consciously trying to crush these new Chinese class changers in their cradle. Prepare for battle at any moment. I've already coordinated with the other 2 academies, Dean Lei announced. Is this the skill hall? Upon entering the skill hall, Chubai couldn't help but marvel. The space was incredibly vast, filled with row upon row of bookshelves storing occupational skills. A shimmering glow swirled around the shelves, creating a dazzling spectacle. The space was so vast that the group couldn't even see its end. Just as everyone wore expressions of wonder, an old man materialized before them out of thin air. Recognizing him as a senior figure within the skill hall, the group hastily bowed in respect. The old man casually waved his hand, his hoarse voice echoing, "Go. You have half an hour. Choose freely." Of course, I warn you, some profession skills may be beyond your current abilities to unlock. If that is the case, it is simply not meant for you. Do not attempt to force them open, or I shall have no choice but to escort you out. The group hastily agreed, then scattered to search for profession skills suited to themselves. Follow me. Shubai suddenly heard the old man's voice. He looked up in confusion, only to find no one else around him reacting. Elder, are you addressing me? Shubai stepped forward and inquired. Yes, you. The old man nodded, then began walking leisurely ahead. Shubai followed behind, though he had no idea why the elder wanted him to come alone. Could it be that I just accused the skill pavilion of skimming cultivation stones to build itself, touching the capital's pie, and now they're secretly settling accounts with me? Shubai felt a chill run down his spine. Something about the atmosphere felt off. Suddenly, the old man stumbled, nearly falling. Young man, you have quite the vivid imagination, he remarked, turning back around. Shubai. Mind reading. This time, Shubai fell silent, offering an awkward chuckle as he followed the old man deeper into the skill hall. Before long, the old man led Shubai into a peculiar small chamber. Though it also housed some professional skills, their number was pitifully small compared to the outer area. Young man, do you understand the difference between professional skills? The old man suddenly asked. Shubai shook his head in confusion. He understood the concept of profession skills, but the specifics had never been covered in class, hence his bewilderment. Professional skills, much like professional ranks, have tiers: heaven, earth, human, and mortal. Shubai froze. Then above heaven grade, are there also king grade and god grade? The old man chuckled. Young man, king tier professional skills are possessed only by the state, and they are extremely rare. As for god tier professional skills, you might as well dream about them. Perhaps you'll encounter them in your dreams. Shubai. His lips twitched slightly. Shubai looked at the old man and asked, May I ask why you summoned me here, senior? I'm a bit confused. Xiao Lei mentioned you're the only one in this Earth Academy class with a king tier or higher profession. Therefore, you're entitled to one opportunity to select a special profession skill. That's why I brought you here. Shubai froze, utterly bewildered. Xiao Lei? Who? Dean Lei, of course. Shubai struggled to stifle his laughter. Then the old man's voice came again. Here are stored various special profession skills, some are even from my personal collection. Just pick one book here. Remember, they go to those destined to possess them. Ha! The old man slowly departed. As he passed by Shubai, he murmured, a dual-class transferee? Young man, you're in luck. Ha! Shubai's heart skipped a beat, but when he turned around, the old man had vanished. Who exactly is this elder? How could he discern my dual-class status? Could such a formidable figure truly exist within the Earth Academy? Shubai's heart raced. Clearly, this old man was far more powerful than Dean Lei. Otherwise, if the dean himself had heard that little Lei, he would surely have faced the dean's wrath. Indeed, the skill hall is where the most hidden talents lie. Shubai mused to himself before beginning to browse the skill hall for suitable abilities. The selection of class skills here wasn't extensive, so he could scan the entire collection in less than a minute. Succubus magic. Holy crap, they actually have this skill here? Shubai casually flipped open a book and froze in shock. Was there actually a succubus profession? What the hell has this old man been hoarding in here? Chapter 13, Divine Demon Sword Technique, a catastrophe strikes suddenly. Heavenly Sword Technique. In a corner, Shubai discovered an inconspicuous vocational skill book. Though worn and tattered, its contents appeared surprisingly fresh, clearly a sword technique manual. After lingering over it for a long moment, Shubai silently returned the Heavenly Sword Technique to its place. Most of the skills stored here are human grade. Compared to the mortal grade skills displayed outside, this Heavenly Sword Technique is actually quite decent after all, it is human grade. Shubai had discerned the tier of the skills here. As for why he could tell them apart so clearly, it was simply because each shelf here bore corresponding labels. After returning the Heavenly Sword Technique, Shubai continued searching. It wasn't that the technique didn't suit his cultivation after all, as a god-tier sword saint, it was perfectly compatible with his profession. However, Shubai's goal was to select the absolute best option. Therefore, if he truly couldn't find a better option, he would settle for the Heavenly Sword Technique as a second choice. Shubai began venturing deeper into the library. The professional skill manuals stored here were clearly few in number, scattered haphazardly across the shelves. Even the shelves themselves were battered and dilapidated, teetering precariously. Following the apparent tilt of the bookshelf, Shubai spotted a vocational skill book being used to prop up the shelf's legs. Shubai's expression darkened. Doesn't this show a bit too much disrespect for vocational skills? Shubai couldn't help but vent his frustration. But pulling this thing out would definitely cause the bookshelf to collapse. So Shubai came up with a clever idea. He picked up the Heavenly Sword Technique he'd seen earlier, pulled out the dull gray professional skill card beneath it, then shoved the Heavenly Sword Technique back in. Heavenly Sword Technique, see through a person in 3 seconds. Shubai wiped the dust off the skill book. Though it was worn and tattered, he could still make out the faint name of the technique. Divine Demon Sword Technique. Divine Demon Sword Technique, what a formidable name. How could this profession skill end up being used as a bookend? Shubai carefully opened the Divine Demon Sword Technique. As expected, it was indeed an exceptionally unique sword technique. The most fundamental requirement for cultivation was that the class changer must possess an ultimate sword intent. As he leafed through it, Shubai found himself growing increasingly captivated. By the time he snapped back to reality, he had unconsciously turned to the final page of the Divine Demon Sword Technique. What an eerie skill, it's utterly captivating. Shubai felt his very soul trembling clearly. It was a kind of exhilaration. His heart and instincts screamed that this Divine Demon Sword Technique was the perfect skill for his class. Yet Shubai's knowledge of the Divine Demon Sword Technique extended only to its name. He didn't even know its tier level, though that might not matter. For now, this Divine Demon Sword Technique was clearly the optimal choice. Though tattered and worn, one could still sense the power contained within this sword, manual, ancient, weathered, and piercingly cold. Shubai hesitated for a moment before finally selecting this Divine Demon Sword Technique. Not seeing the old man from earlier, he simply clasped his fists in a bow and turned to leave. "Young man," the old man's voice suddenly echoed, "Xiao Lei mentioned you may select another professional skill from outside. Moreover, you need not return this one within 5 days. Once you've fully mastered your cultivation, returning it then will suffice." The old man's voice suddenly echoed. "Thank you, senior," Shubai replied, inwardly delighted. He understood that he might not fully comprehend the Divine Demon Sword Technique within 5 days, but now that worry was gone. He could only hope his choice wouldn't prove to be a mistake. After leaving the depths of the skill hall, Shubai returned to the outer area. Seeing that only 10 minutes remained of the half-hour time limit, he hastened his search and ultimately chose a profession skill that enhanced physical constitution. Immortal Body. Though a mundane grade skill, it aligns well with my current cultivation path. Shubai smiled faintly as he stowed away the Immortal Body skill. As the final 10 minutes concluded, everyone gathered before the skill hall and departed together. "Seems you've made good gains," Dean Lei observed, his gaze settling on Shubai before nodding at him. "You have 5 days to cultivate." Before Dean Lei could finish, a deafening explosion echoed from the distance. Shubai saw Dean Lei, Li Qiushui, and the other teachers' expressions abruptly change. They abruptly turned their gaze toward the southern direction. Shubai followed their gaze, his pupils contracting slightly. The sky there had shattered. The sky, shattered? How is that possible? Someone beside him exclaimed in shock. In Shubai's gaze, the southern sky was filled with eerie thunder, while the heavens themselves shattered like glass. A strange, hazy power permeated the air, constantly dripping down a terrifying aura as violent as a torrential downpour. "The cataclysm has returned. Right outside the academy," Dean Lei exclaimed in horror. Surging thunder energy instantly coalesced around him as he soared into the air, his thunder staff gripped firmly in hand. Treading upon thunder, a sea of lightning coalesced behind him. He gazed toward the site of the calamity's descent, his face growing paler. This calamity was truly terrifying. What a terrifying catastrophe. Has a calamity of this magnitude truly descended? Damn it, it's definitely targeting the academy. Dean Lei's face darkened with murderous intent. At the same moment, Shubai caught sight of 2 other figures soaring into the air in the distance. Those must be the deans of the celestial and human academies, right? Damn it, why must calamity strike at such a moment, and right near the academy? Is this an attempt to wipe the academy clean? Shubai murmured. The surrounding students had never witnessed a true catastrophe before. Their understanding of such events came solely from television reports. Though they knew that as job changers, they would inevitably face catastrophe battlefields and slay calamities in the future. But right now, they were still far too weak. Facing the cataclysm, they had almost no power to resist. Evacuate the students. We'll intercept the calamity. Dean Lei roared, his voice booming like thunder across the sky. Immediately, the instructors sprang into action, organizing Shubai and the other trainees for evacuation. Though reluctant, Shubai knew he had no choice but to evacuate with the others for now. He understood that news of the cataclysm's arrival would instantly reach the 5 great organizations, and the capital Transfiguration Academy was located in the central region. Xiankuan, Lingxiao, Xianyuan, Wuzhen, and Yuqing. The 5 great organizations, each guarding the eastern, southern, western, northern, and central regions respectively. The closest to Shubai and his group now was the Jade Purity Organization. Support from the 5 great organizations will take time. I wonder if Dean Lei and the others can withstand this catastrophe. Shubai gazed anxiously at the shattered sky in the distance. He could see the gravity etched on Dean Lei's face, knowing this catastrophe was bound to be overwhelmingly powerful. "Shubai, you must leave now," Li Qiushui declared. Then, gripping his heavy sword, he summoned his own class weapon, preparing to join Dean Lei and the others in battle. As one of the most renowned transcendence academies in all of Huaxia, the 3 great academies possessed undeniable depth. Even their 3 deans each boasted formidable strength, with professional levels exceeding 80. Dean Lei, in particular, stood at level 89, a powerhouse on the brink of his 9th evolution. If even they can't hold them back. Shubai frowned, yet a faint crimson glow surged within his pupils. It was a peculiar rune-light, swirling within his eyes, clearly a special innate skill. Chapter 14, Summoning the Shadow God Diagram, Neza descends. High above, Dean Lay and the others gazed at the sudden catastrophe unfolding in the distant battlefield. The earth split open into a chasm, and one by one, figures began crawling out of the abyss, the very catastrophe creatures humanity across Blue Star was now battling. This was the quintessential manifestation of the cataclysm, an event deemed a supernatural disaster. On such a massive scale, could this accursed disaster be targeting the Academy specifically? Has it evolved self-awareness? The tone of the Heavenly Academy's dean was grim, clearly sensing immense pressure. This cataclysmic descent was truly terrifying. The sky collapsed, eerie thunder spread, and the earth was torn apart by an invisible force. The mere sight of it sent a chill down everyone's spine. The children are all here. Until Yuqing's reinforcements arrive, we are the last line of defense. Even if it means dying, we must keep this horde of cataclysms out. The Human Academy dean's voice was resolute, clearly prepared for a desperate battle to the death. Looks like us three old codgers will be fighting side by side again, Director Lay chuckled. Though the trio usually schemed against each other and clashed constantly, they knew how to prioritize when the chips were down. Humanity has only one enemy, the cataclysm. Behind them, a group of teachers arrived, key combatants themselves, followed by other warriors. All gathered in the air, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. This was the first time Chubai witnessed the Academy entering true combat mode. Combat-capable class changers formed the vanguard, while those with support and rescue abilities held the rear. Those who had awakened as mechanics were now in position, manipulating their tech-infused mechanical weapons. Fully charged and primed, they stood ready for battle. They're coming. The eerie roars of the monstrous creatures echoed from the distance, signaling their assault. They charged forward like a torrent, intent on tearing everything in their path to shreds. Engage, roared Dean Lay. They launched a preemptive strike against the mutated creatures, determined to keep them outside the Academy grounds. Boom! A thunderous energy blast erupted, and all witnessed a bolt of lightning descend, transforming into a roaring thunder dragon that tore apart several mutated creatures below. Dean Lay swung his thunderstaff, unleashing blazing bolts of lightning. The usually gentle and kind Dean Lay unleashed a power in battle that shocked these young students and made their blood boil. Is this the true power of the Academy head? As an elementalist, his mastery of the elements has truly reached its pinnacle. With a mere wave of his hand, he commands thunder to such an extent. From his vantage point high above, Chubai watched the battle unfold. He saw the monstrous creatures savagely slaughtering everything in their path, their purpose clear: they were coming for the Academy. Could these disaster creatures possess sentience? Chubai speculated. Clearly, the purpose of the calamity descending upon this place was already very clear: to kill these future human class changers. Chubai's gaze shifted to the shattered abyss in the sky, and he suddenly realized perhaps it wasn't the mutated creatures that possessed self-awareness, but the catastrophe itself. Where there was war, there would inevitably be sacrifice. Chubai saw the Bloodlight Academy warriors had fallen, perishing in the fight against the disaster creatures. Yet even in death, they had taken several of the creatures with them. Is this the terrifying enemy humanity faces? Devoid of emotion, incapable of fear, relying solely on its immense power like a colossal beast tearing everything in its path to shreds. Chubai sighed. This was his first true encounter with a cataclysmic creature, yet the warriors on the front lines faced such terrifying foes every single moment. In that moment, Chubai's resolve seemed to harden further. He would grow powerful enough to slay every cataclysmic being, to utterly eradicate the cataclysm. Lightning crackled, shattering a swarm of disaster creatures. This was the power Dean Lay wielded now, having mastered the ultimate thunder element. Yet the next instant, he was targeted by a formidable disaster creature. A colossal mutated creature, 100 meters tall, its flesh as hard as steel, capable of deflecting thunder itself, swung its massive fist toward Dean Lay, instantly engulfing him in combat. Die! Li Qiushui joined the fray, his body drenched in blood. The heavy sword in his grasp radiated immense power. With the gravity attribute bestowed upon him by Chubai, the gravitational force around Li Qiushui was amplified by this field. Some cataclysmic beasts were pinned to the ground by the crushing force, unable to move. Boom! Li Qiushui swung his sword, unleashing colossal force that sent a cataclysmic creature flying before him and shattered others into fragments. But the mutated creatures were simply too numerous, surging forward like an unstoppable tide toward the Academy. Despite Li Qiushui and the others fighting desperately, some still breached the defenses and were about to storm into the inner grounds. We can't let these bastards in. Kill them! The battle cry shook the heavens as the defenders began to withdraw their lines, aiming to slay the mutated creatures attempting to breach the Academy's interior. Yet any shift in the defensive formation allowed the mutated creatures to seize the opportunity, tearing open a gaping breach. Chubai watched this scene silently, the crimson runic light surrounding him growing ever more intense. Behind him, countless figures intertwined and overlapped, manifesting a class-specific phenomenon. Blazing runes gathered around a shadow god diagram, slowly materializing. Boom! A powerful aura surged from Chubai's body. Upon the shadow god scroll, the novel journey to the west unfolded. Flashes of light flickered across the scroll, each representing a deity Chubai could currently summon. As if sensing Chubai's summons, the portraits on the Shadow God scroll began to stir with excitement. It's time! Chubai kept his eyes fixed on the disaster battlefield ahead. He could see the situation unfolding. This calamity was overwhelmingly fierce. Before Yuqing's reinforcements arrived, Dean Lei, Li Qiushui, and the others would likely struggle to hold the line. Without further hesitation, he lightly touched the Shadow God map before him. A mysterious ripple spread out as he summoned the deities to join him on this disaster battlefield and fight alongside him. Amidst dazzling light, the Shadow God diagram's image locked onto a figure, a youth bathed in brilliant flames. Shadow God diagram, manifest. Chubai commanded in a low voice, unleashing his most powerful technique for the very first time. Boom! Flames spread across the heavens and earth. All eyes converged on a figure striding through the void. His black hair stood on end, his gaze piercing. He struck directly at the disaster creatures, hurling the flaming spear in his hand into the heart of the chaos. The spear pierced through countless mutated beings, shattering the source of the calamity and reducing it to ruins. Those mutated creatures caught off guard were incinerated to ashes, while some powerful ones plunged into the abyss, consumed by the flames. Who is that? Is it reinforcements from the Jade Purity sect? Amidst the chaos, the Heavenly Academy's headmaster, currently battling the mutated creatures, shouted loudly, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope. No one knew. The youth in the sky offered no reply. He merely flung the crimson silk coiled around his arm, shooting it straight out to pierce the steel-clad mutated creature, rescuing Dean Lei, who had been overwhelmed. The crimson silk darted across the battlefield, rescuing warriors in peril and pushing back the mutated creature's assault. What immense power! Our reinforcements have arrived. Countless voices erupted in cheers. The youth's entrance was breathtaking, single-handedly turning the tide of battle. What kind of power was this? Only Chubai's eyes burned with fervor, his voice trembling with unmasked excitement as he gazed upon that figure. This is Neza, the great god of the Three Tanxi Assembly, master of the threefold true fire. I implore you, aid me in purging this calamity. Neza, who had descended upon this realm, now revealed disgust toward the calamity in his eyes. He removed the Qianquan ring from his wrist, transforming it into a beam of light that shot toward the battlefield. Chubai knew Neza understood his heart, knew his deepest thoughts. Chapter 15. One man sweeps the battlefield, fire sea burns the heavens. Neza landed on the ground, his wind fire wheels darting across the entire disaster battlefield. At this moment, no matter the strength of the disaster creatures, they were all cleaved in two at the waist. The fallen calamities were incinerated by the three-flame true fire, reduced to ashes and vanishing from the battlefield. Kill! Seeing the tide turn, Dean Lei, overcome with ecstasy, bellowed the final battle cry. Li Qiushui and the others fought fearlessly, covered in blood. Nada, however, was enveloped in flames, much to the disappointment of Dean Lei, who had hoped to see his true face. Elder, thank you for your aid. Dean Lei bellowed at Neza. Neither spoke. Neza alone nearly slaughtered his way through the entire disaster battlefield. The tip of his fire-tipped spear flashed, unleashing a strike that became a streak of light thousands of meters long. It shattered everything in its path, pinning the disaster back near the initial fissure where it had emerged. The source of the calamity lies in that shattered sky and the abyss beneath. Chubai declared. His thoughts were in perfect sync with Neza, who instantly grasped his meaning. The heaven-shaking brocade soared skyward like a crimson dragon, twisting and shifting in the air as it unleashed immense magical power. Under this force, the fractured sky gradually began to mend, leaving not a single crack behind. Beneath their feet, the earth trembled violently. The fiery red magma transformed into black volcanic rock, completely filling the fissures. Nothing but a few evil insects. Neza withdrew the crimson silk and his fire-tipped spear. Amidst the awestruck gazes of countless onlookers, he transformed into a blazing column of flame that shot skyward before vanishing swiftly. Elder! Someone cried out to Neza, but he gave no reply. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The calamity had been vanquished. For the first time, people had resolved such a disaster with such ease. This is unbelievable. Who exactly was that senior? Someone gasped. This calamity struck so suddenly and was so well prepared. Some of those calamity creatures were so powerful that even I might not have stood a chance against them. Yet this senior. Dean Lei was covered in wounds, yet his heart was filled with profound awe. Everyone landed safely on the ground. Thankfully, all losses remained within manageable limits. They had ultimately won this battle. What's going on, old Lei? Could that elder be reinforcements from Yuqing? The Heavenly Academy Dean and the Human Academy Dean arrived simultaneously. I'm afraid not. Dean Lei shook his head, his expression equally bewildered. Possessing such terrifying strength, this elder's professional rank must have reached a level beyond our imagination. Someone with such power would surely be known to the state. After a moment's thought, the Heavenly Academy Dean resolved to inquire about the mysterious figure's true identity. A sea of flames scorched the heavens, yet single-handedly turned the tide. This elder saved us all. Inside the academy, Chubai's face was pale. It turned out that casting such a summoning skill had taken a tremendous toll on him. Thank goodness. The catastrophe has been completely resolved. Shubai breathed a sigh of relief. He had witnessed the entire battle, bearing witness to Neza's decisive intervention. It made his blood boil. Perhaps this was the only thing he truly cared about regarding his homeland. In this strange world, encountering figures from the mythical tales he'd heard since childhood felt like meeting old friends. Suddenly, the air around him warped. He turned around to find Neza hadn't vanished. Instead, he stood behind him, gazing at him. "Hello, Chosen One." Neza spoke in a pleasant, youthful voice, and the murderous aura in his eyes had vanished. "Chosen One?" Shubai frowned in confusion. Was this how Neza addressed him? Then, to Chubai's astonished gaze, Neza clasped his fists in a bow and murmured softly, "Indeed, Chosen One. Why do you call me that?" Shubai couldn't understand. In truth, merely being able to converse face to face with Neza had already sent waves of excitement through his heart. "It is the will of heaven." Neza shook his head, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. He only cautioned Shubai, "The shadow god diagram in your hand connects all realms across the heavens. We can all fight for you, but it drains our own energy. So please act within your limits." Shubai nodded and returned the bow with clasped fists. "I understand." Neza smiled faintly before dissolving into a streak of fiery light that vanished into the heavens. A beam of light seemed to retreat back into the shadow god map. Shubai stared at the map in his hand, his expression complex. "I never imagined I'd one day stand face to face with a hero from the myths I heard as a child." Shubai stowed the shadow god map away. His current strength was still too weak. Fortunately, Neza's power was immense, a single figure capable of sweeping across the entire disaster battlefield in short order. Had the battle continued, the toll on himself would likely have been far greater. Only after confirming no one had witnessed him did Shubai step out of the area. He swiftly located the crowd and blended into it. As if nothing had ever happened. On the horizon, an aged figure watched Shubai below. The old man smiled, then turned and departed. By the time Shubai returned to the crowd, Dean Lei and the others had already returned to the academy. "Children, we have overcome the calamity. But our deepest gratitude must go to the elder who appeared just now and turned the tide." A shared question lingered in the minds of Dean Lei and the other teachers. Who exactly was that mysterious elder? Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, Dean Lei's gaze locked onto Shubai within the crowd. At that very moment, Shubai happened to look over as well. Seeing the puzzled look in Shubai's eyes, Dean Lei quickly averted his gaze. "I must be overthinking this. Though this youngster possesses boundless potential, he hasn't truly come into his own yet." Without pausing to tend to his injuries, Dean Lei swiftly joined the post-war reconstruction efforts. Catastrophe could strike at any moment. Even after a victory, there was no time for respite. "Damn it, how could he suspect me?" Shubai muttered under his breath. He knew exactly what Dean Lei's earlier look meant, but luckily he'd managed to bluff his way out of it. Still, if he told anyone about this, no one would believe him anyway. Boom! Suddenly, a series of piercing whistles split the sky. Shubai looked up to see streaks of light streaking toward them, each radiating an overwhelming aura and extraordinary magical power. "Those are reinforcements from Yuqing. They've finally arrived." The cheers from those around him answered Shubai's lingering doubts. As he observed the disciplined group, each member possessing remarkable strength, he couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for the 5 major factions of present-day China. Is this Yuqing one of the 5 great sects? Chapter 16, The Mysterious Girl of Yuqing and the Dean's Additional Resources. Upon seeing Yuqing's reinforcements arrive, Dean Lei and the other 2 deans hurried forward to greet them. "Deans, we're late. Are you all right?" The middle-aged man leading the group addressed the 3 deans with a grave expression. His tone was anxious, clearly having been deeply concerned about the situation here throughout their journey. He was none other than the leader of the reinforcements dispatched by Yuqing, Feng Longgu. "Mr. Liu, we're unharmed. The disaster battlefield here has been completely eradicated." Dean Lei replied with a sense of relief, feeling a palpable weight lifted after narrowly escaping disaster. "The disaster battlefield has been eliminated too?" Lu Fenggu was stunned. Then, the mechanical apparatus mounted on his back propelled him into the air. He gazed upon the devastated landscape stretching far into the distance. Indeed, the catastrophe has vanished. "What's going on?" "We detected an exceptionally powerful disaster and immediately dispatched reinforcements." Lu Fenggu was astonished. While eliminating the disaster creatures might not be difficult, the real challenge lay in completely eradicating the source of the disaster. As long as the source remained, the disaster creatures would keep appearing. "It's like this." While Dean Lei and the others explained the situation to Feng Lugu and his group, Shubai kept his eyes fixed on the highly technological mechanical device behind Feng Lugu. "Hey, what are you staring at?" Lin Kuang emerged from the crowd and slapped Shubai on the shoulder. "That nano-level mechanical contraption on that senior's back?" Shubai gestured for Lin Kuang to look at Feng Longgu. Lin Kuang's eyes widened. "You're right. That senior Feng Longgu from the 5 great sects Jade Purity sect. He's awakened the superpowered mechanic class." Super-powered mechanic and S-rank profession? Shubai instantly understood. He had heard of the super-powered mechanic profession. The signature weapon of this class was the specialized device strapped to their backs capable of morphing into various forms to handle any unexpected situation. Though flashy in appearance, their offensive power was formidable. Indeed, once an S-rank class matures, it can become a formidable power in its own right. As for SS rank classes, those truly are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Shubai mused. If it were a god-tier profession, its bearer would likely be a figure commanding an entire nation. So that's how it is. Lu Fenggu gasped before continuing, "We'll investigate that elder's identity. A powerhouse like that couldn't possibly be unknown. But there are many powerful individuals who wield fire. They're all in other regions right now. Could it be an unknown powerhouse?" After exchanging further thoughts, the group gradually dispersed. The academy suffered severe damage after this battle, and the annual Tri-Academy tournament was just days away. Such a crucial event could not be postponed. Therefore, everyone must restore the academy to normal order within this short time frame. Did the people from Yuking stay behind too? Shubai asked Lin Kuang beside him. Yes. After all, the Tri-Academy competition is in a few days. Yuqing will need to send representatives to scout for talented students then, so naturally they're staying. Lin Kuang replied casually, then gestured for Chubai to look at a white-robed girl standing not far behind Fenglongu. See that girl? Word is she's Yuqing's special envoy this year, accompanying your group to the Tri-Academy competition. Lin Kuang gave a mysterious smile. Rumor has it she's no ordinary girl. You'd better be careful. Shubai rolled his eyes. Where do you even get these rumors? None of your business. Trade secrets aren't for prying. Lin Kuang waved him off, bidding Shubai farewell. After the great battle, the trainees' lives returned to normal. This was their first real encounter with the cataclysm, and every one of them knew they had to grow stronger. Tonight, I must break through to professional rank 8. Shubai returned to his dormitory. Fortunately, he still had some cultivation stones left over from setting parameters for others yesterday, enough for tonight's training. But just then, someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, Shubai found Dean Lei standing outside. Dean, your injuries. Shubai clearly remembered Dean Lei sustaining significant injuries earlier that day. If he couldn't recover in time, it might jeopardize his pursuit of the 9th tier evolution, currently his most crucial goal. Heh, I'm fine. Shubai, where were you when the calamity erupted today? Were you injured? Dean Lei smiled, then casually inquired. Shubai. Getting straight to the point, huh? When the catastrophe erupted, I was with Lin Kuang, Shubai replied without flinching. Anyway, that brainless Lin Kuang probably wouldn't even remember if I was actually with him. Good to hear. You possess immense potential. Before you truly come into your own, we'll provide ample cultivation resources. Here are 30 gene of cultivation stones and 10 gene of equipment stones. Dean Lei waved his hand generously, placing the abundant cultivation resources into a storage card and handing it to Shubai. This much? Shubai was clearly stunned by Dean Lei's generosity. Yesterday, he'd spent an entire day setting things up for someone else, nearly depleting his own magical energy, and had only earned 30 gene of cultivation stones, and that included the portion Shuekai had transferred to him. Seeing you struggling to earn cultivation stones yesterday, I guess that a specialized profession like yours would require more resources. If you ever need such support, you should always speak directly with the academy. Dean Lei said earnestly, your profession's status gives you every right to make such a request. That kid sure doesn't hold back. My appetite is like a bottomless pit, Dean. You better be careful you can't fill me up. Shubai burst out laughing. He was right. With the boost from his dual god class, his resource needs were several times greater than an ordinary person's, if not more. You certainly talk a big game. With such confidence, you'd better secure a respectable ranking in the 3rd Academy's grand competition. After handing the cultivation stone to Chubai, Dean Lei made no further delay, leaving the cultivation time entirely to Chubai's discretion. Moreover, this visit was also meant to test Chubai. He couldn't shake the feeling that the sudden appearance of that fiery figure wasn't ordinary. For some reason, it reminded him of Chubai. Perhaps it was just his imagination. Oh, and come see me tomorrow. Representatives from Yuking are arriving. They wish to meet promising students from our cohort. Joining Yuking could lead to boundless achievements. You'd better seize this opportunity, kid. After giving one last piece of advice, Dean Lei departed. Yuqing. Shubai simply committed the name to memory before turning away to resume his cultivation. Chapter 17, Ancient Era Professional Skills. The dormitory was saturated with an exceptionally dense spiritual energy. Behind Shubai, the divine manifestations of 2 god-tier professions hovered, ceaselessly absorbing the concentrated essence. Finally, the shackles of his class-level breakthrough were shattered. At that very moment, Shubai truly ascended to class level 8. The equipment stones transformed into rare energy crystals were absorbed by the Sky Dome sword, its blade seeming to grow even more razor-sharp. Phew! The resources required for each level up increase exponentially. Shubai dared not imagine whether continuing his cultivation here would drain the entire academy dry. If I get the chance in the future, maybe I can find a way to acquire some high-grade cultivation stones from the Cataclysm battlefield. Chubai rose to his feet and stretched his limbs. His magical power had fused with his physical form. After achieving a new breakthrough, his condition was now optimized to its peak. First, I'll follow Dean Lei's instructions and meet with the people from Yuking. After that, I must begin studying the Divine Demon Sword technique and the immortal body. Chubai left the dormitory and headed toward Dean Lei's office. Several candidates had already gathered there, including Lin Feng. The two clearly disliked each other and naturally ignored one another. Chubai, you're here. Upon seeing Chubai arrive, Dean Lei addressed the others present. Students, since the time has come, let us depart. This opportunity is quite significant. As you likely know, Yuqing ranks second in strength among the 5 major factions. If you gain their favor, you'll have access to unlimited resources and professional skills. Following that, Chubai and the others were led by Dean Lei to a hidden location situated at the rear mountain of the Earth Academy. There's actually a place like this within the Earth Academy? Chubai looked around curiously. The area was eerily quiet, suggesting few truly knew of its existence. Suddenly, a piercing sound cut through the air. It was Fenglonggu, who had appeared the previous day. Lu Fenggu descended with an ethereal grace, as if a celestial being, landing lightly on the ground. Following behind him was a white-robed maiden, the very one Lin Kuang had specifically instructed Chubai to watch over yesterday. The girl's gaze swept lightly over the surroundings. Her demeanor was otherworldly, serene and elegant, as she quietly followed behind Fenglonggu. Dean Lei, Fenglonggu greeted him with a smile. Dean Lei responded with a smile before turning serious. He addressed Chubai and the others. This is Mr. Fenglonggu, the captain of the strongest operational organization in Yuqing, the Godslayer organization. His professional rank has reached level 105, and he himself is an S-class professional, a super-powered mechanic. His visit to our academy is to select candidates for the new intake into the 5 great factions. Level 105. Such overwhelming power left everyone present utterly stunned. At this level, their professions had undergone 10 evolutions, truly transcending mortality to become godlike. Each evolution brought earth-shattering transformations. It was easy to imagine the terrifying power wielded by a super-powered mechanic who had undergone 10 evolutions on the true disaster battlefields. Here are all the students who have awakened a rank and S-rank professions at our Earth Academy this year, Mr. Liu. Dean Lei introduced to Feng Lu with a smile. Hello, Mr. Liu. I've awakened an A-rank profession, Gunner. A student beside Chubai stepped forward and introduced himself. I awakened an S-class profession, Berserker. Lin Feng stepped forward, his tone tinged with pride. Among those present, he alone possessed a genuine S-rank profession. As for Chubai? That was practically a useless class. Heh, not bad. Among the Jade Purity, there's also a friend who's awakened the Berserker class. He alone can wipe out an entire disaster battlefield. You'd better cultivate diligently so you can contribute to China and indeed all of humanity in the future. Lu Fenggu nodded with satisfaction. S-class professions commanded immense attention wherever they appeared, and this was solely due to their inherent power. Every S-class class that matures possesses world-shattering power. Thus, regardless of the faction, S-class classes become the objects of everyone's recruitment efforts. The class I awakened to is the useless novelist class, Chubai admitted honestly. Everyone. Dean Lei's mouth twitched. For crying out loud, kid, just pick an A rank or S rank anything. This kid's deliberately trying to embarrass me, Dean Lei lamented inwardly. Where exactly is this ability useless? Useless profession? Both Fenglonggu and the girl behind him shot him surprised looks, then turned their skeptical gazes toward Fenglonggu. Heh, Mr. Liu, Chubai's profession is indeed novelist, though it's a bit unique. Lu Fenggu smiled thoughtfully. Anyone selected by Dean Lei to be here certainly isn't practicing an ordinary useless profession. Give it your all in the competition a few days from now. The group responded in unison. This meeting had merely been Feng Lufeng's opportunity to preview this year's most promising students. Having gained a basic understanding, he was the first to depart. The white-clad girl cast a curious glance at Chubai before following closely behind Fenglonggu. Dean Lei couldn't help but glare at Chubai. You brat, what do you mean useless profession? The abilities you've shown, how are they useless? Chubai looked utterly innocent. But it is a useless profession, isn't it? Isn't that what everyone agrees on? Dean Lei. Everyone. After the crowd dispersed, Dean Lei said earnestly, I'll discuss your situation with Mr. Liu. For the next few days, focus on mastering the class skill you acquired yesterday. You must have met that senior practitioner, right? Chubai nodded, his curiosity piqued. I wonder who that senior might be. Dean Lei remained silent, merely shrugging helplessly before departing. Chubai refrained from further inquiry. The old man's identity was shrouded in mystery, and since Dean Lei chose not to elaborate, it would be inappropriate to press him. Still, this place has a pleasant environment. I'll cultivate my professional skill here. Once everyone had departed and silence settled once more, Chubai retrieved the Divine Demon Sword technique manual. He approached this profession skill whose very quality remained unknown to him with palpable reverence. That day, he had merely glanced through it once, yet it had captivated him completely, as if his very soul had been drawn into its pages. I'll see for myself what kind of quality this professional skill truly holds. Shubai reopened the Divine Demon Sword technique and began to absorb its teachings. The knowledge he gained from it sent shockwaves through his heart. This is actually a profession skill from the ancient era? Chapter 18, Guidance from the Mysterious Elder. I never imagined this Divine Demon Sword technique was left behind by a powerful cultivator from ancient times on Blue Star. Shubai exclaimed with delight. Given such an illustrious origin, even without knowing its exact quality, it surely couldn't be subpar. Cultivating the Divine Demon Sword technique carries the peril of divine and demonic energies invading the body, threatening to shatter one's soul. Whoa! Shubai couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Merely cultivating it required facing such immense peril? Shubai channeled his magical power to condense sword energy, revealing his second profession, the God-tier Sword Saint. Instead of summoning the Sky Dome Sword, he channeled his magical power to form his class weapon. Following the teachings of the Divine Demon Sword technique, he wielded the sword with destiny and sought to grasp its essence. Cultivate according to the Divine Demon Sword technique's teachings condense the essence of gods and demons into sword energy, transforming it into pure sword intent. Shubai frowned, utterly perplexed. Yet he knew this Divine Demon Sword art was no ordinary art. Shoo! A sword's hum echoed as the blade in Shubai's hand began to vibrate. He gathered his magical power and circulated it within his body according to the methods described in the Divine Demon Sword technique. This was an uncommon cultivation method. Therefore, even with his God-tier Sword Saint profession, Shubai still felt an odd sensation during cultivation. The might of a God-tier profession wasn't merely reflected in terrifying abilities, but also in its ability to drastically reduce the difficulty of cultivating professional skills. Yet now, facing the Divine Demon Sword technique, Shubai felt utterly powerless. It was as if a barrier stood between him and the technique, preventing him from truly entering the cultivation state. This peculiar state persisted for about half an hour. With yet another failed attempt, Shubai frowned deeply. Strange. I distinctly felt I could grasp some of this sword technique's principles, yet the next moment that sensation vanished. Shubai noticed a faint golden light flickering within the sword formed by his gathered magical power before him. He withdrew his energy, allowing the dark golden light to slowly dissipate. It really isn't that easy to master, after all. Just then, a figure materialized beside Shubai with eerie precision. He had appeared without warning, standing there silently observing Shubai. Elder? Shubai's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the mysterious elder from the skill pavilion? This Divine Demon Sword technique isn't something one masters lightly. The old man stood before Shubai, tilting his head back to down a cup of fiery liquor before speaking with leisurely ease. You know this Divine Demon Sword technique? Shubai sensed something significant in the elder's words and pressed further. I've had my own connection with the Divine Demon Sword technique. However, I never managed to fully integrate it with my own profession. Now that you've obtained it, I can't help but offer a bit of guidance. The old man sat down leisurely beside Shubai, speaking to himself. Hearing this, Shubai confirmed his suspicions but felt even more astonished. Could it be that you, senior, also possess a sword-related profession? Is that why you recognized my second profession? Ha, you're a clever little lad. The old man pondered for a moment before offering his guidance. Do you know what is most crucial in cultivating the Divine Demon Sword technique? Sword intent. Shubai answered. His previous cultivation hadn't been entirely fruitless. He had sensed the essential ability required for cultivating the Divine Demon Sword technique, the ultimate sword intent. Correct. Utmost sword intent, coupled with utmost perseverance. Otherwise, the divine demonic power within will devour your soul. Shubai stood silent for a moment. He dispersed his magical energy, and then, beneath a dazzling sword light, the sky-piercing sword soared through the air, landing firmly in his grasp. What a sword! A gleam seemed to flare in the old man's eyes as he repeatedly praised the Sky Dome sword in Shubai's grasp. Is this your professional weapon? The old man's emotion ran high. Perhaps it was his obsession with swords that made him unable to conceal his excitement upon seeing such a fine blade. Yes. Shubai nodded. He knew the old man before him was no ordinary person, so he felt no need to hide anything. Amidst the blazing crimson light, Shubai held the Sky Dome sword as his own sword intent steadily condensed. Compared to moments before, it had intensified beyond measure. The old man smiled faintly, clearly pleased with Shubai's display. Earlier, you held back too much, failing to wield your true professional weapon. Consequently, your full potential remained unharnessed, making it impossible to cultivate the Divine Demon Sword technique. The elder pointed out Shubai's flaw, and Shubai recognized it too. This was the first time he'd unleashed the Sky Dome sword's true edge, and it was terrifyingly powerful. I know your first profession grants the ability to impose settings upon others. However, if you wish to avoid your sword intent becoming mere flash without substance, do not attempt to impose sword-related settings upon yourself. All matters of the sword path must be cultivated solely through your own practice. The old man rose, downed another mouthful of wine, then swept his sleeves and departed. Shubai gazed in the direction the old man had departed, clasping his fists in salute. The old man's arrival had indeed resolved some of his lingering doubts. Truly, if one harbored reservations, they could never fully unleash the sharp edge of their profession. Boom! Sword intent blazed fiercely, dark golden light swirling around him. Shubai once again sensed the peculiarity of the divine demon sword technique. This was an exceptionally formidable class skill, and its quality was undoubtedly high. The grand competition approaches. Before then, I must complete the first evolution of both professions. Both the immortal body and the divine demon sword technique must reach a level of mastery. Shubai declared in a solemn voice, his magical power surging. Leveraging the novelist profession's traits to bolster his sword saint cultivation, his sword intent grew ever more intense with the aid of the sky dome sword. Boom! A sword slash erupted, transforming into a streak of dark golden light that sliced toward the distant sky. He seemed to see the very fabric of space warping at that point. Phew! So only by unleashing the ultimate sword intent can one cultivate the divine demon sword technique. Shubai exhaled in relief, lying on the ground to recover the magical energy expended moments before. Though he possessed the peerless novelist profession, his cultivation ultimately depended on himself and his secondary profession. After all, he couldn't constantly summon the divine beings from the shadow god diagram, making his own cultivation equally crucial. Yet the old man's earlier guidance had made him realize something. He needn't conceal his class abilities, for he firmly believed he would grow powerful enough to fear no challenge. Continue. After a brief respite, Shubai resumed his cultivation. This time, while practicing the divine demon sword technique, he began circulating his magical energy to cultivate another profession skill he had acquired, the undying body. In the distant sky, the old man gazed at Shubai with a smile, his voice brimming with astonishment. The divine demon sword technique doesn't seem to be backfiring on him. Instead, it appears to have an innate affinity for him. Not bad at all, this youngster. Chapter 19, Dual Class Anomaly Evolution. The white-robed maiden takes notice. Several days later, in a secluded training spot deep in the back mountains. Ever since Shubai discovered this excellent training spot, he had remained here to cultivate. During this time, aside from occasionally visiting the Earth Hall to help others set up configurations and earn some cultivation stones, he had scarcely left this place. Boom! Shubai unleashed a punch toward a mountain peak 100 meters away. The explosive force transformed into a violent gale, causing the mountain to tremble precariously. Peak level 9. Shubai felt immense excitement. Though he had consumed nearly 100 gene of cultivation stones over the past few days. Such a quantity was many times what others would consume to reach this realm. Were it not for the special provisions arranged by Dean Lei, even his supply of cultivation stones might have been insufficient. Fortunately, I still have some final cultivation stones left. The 3 academies competition begins in 3 days. I must complete my first evolution. Behind Shubai, 2 distinct professional phenomena manifested. Now, the phenomenon of his novelist profession that shadow layered with countless overlapping figures also performed cultivation movements, mirroring Shubai's own actions. A profound force slowly surged forth from the surroundings. This was the sign of a profession undergoing evolution. Celestial and terrestrial phenomena. Swish! A figure materialized, none other than the elderly man who had been guiding Shubai's cultivation these past days. Sensing the unusual phenomena around him, the old man couldn't help but exclaim, "What a terrifying class manifestation! What kind of class could this possibly be? No wonder he needs to consume so many cultivation stones. That kid is practically a bottomless pit." The elder landed below, not far from Shubai. He knew that dual-class awakened individuals were truly 1 in a million. No one could fathom what it would look like for 2 professions to undergo simultaneous evolution. Fortunately, Dean Lei and Li Qiushui arrived at that moment. They had originally come to inquire about Shubai's cultivation progress, only to witness this very scene. The old man vanished into thin air, seemingly unwilling to meet Dean Lei and Li Qiushui. After a moment of stunned silence, both men were overjoyed. Shubai was about to complete his first-class evolution. This signaled that his classes would truly begin to show their potential. For all professions, their true power would be established and their developmental path set after this first evolution. That kid. I didn't give him all those cultivation stones for nothing. He hasn't disappointed me, he's actually triggered such an extraordinary phenomenon. Li Qiushui's mood soared. Shubai was undoubtedly the most promising student in this class. Why are you both here? Shubai opened his eyes, gazing at the 2 figures standing before him. Focus. Absolutely no distractions during the profession evolution, Dean Lei said in a deep, solemn voice. Shubai nodded, channeling his own magical power as he began the most critical evolution of his profession's rank. A faint, peculiar pale light similar to the one that had appeared when his profession first awakened once again surfaced on his body. Now, as his novelist profession reached the peak of level 9, that light had taken on a distinct crimson hue. His novelist's aura has changed. Li Qiushui whispered, pointing at the shifting light. Indeed. His profession isn't worthless. It's comparable to a god-tier profession. Dean Lei motioned for Li Qiushui to leave first. Let's go. We need to get out of here. The awakening of a god-tier profession is bound to cause a huge commotion. We need to stay outside and make sure nothing goes wrong here. Understood. Li Qiushui nodded, and the two turned to leave. After they departed, Chubai's aura surged ever more violently. The moment of evolution had arrived. Boom! Light shot skyward, revealing an awe-inspiring phenomenon, the divine tier manifestation of the novelist profession. Amidst countless shifting figures, the shadow god diagram materialized. Chubai seized the shadow god diagram, sensing a profound transformation occurring within its divine patterns. This transformation encompassed Chubai himself, enhancing all his attributes. If the novelist profession possessed a signature weapon, it could only be the shadow god diagram. The shadow god diagram recorded the myriad gods of all heavens and worlds, all of whom Chubai could summon. With this evolution, the images of the gods on the shadow god diagram now bore golden patterns. These golden patterns, resembling runes, spread like golden flames. Chubai focused his mind, and in that instant, he completely broke through to profession level 10 and completed his evolution. The Tao resonated throughout the heavens and earth, stirred by the extraordinary phenomenon summoned by Chubai's novelist profession. Success! Feeling the newfound power, Chubai was overjoyed. The light surrounding his body glowed with an increasingly vivid red. The host may now apply one ultimate setting to themselves. Each class evolution grants one opportunity for an ultimate setting. Yet Chubai's expression remained solemn, showing no trace of joy at gaining this opportunity. His second profession had yet to complete its evolution. A sword beam descended, the heavenly dome sword coalescing before erupting with surging dark gold light. Behind him, an extraordinary vision manifested once more, a towering figure wielding a divine sword. A single strike could shatter sun, moon, and stars, cleaving all living beings. Evolve for me. Chubai focused his mind, and a faint golden glow appeared on his body's surface. This was the immortal body, a mortal grade skill he had acquired, proving quite useful at this stage. His physical form underwent immense fortification, shielding him from the immense power unleashed during his class evolution. Fortunately, Chubai's foundational strength was robust enough that the class evolution posed no problem for him. He only needed to wait for the surging power to subside and the fusion of the two class evolution energies. Then, Chubai would ascend to class level 11. Meanwhile, not far away, the white-robed maiden from Yuking watched the scene unfold, her beautiful eyes filled with utter shock. Chubai possessed two professions. Dual professions? How is that possible? Her voice trembled with disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. How could one person possess two professions? Moreover, judging by the overwhelming spectacle, he must be at least SS King tier, perhaps even SSS God tier. So this is the so-called useless novelist he spoke of? He truly was playing dumb to catch the tiger. I must inform the teacher of this. The white-clad girl was utterly shaken. The scene she witnessed today would likely linger in her mind for a long time to come. A dual-class manifestation? It was utterly astonishing. Throughout all of Huaxia, indeed throughout human history, there had never been a recorded instance of a dual-class awakener. Yet here he was, Chubai, standing before her. Realizing the gravity of this discovery, she turned and left before Chubai could notice her presence. Chapter 20, an SS-rank sword immortal is an ordinary profession? Linger, is what you're saying true? Feng Longgu's face was equally frozen in shock. After all, the story the young girl had just recounted was utterly beyond belief. If word got out, it would shatter everyone's understanding. A dual class? What did that even mean? No wonder Dean Lei kept mentioning these past days that student named Chubai had a special class, not a useless one. Only now did Feng Lugu recall Dean Lei's cryptic remarks from recent days. Coupled with the girl's words, he gradually began to believe it. It seems that student Chubai is truly extraordinary. But Linger, could you have misinterpreted? Dual classes are practically impossible. Perhaps it's just that his class is unique, capable of manifesting two different phenomena? Lu Fenggu pressed further. The idea of dual professions was so outlandish that almost no one would believe it, so he had to be certain. If Chubai truly possessed dual professions, then this trainee was someone Yuqing absolutely must recruit at all costs. Such a prodigy could not be allowed to slip away. Faced with Feng Lugu's question, Xiao Wanling's expression turned hesitant. You're asking me? When she first witnessed Chubai's dual professions capable of shaking the entire world, it all felt utterly surreal. She couldn't confirm it either. Perhaps, as Feng Lufeng suggested, could it merely be a different manifestation of Chubai's extraordinary phenomenon? No need to dwell on it. Whether Chubai is dual class or not, you can personally verify it after the grand competition in 3 days. Lu Fenggu chuckled. Regardless, his profession is no ordinary feat, one capable of triggering an anomaly. Even if he isn't dual profession, we must do everything to recruit him. Understood, Master. Mu Wanling nodded in agreement. The phenomenon gradually subsided. Chubai withdrew the Sky Dome sword, and that heart-stoppingly murderous sword intent retreated back into his body. Truly worthy of the SSS tier Divine Sword Saint profession, this supremely powerful vocation existing only in ancient Chinese records. A mere slash of sword intent is enough to cleave the heavens. Seeing the old man reappear with his usual leisurely demeanor, Chubai couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "May I inquire about your profession, senior?" Merely an ordinary profession, though one might call it the immortal of swords. A hint of melancholy flickered in the old man's eyes, yet the pride in his voice when uttering that name was undeniable. Upon hearing the title, Chubai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. SS King tier profession, Sword Immortal? Chubai had certainly heard of the SS tier profession, Sword Immortal. Such a formidable profession was likely known to all. He never imagined that this old man, who had hidden himself in the ground court's skill hall to preserve the succubus's skills, would possess such a terrifying profession. But seriously, you call this thing an ordinary profession? No wonder you're so familiar with the ways of the sword, senior. Have you also cultivated the divine demon sword technique? The elder nodded and spoke slowly. I have indeed cultivated the divine demon sword technique, though I only reached the threshold. I nearly succumbed to the corruption of that divine demonic power, which threatened to shatter my soul. That is why, upon seeing you practice the divine demon sword technique, I wish to offer guidance. With this technique, you must hold nothing back, even the slightest reservation risks backlash. Chubai committed the elder's words to memory. Indeed, when he first practiced the divine demon sword technique, his own hesitations had nearly led to backlash. Fortunately, the old man had intervened in time. Young man, thank you for your guidance, senior. Chubai bowed respectfully. You're quite an interesting youngster. The 3-courtyard competition should begin in 3 days. Do your best. After it ends, come back here. This old man has spent his life with the sword and has some insights I can pass on to you. The old man waved his hand, then vanished from the spot in that same eerily unpredictable manner. His formidable strength and professional rank must have reached a level that the current Chubai could only look up to. The future of human civilization still rests in your hands. Seeing the old man depart, Chubai lingered no longer. With only 3 days left until the grand tournament of the 3 academies, his task now was to solidify every aspect of his abilities. More crucially, he needed to refine the only 2 professional skills he currently possessed: Divine Demon Sword Technique and Immortal Body. Of course, he also possessed 2 innate talents: Author Realm Mastery and Sword Domain. Chubai, has your profession evolution been completed? Chubai, having departed the premises, encountered Dean Lei and Li Qiushui waiting outside. Chubai nodded and smiled. Indeed, it has evolved, and I've gained a brand new evolved skill. However, I'm still unsure of its exact capabilities and need to test it. Hearing his affirmative answer, Dean Lei and Li Qiushui both wore expressions of relief. Li Qiushui then handed Chubai another storage card, explaining, this contains some rare energy crystals and equipment stones. As promised earlier, the Academy will provide you with abundant resources for cultivation. Now that your class rank has risen, your class weapon must keep pace. Take these. Chubai accepted them without hesitation, replying, in that case, I'm truly grateful to the dean and my homeroom teacher. The Tri-Academy competition in 3 days rests on your shoulders, Chubai. We know you have a grudge against Lin Feng, but during the competition, you must set aside personal feuds. After all, this is a contest between our Earth Academy and the other 2 academies. Dean Lei's earnest reminder met with a shrug from Chubai, who replied with a hint of resignation, Dean, they're the ones who think my profession is useless. Dean Lei. Li Qiushui. You're really going to hold on to this, aren't you? After bidding farewell to Dean Lei and Li Qiushui, Chubai was about to head back to his dorm for some rest when he spotted the white-clad girl from earlier approaching him. She came to a stop before him and called out his name. Chubai, it's nice to meet you. I'm Xia Wanling. Her voice was serene and refined as she extended her slender, fair hand toward Chubai. Miss Xia, hello. What brings you here? Chubai recognized Xia Wanling. He was equally intrigued by this mysterious girl from the Jade Purity sect. Lin Kuang had once reminded him that each year, the 5 great organizations would send one representative to participate in the Tri-Academy competition. Now he realized Xia Wanling must be one of them. But why would she seek him out? That seems to be Miss Xia Wanling from Yuqing. Her teacher is that Mr. Feng Luku, right? What's her relationship with Chubai? She never talks to others easily. Students nearby who noticed the exchange all wore expressions of surprise. After this Tri-Academy tournament concludes, would you be interested in joining our Yuqing? Xia Wanling cut straight to the purpose of her visit. Chapter 21, Battling Xia Wanling, Unique Array Pattern Attacks. After the 3 academies competition concludes, would you like to join our Yuqing? Xia Wanling's crisp voice cut through the air. Her simple statement instantly plunged the surroundings into a deathly silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Could it be that the direct disciple of Feng Longgu, the captain of the Godslayer organization within the Yuqing sect, one of the 5 great powers, and a peerless master at the 105th professional level, was actually inviting Chubai to join Yuqing? Wasn't this blatant favoritism? All eyes instantly converged on them. Chubai looked at Xia Wanling before him and asked curiously, Miss Xia, the 3 academies competition hasn't even started yet. If I get eliminated midway, would you still let me join Jade Purity? Seeing Chubai's calm smile, Xia Wanling didn't refute him. Yet, a blazing light suddenly flared within her beautiful eyes. That light, like colored glass, transformed into a unique formation within her pupils as a powerful surge of magical energy erupted. Fire Spirit Array. Xiao Wanling murmured as intricate array patterns coalesced in her palm, accompanied by a surge of intense heat. A crimson flame formation materialized beneath Chu Bai's feet. Sensing the threat, his expression shifted slightly as he stepped back swiftly. Boom! The ground shattered as the flame array, formed from condensed magical power, surged upward. The intense heat warped the air around them. An array attack? Could those array patterns in her hand be her professional weapon? Chu Bai retreated beyond the range of the fire spirit array, frowning as he asked, Miss Xia, this way of greeting someone is rather unique, isn't it? Just a normal sparring session. Xiao Wanling chuckled lightly. Then, the array patterns in her hands shifted. The previous fire spirit array vanished swiftly, only to coalesce anew in the next instant. This assault proved even more perplexing, summoning flames from all directions that surged toward Chu Bai. Though the dense and powerful flame array attack seemed overwhelming, it also contained openings to dodge. Chu Bai unleashed his utmost speed, leaving trails of afterimages as he weaved through Xiao Wanling's assault. Boom! After evading Xiao Wanling's fire spirit array assault, Chu Bai landed beside the girl. He then gathered magical power in his hand and lunged towards Xiao Wanling. Seeing this, Xiao Wanling gave a sly smile as lightning suddenly flashed around her. Heavenly Thunder Array. The Heavenly Thunder Array, which had spread unnoticed, now descended upon Chu Bai. This time, instead of fiery assaults, overwhelming thunderous power surged from the formation. Like writhing dragons, it coiled toward Chu Bai, seeking to bind him. Chu Bai had no choice but to shift his form while simultaneously unleashing his internal magic power. A faint golden light emerged from his body's surface. Facing the hurtling thunderbolts, Chu Bai unleashed a punch. The fierce collision of their attacks sent a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. Good heavens! Chu Bai is actually holding his own against Miss Xia in direct combat. I heard from the dean that Miss Xia's profession level has already reached level 15. Could it be that Chu Bai's profession has also reached such a level? But didn't he awaken as a novelist profession? Could it be a mutated novelist class? A regular, useless novelist class shouldn't be able to cultivate at all. The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. Due to Xiao Wanling and Chu Bai's confrontation, nearby trainees quickly scattered to avoid collateral damage. What a unique array attack technique. Is she testing my strength? In that instant, Chu Bai had already unleashed his mortal tier class skill, Immortal Body. Even just Immortal Body had greatly enhanced Chu Bai's physical strength, yet the collision still caused his arm to tremble slightly. Xiao Wanling's higher profession level exerted a suppressing effect on him. Chu Bai grew increasingly serious. Before the dust had settled, his figure blurred as he instantly charged dozens of meters forward, simultaneously channeling his magical power into a long sword. Sword energy condensed from magic, and Chu Bai swung it, unleashing a blade of energy. The sword intent surrounding him grew ever more intense. Whoosh! The sword light swept through the air, and Chu Bai's figure became incredibly ethereal, submerged by the sword intent. Flames and thunder surged forth once more. Xiao Wanling had simultaneously activated two formations, one in front and one behind, nearly cutting off all retreat routes for Chu Bai. But Chu Bai never intended to retreat. A sword strike erupted. Dark golden light compressed at an incredible speed, coalescing into a faint sword energy. Seemingly calm, it compressed the surrounding air, gathering immense power before shooting straight forward. Crack! The dark gold sword energy pierced the flame array patterns ahead. Instead of triggering the expected explosion, it silently penetrated the flame formation, shattering it completely. What? Xiao Wanling gasped in shock. Her formation had been shattered so effortlessly? She raised her jade-like hand, attempting to reconstitute the array patterns. But in that instant, Chu Bai materialized beside her, clamping down on her slender wrist. Under his overwhelming strength, she couldn't resist at all. She truly excelled at formation attacks, but in close combat, she was clearly no match for Chu Bai. When did you appear? Xiao Wanling was stunned by Chu Bai's speed and the earlier strike that had pierced through her formation. Can we call it quits here, Miss Xia? Chu Bai spoke calmly. Seeing Xiao Wanling cease her attacks, he finally released his grip. Observing Xiao Wanling's once fair wrist now swollen and red from his excessive grip, Chu Bai remarked, "My apologies, Miss Xia. I exerted myself too forcefully." "I don't believe such strength would be eliminated," Xiao Wanling chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned about her swollen wrist. Only then did the surrounding dust and smoke fully dissipate, revealing the two once more before the crowd. "Ha? Why did you stop? Did you decide a winner?" someone asked in confusion. Clearly, the outcome of this duel remained unknown to the crowd, but that no longer mattered. There are still many strong contenders. Who can say for sure who will be eliminated? Chu Bai turned to leave, his voice reaching Xiao Wanling's ear. "Miss Xia, perhaps we'll meet again someday." Watching Chu Bai depart, Xiao Wanling turned and floated gracefully into the air. Glancing at her swollen wrist, she murmured under her breath, "He really hit hard." Xiao Wanling's strength is indeed formidable. Her professional rank might already be at level 15. Under equal conditions, she could be called a prodigy. Returning to his dormitory, Shubai reflected on the battle that had just unfolded, from which he had also gained some valuable experience. Xiao Wanling's class must be S rank or higher. No wonder she became the disciple of the Slayer God Organization's captain. She didn't use her full strength, she was merely testing my power. Lying on his bed, Shubai pondered, unable to make sense of it. But that doesn't add up. Could she have discovered my dual professions? Chapter 22, Ultimate Setting, Holy Physique. The grand competition begins. After a brief rest, Shubai rose as blazing crimson light surged from him. He activated his novelist profession. Having completed a martial soul evolution, he now gained the opportunity for a brand new ultimate setting. Ultimate setting, Holy Physique. Perfects one's constitution, impervious to all attacks. Upon full development, pure physical might alone can crush the sun, moon, and stars. After applying this new ultimate setting, Shubai remained in his dormitory. His physical form underwent further enhancement, his flesh and blood undergoing a metamorphosis, while his innate power became even more solidified. The final 2 days perfect myself completely. Shubai murmured. With the annual Tri-Academy competition approaching, the Transcendence Academy buzzed with unprecedented excitement that day. All disciples gathered together, awaiting the most thrilling spectacle. Huff. Shubai emerged from his cultivation state, his strength now firmly stabilized at the peak of level 11 in his profession. His divine demon sword technique and immortal body had both advanced slightly, becoming more refined and proficient. Even his newly acquired sacred body constitution felt familiar now, as he had grown accustomed to this fresh power. He was now in peak condition. He stepped into the center of the roaring crowd. Figures descended from the sky, led by the deans of the 3 colleges. Following them were several powerful instructors. On the vast platform, 5 distinct sections were reserved for the 5 major factions. Yu Qing, Feng Luogu, Xiao Wanling, and the others, who had arrived earlier, were seated within one of them. Boom! Suddenly, a series of piercing whistles erupted from the distant horizon. Instantly, figures streaked toward the stage. The 4 leading figures radiated overwhelming power. One of them, with a roar that seemed to echo like 10,000 beasts behind him, landed first in the air. He smiled at Feng Longu, Dean Lei, and the others. Ha, looks like I'm not late after all. Lu Fenggu rose to his feet and laughed heartily at the newcomers. Wang Tianxiong, you rascal, your strength has improved again, hasn't it? At present, it seems I'm slightly stronger than you. Wang Tianxiong nodded to the crowd, then led his group to take seats at the Qiankuan position, one of the 5 major organizations. Following Qiankuan, representatives from the Lingxiao, Xianyuan, and Wuzhen factions arrived one after another. Gazing at the powerful figures from the 5 great organizations, the youths below the stage wore expressions of awe. At this moment, their yearning for strength and their admiration for the 5 great factions reached its peak. So these are the members of the 5 major factions? They truly are top-tier powerhouses. There are already 5 individuals above the 100th level of their professions. Shubai marveled. Across all of Huaxia, those above level 100 were the absolute pinnacle of power. They were the very pillars of strength, the strongest pillars of power in all of China. Hey, Shubai, are you ready? Lin Kuang emerged from the crowd. His condition had improved significantly over the past few days. After all, participating in the 3 academies competition as a pursuer representing the Earth Academy was something he had long anticipated. Moreover, if he performed well, this could also be his second chance to join one of the 5 great powers. I heard you got into a fight with that Jade Purity cultivator, Xiao Wanling, the other day. So, who won? Lin Kuan grinned mischievously as he leaned in. It was a draw, Shubai replied. Neither he nor Xiao Wanling had fought at full strength in that battle. How could anyone say for certain who had won? I don't buy it. You're just bragging. That Xiao Wanling awakened her profession on the same day as you, and now her profession level has reached 15. And do you even know what her profession is? Hearing this, Shubai finally perked up with interest. What? SS Tier King Class Profession, Spirit Array Master. Shubai's heart stirred at the mention, SS Tier King Class Profession, Spirit Array Master. So that S the ultimate profession. In the records of Huaxia, Spirit Array Masters seem to be an extremely rare profession, capable of perfectly executing every powerful spirit array currently documented. And their signature weapon is the array patterns engraved upon their very bodies. His gaze drifted toward the platform where Xiao Wanling stood. Their eyes met briefly before Shubai looked away. So, among the other 4 major factions, there are also 4 geniuses like Xiao Wanling who will participate in the Tri-Academy competition as special representatives, correct? Lin Kuang nodded. Exactly. So once the Tri-Academy tournament begins, you'd better be careful. We'll be randomly teleported to different locations. If we happen to meet up, I could team up with you, but that space is unpredictable and treacherous. Stay vigilant at all times. After offering a few more words of caution, Lin Kuang departed first. After all, as the designated pursuer for this event, he clearly couldn't enter the 3 academies competition space alongside a participant like Chu Bai. As the crowd below gradually quieted, Dean Lei and the other 2 deans rose to address the assembly. Students, the Tri-Academy competition is about to commence. We will now transport you into a space created by ancient masters. There, you must rely solely on your own abilities. Whether you choose to fight alone or cooperate with others, strive to reach the finish line while evading pursuit. We will equip you with life-preserving devices to ensure none of you perish from unforeseen accidents. With that, Feng Longu, seated at the Jade Purity position, rose slowly. With a sweeping gesture of his large hand, he unleashed his super mechanic class ability. Instantly, beams of light, like shooting stars, landed in the hands of everyone present. Chu Bai examined the peculiar mechanical device in his hand, understanding its purpose. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder they say the super-powered mechanic profession is incredibly powerful. Beyond its ultimate control and destructive force on the battlefield, it can also create such life-saving mechanical devices. Such a profession is truly formidable. At that moment, the combined magical power of the group erupted, quietly creating a spatial fissure that transformed into an mysterious spatial portal. Go, children! At the command, students from the 3 academies clad in the uniforms of Heaven, Earth, and Human academies rushed forward, each employing their unique methods to enter the ancient space. Chu Bai shifted his feet and followed the flow into the ancient space. At this very moment, the long-awaited competition among the 3 academies finally commenced. Whether they could seize the top spot here and earn qualification to join the 5 great organizations hinged entirely on this single endeavor. Master, I'm going too. On the platform, Xiao Wanling rose, bowed to Feng Longu, then gracefully stepped into the air and entered the ancient space. Following her, 4 other figures joined Xiao Wanling, entering the space and gradually fading from sight. Chapter 23, Breakthrough in Professional Rank. Reuniting with Xiao Wanling. I wonder how Chu Bai will perform in this. Did you hear about his battle with that girl Xiao Wanling a couple days ago? On the high platform, Dean Lei asked Li Qiushui beside him with a grave expression. After all, Chu Bai's abilities were unique, and no one knew how he would perform in the 3 academies' grand competition. They could only observe the situation inside through special means, and only the final rankings would determine whether one could enter the 5 great organizations. Heh, I heard the outcome of that battle. They say even that girl Xiao Wanling couldn't suppress Chu Bai. That kid might be hiding something. Li Qiushui, Chu Bai's homeroom teacher, appeared much more relaxed. He had great confidence in Chu Bai. Given his unique abilities, even though the novelist profession itself lacked combat power, Chu Bai might very well be able to design combat capabilities for himself using his insane setting abilities. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see the results. Within the ancient battlefield, Chu Bai arrived in this unfamiliar space alongside the others. Everything here seemed indistinguishable from the outside world. Chu Bai understood the rules. The ultimate destination lay somewhere within this space. Reaching it would secure victory in this grand competition. But clearly, it wouldn't be that simple. Let's familiarize ourselves with this place first, Chu Bai said, beginning to scan the surroundings for any clues that might appear. The sound of combat echoed from the distance. It seemed others had encountered each other and clashed almost immediately. The existence of this ancient space is truly peculiar. What kind of power did that ancient predecessor possess to leave behind such a completely independent realm? Chu Bai ascended to a high vantage point where he could glimpse the distant horizon. Below lay a vast, boundless continent, complete with a fully intact ecological system. Even an ecological chain seemed to exist here. Chu Bai spotted numerous small animals and birds circled in the sky. Did this space function like this before it was opened? Chu Bai couldn't help but marvel. It was hard to fathom the immense power required to sustain such a feat. After surveying the surroundings for a moment and confirming there were no other threats, Chu Bai began to consider his next move. Before the 3 academies competition had begun, Dean Lei had briefed everyone. This competition lasts a month. Why not use this time to find a place to break through in cultivation? My profession level has already reached the peak of level 11, just one step away from level 12. A month was no short period for Chu Bai. Here, challenges awaited at every turn, demanding greater certainty. Moreover, since this is a space left behind from ancient times, who knows what opportunities might lie hidden within? Chu Bai couldn't help but think of the geniuses from the 5 major organizations, including Xiao Wanling. Why invite the 5 great organizations to participate in what was clearly a competition among the 3 great academies? Calling it training seemed like a stretch. Half a day passed. While other trainees scrambled to find the final destination, Chu Bai stumbled upon a hidden valley. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, a tranquil lake lay at its heart. This place teemed with life, fish darting through the water. Such rich celestial energy here. Cultivating in this place will surely accelerate my professional magical power. Chu Bai's heart surged with delight. Cultivating here, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, would undoubtedly help him break through his current limits. Only 10 gene of cultivation stones remain. I wonder if it will be enough to break through to the 12th level. Shubai retrieved the final 10 gene of cultivation stones from his storage card, then transformed them into potent cosmic energy to refine his own magical power. As Chubai entered his cultivation state, his magical power began to slowly increase. Yet, the already remarkably swift absorption rate experienced a further surge within this valley. This peculiar sensation caught Chubai's attention. The density of the celestial and terrestrial chi here seemed entirely unnatural. Something existed here that caused this unique environment. Shubai settled into a cross-legged position, regulating the flow of energy within his body as he neared the threshold of a breakthrough. Finally, as his cultivation continued into the night, the surrounding energies began to converge into his body, forming a peculiar vortex above his head. Success! Shubai's aura surged with newfound power as he ascended to the 12th rank of his profession. The moon hung high in the night sky. Shubai looked up at the luminous orb suspended in the darkness, his expression filled with utter astonishment. How had this space been created? It even contained the alternation of day and night, complete with a bright moon and countless stars. Could it be that this moon and these stars were also condensed by the power of that ancient powerhouse? This world truly holds many wonders. I must grow stronger to uncover these secrets. Shubai rose to his feet, only to suddenly sense a presence materializing nearby. He looked over and saw a white-robed girl walking slowly toward him under the moonlight. Upon seeing Shubai, a hint of surprise flashed across her cold, composed face. "It's you?" Xiao Wanling spoke. "We meet again, Miss Xia." Shubai nodded with a faint smile, though inwardly he felt something was off. Could Xiao Wanling have been following him? Why had he run into her again? "You came here to cultivate?" Xiao Wanling's seemingly casual question made Shubai sense she was probing him. Why is she so fixated on this place? Could something be hidden here? Shubai remained impassive, responding calmly. "After reaching my peak cultivation level, I sought a breakthrough opportunity here. Could it be that Miss Xia shares the same idea?" Xiao Wanling froze for a moment before offering a faint smile. "I was merely passing through. As a special candidate from one of the 5 great organizations, did you come here merely to wander aimlessly?" Shubai countered without mercy, his tone laced with provocation. Xiao Wanling didn't argue with Shubai. Instead, she calmly walked up to him. The turbulent aura still swirling around Shubai hadn't subsided yet, clear signs of a recent breakthrough. Realizing this, Xiao Wanling breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least he's telling the truth. Xiao Wanling parted her crimson lips, about to speak, when both her and Shubai's expressions abruptly changed. From the dark forest beside them, a colossal beast lunged toward them, claws raised in a deadly attack. Chapter 24, Setting, all attributes doubled. Watch out. Shubai instinctively grabbed Xiao Wanling's wrist, then channeled magical power into his feet, swiftly pulling her backward. By the skin of their teeth, they evaded the beast's attack. Only after retreating dozens of meters did the moonlight reveal the creature's true form. What a huge bear! Shubai's pupils contracted. Standing upright, this bear was likely over 20 meters tall. Bulging muscles radiated a powerful aura of magic. This was clearly no ordinary bear, it was a mutated, magic-wielding beast. "Thank you." Xiao Wanling gently freed her wrist from Chubai's still gripping hand. Staring at the bear ahead, she addressed Chubai. "My teacher mentioned that within this space, there exist some creatures mutated by the unique environment here. This bear must have absorbed the dense spiritual energy around it, mutating itself and greatly increasing its killing instinct, seeing us as enemies." Shubai watched the giant bear closing in step by step, gathering magical power in his hands, ready to strike at any moment. The bear's gaze kept darting toward the depths of the valley. Even if it was just a fleeting reaction, Shubai still caught it. It must be guarding something here. Shubai now understood the bear's purpose. It was likely that very thing that had caused such a profound mutation in this creature. Roar! In the next instant, the bear charged at the two once more. Its razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, tearing through the night with a piercing whistle, their icy glint flashing under the starlit sky. Shubai sidestepped the attack, then channeled his magical power into his fist, striking at the bear's vulnerable arm. With a thunderous thud, Shubai felt as though he'd struck solid steel, sent reeling backward. Seizing the moment while he hung in midair, the bear spun swiftly and brought down a claw. Immortal Body! Shubai swiftly activated his class skill. Golden light surged, causing his chi and blood to surge to their peak. Shubai unleashed overwhelming physical strength, delivering another punch. The two collided head-on, neither gaining the upper hand as they both staggered back. Such immense physical strength. What class is he? Xiao Wanling watched the battle unfold, noting that Chubai's strength seemed far greater than when they had clashed days before. Even the giant bear's steel-like physique was met head-on by Chubai's punch, yet he held his own without faltering. Fire Spirit Array. Array patterns flickered in Xiao Wanling's hands as she swiftly deployed the Fire Spirit Array beneath the giant bear's feet. Blazing flames surged upward, enveloping the beast. Yet suddenly, a fierce wind swept around the bear. It knew to extinguish fire with wind. Its massive claws swung relentlessly, tearing open a gap in the Fire Spirit Array. Boom! The massive form showed no clumsiness whatsoever. Instead, it soared into the air with astonishing speed, swiping a claw at Xiao Wanling. Seeing this, Xiao Wanling's lips curved into a smile. A special formation surged beneath her feet, instantly teleporting her dozens of meters away. She swiftly deployed a thunder array. Heavenly Thunder Array. The earlier flames had not been entirely useless. The giant bear's fur was singed black, yet its formidable physique granted partial immunity to the flames. But now, the brutal heavenly thunder struck it, causing excruciating pain. Thunder attacks were often far more terrifying than flames. Did she just use a special formation to instantly shift her position? Her mastery of formations is truly exceptional. Even though she's not skilled in close combat, she can compensate for her weaknesses with her own abilities. Chu Bai analyzed. His combat power surged now, the earlier clash having caused him no injury. His intention was merely to test Xiao Wanling's true strength. As his profession level rose, his mythic tier profession, Novelist, had clearly unlocked the ability to apply entirely new attribute enhancements, a brand new evolutionary skill he had acquired. Previously, he could only adjust basic attributes or elements such as boosting strength by a certain percentage, or amplifying gravity or thunder. But now, he possessed a new power of configuration. That was the power to set special abilities such as immunity to magic for 1 minute, or doubling all attributes for 1 minute. These special abilities came with time restrictions, serving as a form of constraint on the professional themselves. Setting, all attributes doubled for 1 minute. With the new setting activated, Chu Bai's aura instantly surged to overwhelming power. He had no intention of merely watching from the sidelines. He knew this colossal bear guarded something significant. As for Xiao Wanling, he harbored no ill will toward her. Thus, he chose to intervene. The instant the giant bear was about to strike Xiao Wanling, he materialized in a flash, unleashing a fist pack with colossal force that even caused the surrounding air to shatter with a piercing crack. Boom! The collision between Chu Bai and the bear's fist generated a shockwave powerful enough to topple surrounding trees. This time, the bear let out a mournful howl and staggered back in pain. "Are you okay?" Chu Bai asked Xiao Wanling behind him. That giant bear was incredibly powerful. How did you manage to drive it back? Xiao Wanling was astonished by Chu Bai's formidable strength, which clearly exceeded what a level 12 profession should possess. Perhaps Chu Bai had unleashed his class skill. Chu Bai smiled but offered no explanation. He had only 1 minute, such abilities couldn't be sustained. As a true man, for just 1 minute, he had to seize the moment. "Cover me from the side," Chu Bai instructed Xiao Wanling before bursting forward like a blur. His combat technique was refined. Facing the giant bear's seemingly frenzied yet chaotic and unpredictable attacks, Chu Bai parried them with ease. His strength now matched the giant bear's, so he faced the head-on collision without fear. A single punch tore through the air, stirring up a whirlwind. Simultaneously, magical energy coalesced in Chu Bai's hand, forming a long sword of unparalleled sharpness that sliced away a chunk of flesh from the giant bear. As thunderlight surged, Xiao Wanling activated her heavenly thunder array, interrupting the giant bear's assault. Seizing the moment, Chu Bai thrust his sword toward the bear's heart. Boom! The bear's eyes blazed crimson as it roared in fury. Its overwhelming aura sent Chu Bai reeling backward. Then, with blinding speed, its palm slammed into Chu Bai's shoulder. Were it not for his divine body constitution and immortal body, that single blow alone would have been enough to reduce half of Chu Bai's body to a pool of bloody pulp. Even so, Chu Bai suffered severe injuries. Using this self-inflicted pain as fuel, he thrust his sword deep into the giant bear's chest. The bear let out an agonized roar, its massive form trembling as it staggered backward. Seizing the moment, Chu Bai swung his fist at the bear once more. Xiao Wanling's attack arrived simultaneously. Extreme cold surged beneath the bear's feet, her third formation, the Ice Radiance Array. Chapter 25, The Appearance of High-Grade Cultivation Stones. Two traveled together. The bear's legs froze solid within the Ice Glow Array, immobilizing it. Seizing the moment, Chu Bai channeled his magical power into a sword, piercing the beast's chest clean through. Whoa! The bear breathed its last with reluctance. Chu Bai's aura, which had surged to double its normal strength, returned to steady. Regaining his composure, he looked toward Xiao Wanling, who was watching him from a distance. "Now you can tell me what you came here searching for, right?" Chu Bai asked with a smile. "I can tell you, but first, tell me what your professional ability is." Xiao Wanling didn't deny that opportunities existed here, for she knew she couldn't deceive Chu Bai. Since that was the case, why not try to coax some information out of him? She had only heard from Feng Longu that Chu Bai's profession was that of a universally recognized useless profession, a novelist. But calling combat power this formidable a useless profession? Merely a few survival tricks, nothing special. Why does Miss Xia care so much about my profession? Could it be you think I'm some rare genius? Chu Bai smiled faintly, shamelessly tooting his own horn. You sure know how to sell yourself. Xiao Wanling sighed, deciding against further argument. Instead, she addressed Chu Bai. I followed the dense spiritual energy here. That giant bear earlier must have been guarding something. So you mean this unique environment exists because of that thing, making it such an exceptional place for cultivation? Shubai's suspicions were confirmed, and he couldn't help but feel intrigued. With such an opportunity, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Why don't we join forces and share the opportunity? Xiao Wanling extended the invitation to Chubai. After a moment's thought, Chubai readily agreed. This valley truly is an excellent place for cultivation. If we could stay here long term, it wouldn't be bad at all. Chubai and Xiao Wanling walked through the valley, searching for the spot where the celestial and terrestrial qi was most concentrated. A peculiar mechanical device resembling a compass appeared in Xiao Wanling's hand, guiding her to the spots where the celestial energy was most potent. Is this also a device created by the superpowered mechanic profession? This only deepened Chubai's curiosity about the superpowered mechanic profession. Not only could they create the life-saving talismans they carried, but they could also produce such a compass device. What a formidable profession, Chubai marveled. In this world, perhaps when professions are developed to their utmost potential, they all possess formidable power. This is a tracking device my teacher gave me. I can sense objects with concentrated spiritual energy. Xiao Wanling explained. As they conversed, they halted before a peculiar cave entrance. The air here felt oppressively heavy, and a thick, foul stench assaulted their senses. This very stench was what Chubai and Xiao Wanling had smelled on that bear earlier. It stinks. Chubai covered his nose, mustering his magical power to barely withstand the stench. Xiao Wanling was equally affected, her tightly furrowed brow betraying her irritation at the overwhelming stench. This must be the bear's den. After a moment's thought, Chubai decided to enter and investigate. Let's go. Chubai led the way, with Xiao Wanling following close behind. Fortunately, the foul stench didn't linger too long. Only when they reached the deepest part of the cave did they truly begin to explore. Here, besides traces left by the giant bear, they discovered a stone radiating a crimson glow. The crimson energy gradually dissolved into the air, becoming transparent as it transformed into dense spiritual energy. This is a high-grade cultivation stone? The two exchanged glances. Here, they discovered a full 10 high-grade cultivation stones. Such rare items, typically only found on disaster battlefields, contain spiritual energy countless times denser than ordinary cultivation stones. Such treasures were coveted by every class changer. Even a single high-grade cultivation stone was equivalent to hundreds, or even thousands, of pounds of ordinary cultivation stones. Especially for someone like Chubai, currently at the level of a dozen or so in his profession, a single high-grade cultivation stone could provide immense assistance. 10, a full 10 pieces. Xiao Wanling gasped, unable to contain her astonishment. All class changers cultivated by absorbing celestial energy from cultivation stones, drawing it from the natural environment, or through high-grade cultivation stones. Chubai channeled his magical power into a sword-like beam, which swept out and swept all 10 high-grade cultivation stones into his grasp. He then set aside 5 and handed them to Xiao Wanling. I should have never brought this guy alone. Xiao Wanling suddenly felt a pang of regret. 5 high-grade cultivation stones just like that, even she felt a twinge of pain at parting with them. Miss Xia, it was a pleasure doing business. Chubai laughed heartily. 5 high-grade cultivation stones were no small fortune. If word of this windfall reached others, it would surely attract envy from countless rivals. Xiao Wanling knew she likely wouldn't get all the high-grade cultivation stones. Unable to hold back, she retorted, "You're getting the better of the deal and still acting all high and mighty. What do you mean? Didn't I contribute to taking down that giant bear earlier? It seems like you were the one standing by assisting, right?" Chubai retorted, leaving Xiao Wanling momentarily speechless. The two quickly left the cave, the stench becoming utterly unbearable. Once safely outside, they headed toward the valley's exit. Chubai had no intention of absorbing the high-grade cultivation stones just yet. The environment here was far from absolutely safe, not to mention the ever-present threat of pursuers from the Heavenly Academy and Earth Academy. "What are your plans now?" Xiao Wanling suddenly asked. "Naturally, to seek out the endpoint and search for as many opportunities as possible." "Why? Are you joining me?" Chubai glanced at Xiao Wanling. He was aware of her mysterious nature, and having someone like her by his side could be both a blessing and a curse. Not a bad idea. Xiao Wanling chuckled softly before striding naturally alongside Chubai. She had entered the 3 courts competition as a special representative of the 5 great organizations. On one hand, it was to gain first-hand experience and scout exceptionally talented trainees for the organizations. On the other hand, she was naturally here to temper herself. Therefore, whether she followed someone or reached the finish line wasn't particularly important. "Then stick with me. Just don't stab me in the back, I can't handle setbacks," Chubai remarked casually, his tone relaxed. Xiao Wanling. Boom! At that moment, several figures blocked their path ahead. "Chubai, we found you." Shuaikai stood amidst the crowd, his gaze fixed on Chubai with palpable hostility. Chapter 26, Summoning. The Thunder God's Omen. Spotting Shuaikai, Chubai's expression darkened. "What? Young Master Shuai can't take a beating and needs to take it out on others?" Struck at his weak spot, Shuaikai's mouth twitched, the shadow in his eyes deepening. Shubai, I let you win that last time by sheer luck. But in this space, you stand no chance against me. Shuai was accompanied by a group of men, all uniformly dressed in the Heavenly Academy's robes. Among them, one figure stood out distinctly, his aura and attire differing from Shuai's group. Clearly, he was this year's Heavenly Academy pursuer. So you're Chubai the genius who awakened a worthless class? The man beside Shuai spoke with palpable scorn and hostility. Shubai, naturally unwilling to let the other off lightly, shot back without mercy, and you're the genius who got eliminated last year, only to return this year as a pursuer to show off your strength? Struck at his weak spot, the man visibly flared with anger, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I'm Shuai's older brother, Shuebang. You've disgraced my brother. Don't even think about achieving anything worthwhile in the 3 Academies tournament this time. Boom! Shuebang unleashed his formidable professional magic, intent on crushing Shubai. His class level has reached 31, and he's completed 3 evolutions. Are you really up for this? Xiao Wanling's melodious voice drifted over from the side. He's just a washed-up competitor eliminated in the last tournament. What's there to fear? Shubai laughed. His current class level was 12, nearly 20 levels below Shuebang's. Shubai, you're arrogant. My brother doesn't even need to step and I'll take care of you myself. Shuai held nothing back this time, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. His professional level had surged to level 14. Seeing Shubai remain silent, Shuai assumed he was intimidated, feeling supremely smug. Shubai, I've awakened an SS King tier sorcerer class. How could your worthless class compare? Last time was just luck on your part. Do you really think you stand a chance this time? Shuai summoned his class weapon. Streams of magical light coalesced, raining down upon Shubai from the sky. Shubai flickered, dodging Shuai's attack. He then unleashed his ultimate speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. Magic power gathered in his hands. Within a single breath, the distance between him and Shuai had closed to less than 10 meters. Impressive speed. Shuai was startled and immediately channeled magic to defend himself. Boom! Shubai's fist, packed with immense power, shattered Shuai's defenses. He swiftly shifted his attack, slamming a palm into Shuai's arm. Shuai grunted, his entire arm trembling violently. Shubai, you are destined to be defeated by me. Unwilling to suffer this humiliation, the sorcerer behind Shuai erupted in dazzling light as he summoned his class phenomenon. All professions above S rank possessed a professional phenomenon. Summoning this phenomenon into battle was one of the combat methods available to class changers. Maintaining a professional vision typically consumed vast amounts of mana and stamina, making it a last resort for most. The sorcerer's manifestation materialized as a colossal figure, wielding a magic staff. With each sweeping motion, it stirred the very winds and clouds of heaven and earth with arcane power. The appearance of the sorcerer's vision drew the attention of everyone within several miles. Faced with this awe-inspiring manifestation, all trainees paled with shock. They knew this could only mean someone had unleashed their class-specific manifestation, a sign of immense power. Instinctively, they all moved away from this direction, trying their best not to provoke these geniuses. For most trainees, their sole goal was simply to reach the finish line. Shubai, summon your manifestation. Face me in battle. Shuai roared with laughter. This was an SS King tier profession's aura in his eyes, it represented invincibility. How could Shubai possibly be his match? Not far away, Xiao Wanling blinked her lively eyes. She knew Chubai possessed a class vision, she had witnessed it that day. What she truly wanted to confirm was whether Chubai genuinely possessed dual professions. Chubai smiled. Then, behind him, a profession vision shrouded in overpowering thunder manifested. The novelist profession's power isn't just about setting and summoning, it's about freely determining my profession's aura. Chubai silently affirmed in his mind, which is why he didn't summon the same novelist he had used against Lin Feng earlier. Instead, he summoned the aura of a randomly selected deity drawn from the Shadow God's painting. And the one he summoned now was none other than the Thunder God from Journey to the West. The Thunder God's manifestation appeared, unleashing an endless downpour of thunderbolts. Such an overwhelmingly domineering manifestation appeared, its aura alone causing Shuai's manifestation to tremble. What kind of manifestation is this? Didn't he awaken the useless novelist class? Shuai's expression darkened, utterly baffled as to why the novelist's class vision manifested as a figure enveloped in thunderous energy. This is... Shuaiban watched the scene unfold, sensing the overwhelming power of Chubai's manifestation. Perhaps Shuai truly wasn't his match. Interesting. I never expected the Earth Academy to produce such a prodigy this year. Looks like I'll have to eliminate him shortly. Shuebang had already made up his mind. The Heaven, Earth, and Human courts were inherently adversaries, and as a pursuer, eliminating competitors from the other two courts was simply his duty. What kind of phenomenon is this? How is it different from the one I saw last time? Xiao Wanling stared in disbelief. This aura, enveloped in a domineering thunder, was completely different from the two she had accidentally witnessed before. Impossible. He can't possibly possess 3 professions. The only explanation is that his profession can alter the characteristics of his phenomenon. Xiao Wanling was almost certain of her conclusion. It seemed Shubai didn't possess dual professions at all. Instead, he had a profession that could alter the characteristics of his profession's aura. Phew! Xiao Wanling exhaled in relief. At least for now, she believed Shubai wasn't truly dual-classed. After all, that would be impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. Shuai-kai, you're no match for me, Shubai declared loudly. Then, the phenomenon behind him stirred. Thunderbolts rained down from the sky, striking the sorcerer's aura. The two auras collided fiercely in midair. Yet no matter how the sorcerer channeled his spells, each time they touched the thunder unleashed by the thunder god, they shattered instantly without exception. Ha! What a worthless upstart! Thunder god roared with laughter, his lightning surging like a sea, overwhelming in its might. Impossible! This can't be! Shuai-kai's face drained of color. His king-tier profession aura was being crushed from the very start? Chapter 27, Companion Spirit Beast, Shilin? Slain. Rolling thunder relentlessly pushed back Shuai-kai's summoned manifestation. The thunder god was notoriously hot-tempered, and even in his manifestation form, he remained overwhelmingly powerful, more than enough to crush Shuai-kai. What kind of class did this guy awaken? How could he possess such a powerful manifestation? Shuai-kai's heart pounded in terror. Could it be that Shubai had also awakened an SS-tier king class profession? But why did everyone call it a worthless class? If he's a useless class, then what am I? Boom! With a single strike, the summoned sorcerer staggered backward, his form growing increasingly ethereal. Shubai struck again. A thunder god descended from the sky, delivering a crushing blow that pierced the sorcerer's body with rolling thunderbolts. This battle of supernatural phenomena came to an end at that very moment. Shuai-kai refused to believe he had lost so easily. His eyes went blank as he stood frozen in place. This can't be possible. The Heavenly Academy disciples were equally stunned. Earlier, if Shubai had defeated Shuai-kai, they might have attributed it to luck. But now that both had summoned their own supernatural phenomena, could it still be called luck? The vision Shubai had awakened was anything but a useless class. The thunder god vision behind Shubai slowly faded away. Then, still radiating overwhelming dominance, he addressed Shuai-bang. So, big brother, are you still going to make your move? You're arrogant, Shuai-bang replied confidently, but I won't let you pass the 3 academies competition. He possessed absolute confidence in crushing Shubai. After all, with his level 31 class rank, the history of the Tri-Academy tournament held almost no precedent of a pursuer being defeated instead. Are you the tournament judge? Do I need your permission? Shubai condensed his magic into a sword, dark golden sword energy swirling around it. He actually took the initiative to attack Shuai-bang. The crowd gasped. How could Shubai be so audacious? With his mere level 12 profession, he dared to challenge Shuai-bang, a level 31 powerhouse. He actually... Xiao Wanling smiled. Yuqing is precisely lacking someone like Shubai. It seems we need to invite him to join Yuqing. She understood that even if Shubai didn't possess dual professions, the potential he just displayed equated to an SS-tier masterclass. Such a gifted talent would inevitably be sought after by all sides. Therefore, she kept a close watch on the battle, eager to see if Shubai had any undiscovered abilities yet to be revealed. Shubai, I'll make you understand the gap between us. Shuai-bang roared, and suddenly, a colossal beast stepped forth behind him. Its form was unmistakable, bearing the distinctive features of multiple creatures. Everyone instantly recognized it as the legendary divine beast of Huaxia, the Qilin. Qilin? What kind of profession is that? Shubai frowned, puzzled. S-rank class, beast master. This is my companion spirit beast, the Qilin. Shuai-bang answered confidently, his self-assurance prompting him to openly reveal his class and companion spirit beast. Shubai. As expected, Shuai-kai's talent surpasses Shuai-bang's. Though Shuai-bang is a year older, he was eliminated in last year's Tri-Academy tournament. If they were the same age, Shuai-kai's strength might far exceed Shuai-bang's. Shubai had heard of the Beastmaster profession. Though classified as an S-rank profession, its reputation among the masses rivaled that of an SS-rank profession. This was because beast tamers manifested their companion spirit beasts upon awakening. Beyond their companion spirit beast, as their class level evolves and advances, transmuters may also tame additional spirit beasts. Shubai understood this fully, yet his hands never paused. He swung his sword, dark gold sword chi swirling as it flew toward Shuai-bang from all manner of angles. Facing Shubai's assault, Shuai-bang commanded the Qilin to charge forward and engage Shubai in combat. The two clashed instantly, and the Qilin's attack was formidable. Its claws swung down, and every hair on its body erupted with a powerful surge of magical energy. Boom! Shubai was sent flying by the Qilin's claw strike. The immense force behind the blow made his arm tremble. Truly worthy of a level 31 professional summoning. Shubai stared at the Qilin radiating crystal and light ahead, his expression growing grave. Need my help? Xiao Wanling's voice drifted over. Shubai glanced over to find her smiling lightly, looking thoroughly amused by the spectacle. Miss Xia is being so kind? After all, you weren't willing to share that high-grade cultivation stone with me earlier. Shubai shot back. Xiao Wanling, seriously, do you have to hold a grudge like that? I suppose I could help you, but you have to promise to join Yuqing after the competition. Seeing Xiao Wanling so eager to recruit him into Jade Purity, Chu Bai began to piece things together. Perhaps Xiao Wanling really had uncovered some secret. It was highly likely that Xiao Wanling had witnessed his dual-class evolution. Among the 5 major organizations, I'll naturally choose the one that suits me best. If Miss Xia invites me like this, others might say I'm cutting corners. Chu Bai laughed heartily, dissipating the magical sword in his hand and instead gathering an even more terrifying, icy sword chi. His aura feels different. Xiao Wanling's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. She distinctly sensed that Chu Bai's aura had changed. The sword energy swirling around him grew increasingly intense, fierce, and overwhelmingly powerful. In the next instant, a slightly worn-looking black longsword materialized in Chu Bai's hand. Calling it a sword was generous. It resembled little more than a piece of iron shaped like a blade, for its appearance was truly pitiful. A broken sword? You think that can defeat my companion spirit beast? Xuebang dismissed the notion, assuming Chu Bai was merely throwing caution to the wind. I've heard that the horn of a qilin is a natural elixir that aids cultivation. Today, I intend to acquire one. Chu Bai held Tianxiong, its faintly emanating power causing the surrounding space to freeze solid. Roar! As the qilin charged once more, Chu Bai swung his sword with sudden ferocity. The strike erupted in blazing sword light, nearly slicing through the very air itself, its piercing ring echoing through the void. Put! A spray of blood shot skyward. All that followed was a wail of agony as the qilin let out a piercing scream. The horn on its head, radiating a crystalline glow, was cleaved clean off. Chu Bai caught the horn in his hand, laughing heartily. Thanks for letting me taste the flavor of a qilin's horn. You! Xuebang spat out a mouthful of blood. With his companion spirit beast gravely wounded, he too suffered injury. His eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, "Impossible! How could you possibly possess such power?" Chu Bai scoffed. What he wielded was the Sky Dome Sword. As his true professional weapon, forged entirely from rare energy crystals and imbued with the essence of slaughter, severing the qilin's horn was effortless. Chapter 28, Absorbing the qilin horn, the ancient secret treasure emerges. Chu Bai, you! Xuebang's eyes blazed crimson. Witnessing the qilin horn severed, he was truly consumed by murderous intent. Just as he was about to strike again without regard for consequences, Lin Kuang charged forward, wielding his blood-red greatsword with overwhelming force. Xuebang, you can't touch my Earth Academy brothers yet. Lin Kuang raised his blade, ready to settle things with Xuebang. Lin Kuang, he got here so fast. Xuebang cursed under his breath, then swiftly led his men away from the scene. With Lin Kuang's arrival, there was no chance for him to harm Chu Bai. Lin Kuang's own strength had already reached the 29th professional level, perhaps even stepping into the 30th level. There was little to be gained here. Are you okay? Lin Kuang's sudden appearance had intimidated Xuebang and his men. Only after the others had departed did he turn his concerned gaze toward Chu Bai. However, the latter's demeanor clearly showed he needed no such worry. I'm fine. In fact, I gained something unexpected. Chu Bai weighed the crystalline glowing qilin horn in his hand. It contains surging spiritual energy, a potent aid for his cultivation. Holy crap, that's a qilin horn. You're something else, kid. Lin Kuang gave Chu Bai a thumbs up. Absorbing this thing will at least bump your level up by 1. Yeah, I'll find a chance to absorb it. Chu Bai nodded. Seeing Lin Kuang appear, the 3 of them left the area together, heading toward their destination. Chu Bai, why are you traveling with Xiao Wanling? Lin Kuang noticed the calm Xiao Wanling beside them and couldn't help but feel curious. This prodigious young woman from Yuqing was actually traveling with Chu Bai? We just ran into each other. It's convenient since we're going the same way. Chu Bai offered a half-hearted explanation, but Lin Kuang clearly didn't buy it. The trio left the valley behind and headed toward the finish line of this 3 academies competition. Along the way, they encountered numerous other students, but no conflicts erupted, making the journey relatively peaceful. Taking advantage of the travel time, Chu Bai absorbed a high-grade cultivation stone and refined the qilin horn. With this surge of power conversion, his profession level surged to the peak of level 13. Chu Bai felt helpless about this result, which wasn't a significant improvement. Breaking through to a god-tier profession inherently demanded far greater resources. Not to mention that he possessed a mythic-tier profession, a god-tier profession. For an ordinary person, a single high-grade cultivation stone combined with a qilin horn would be sufficient to leap from level 12 to level 15. Lin Kuang, as a pursuer, do you know of any other information here? Chu Bai asked Lin Kuang beside him. For everyone here in this ancient space, reaching the endpoint might not be the most crucial thing. With a full month granted to them, it should be more than ample time. Therefore, how to seize more opportunities was what everyone should be concerned about. There is one. And I've noticed that the other 4 special slot contestants, aside from Miss Xia, have already rushed over. Lin Kuang deliberately pointed at Xiao Wanling as he said this. Xiao Wanling froze, a flicker of confusion lighting her eyes. What could possibly draw all 4 of them there? She turned to Lin Kuang. Tell me all about it. Lin Kuang was more than willing to share such news. The three rested where they stood, and Lin Kuang began to recount the story slowly. It turns out that within this ancient battlefield, a long-lost ancient treasure trove has surfaced, one that hasn't been seen in over a century. Lin Kuang revealed the source of the information. This revelation piqued both Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling's interest. An ancient treasure trove? Xiao Wanling, in particular, showed a noticeable change in expression. She was eager to confirm, is it true? Of course it's true. But the ancient treasure vault can't be opened. And since I noticed Chu Bai hasn't shown up at all, I came looking for you first. Lin Kuang laughed heartily, his carefree demeanor leaving Chu Bai both amused and exasperated. If there's a great opportunity inside, you'll miss out. Lin Kuang shrugged indifferently at the remark, it doesn't matter. I came here to temper myself anyway. Even if I can't join one of the 5 great organizations, I'll just become a lone cultivator. Chu Bai. This guy really did have a way of looking on the bright side. While Chu Bai and Lin Kuang bantered, Xiao Wanling's heart was anything but calm. The ancient treasure trove the 5 great organizations have been tracking all this time, it's surfacing this year. Perfect. Xiao Wanling snapped back to reality, her eyes burning as she fixed them on Lin Kuang. Do you still remember the location of that ancient treasure trove? You know that place? Chu Bai asked. Xiao Wanling nodded. I've heard some related matters. Chu Bai didn't press further. Coming from Yuqing, Xiao Wanling naturally knew many things they didn't. So the three set off quickly. After a day of travel, they finally arrived at the location where the ancient treasure had appeared. A large crowd had already gathered here, a veritable gathering of the elite. The arrival of Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling naturally drew the attention of some Earth Academy students. Isn't that Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling? I knew there was something special between them. Look, they're traveling together. Does that mean Xiao Wanling will help our Earth Academy? What are you thinking? The special quotas from the 5 great organizations are for their own factions. They never aid any of the 3 academies. Ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Chu Bai and his 2 companions walked forward. Xiao Wanling's arrival also caught the attention of 4 figures in the sky, the other 4 prodigies of this year's 5 great organizations, besides Xiao Wanling herself. They exchanged glances and nodded to each other in silent understanding. However, there wasn't much interaction between them, which made sense since they weren't particularly familiar with each other. You weren't close with them? Chu Bai's voice came from the side. Not really. Xiao Wanling pursed her lips helplessly. Indeed, she didn't know them at all. She scanned the gathering of nearly all the participating trainees, doubt creeping into her mind. The ancient treasure trove, could it truly be here? Chu Bai's gaze slowly settled on the figures standing at the very front, all of them pursuers. Indeed, there were members from the Heavenly Academy, the Earthly Academy, and the Human Academy. Only Lin Kuang, among the pursuers, stood alongside their own trainees, a starkly jarring sight. What ancient treasure could possibly make this group abandon their rivalries, waiting here solely for an opportunity? Chu Bai sensed something was amiss. Something feels off. Chu Bai murmured, catching Xiao Wanling's attention. Everyone has gathered here, yet the ancient treasure remains unseen. If someone wanted to eliminate trainees now, this would be the moment they'd choose. Chapter 29, The Bull Demon King's Anomaly, Crushing All in Its Path. Are you suggesting this is a plot orchestrated by either the Heavenly Academy or the Human Academy? Lin Kuang's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, with everyone gathered here, this was clearly the prime opportunity to eliminate more trainees. I see no signs of the ancient treasure manifesting. Be cautious. You and I should step back for now. Chu Bai and Lin Kuang exchanged a glance before silently slipping away from the crowd. In a flash, they landed at a distance. You're just overly suspicious, kid. Lin Kuang teased, though he clearly trusted Chu Bai. Xue Bang is just one of this year's pursuers from the Heavenly Academy. There are 3 others with comparable strength. Your suspicion that they're setting a trap isn't entirely unfounded. Lin Kuang began to calmly analyze the situation. But then they noticed that Xiao Wanling hadn't followed them. Where's Xiao Wanling? Lin Kuang scanned the surroundings. Could she still be among the crowd? She was only traveling with me temporarily. But given her intelligence, if something truly was amiss, she would have left already. No need to worry. Chu Bai gestured for Lin Kuang to relax. As the crowd grew denser, whispers about the ancient treasure trove multiplied. People gathered, hoping to gain some benefit from it. Yet they completely overlooked. The pursuers were almost all here. It's not just the trainees of this session who are fighting, the pursuers are at it too. Lin Kuang surveyed the current situation, understanding everything. It seemed someone was truly about to make their move. Chu Bai, is your novelist profession truly that formidable? You actually severed Xue Bang's Qilin horn earlier? Lin Kuang lay nearby, asking casually. Only he could remain so relaxed in such a situation. I only saw talent and hard work, Chu Bai replied solemnly. Lin Kuang was speechless. After a moment of silence, Lin Kuang suddenly perked up. By the way, which organization do you plan to join? Asking that now, how should I answer? Shu Bai chuckled. Perhaps. Yu Qing. Oh? For Xiao Wanling? Lin Kuang stared at Shu Bai with a look of pure curiosity. Shu Bai shot him a glare before murmuring softly, it's simply because Yu Qing commands the central region of present-day China. The capital's location holds immense significance. It's also a place where calamities frequently strike. For China, the capital is as vital as the throat. That's why I want to protect this place. Lin Kuang nodded thoughtfully, his voice tinged with wistfulness. Ah, if only I had the chance to join Yu Qing too. Boom! As the two chatted idly, powerful magical fluctuations suddenly rippled from the distance. Shu Bai glanced up to see an extraordinary phenomenon manifesting in the sky. It was a colossal divine beast, radiating brilliant light at Qilin. Damn it, a Qilin omen. Xue Beng has truly made his move. Those bastards at the Heavenly Academy set this trap specifically to target the earthly and human academies. Lin Kuang cursed furiously. But that wasn't all. After Xue Beng summoned his Qilin professional phenomenon, another phenomenon descended, a colossal mechanical battlesuit standing 100 meters tall, equipped with cutting-edge futuristic weapons. That bastard is also one of the Heaven Academy pursuers. He's an S-rank mechanical armor master. Among the Heaven Academy pursuers, only he and Xue Beng possess special manifestations. Lin explained through gritted teeth, his anger palpable. He witnessed the Earth Academy and Human Academy contestants fighting desperately. Shu Bai remained silent, then a blazing light ignited within his pupils. The Shadow God diagram materialized, landing in his hand. Shu Bai, what are you doing? Lin Kuang was startled. He had never seen Shu Bai pull out the Shadow God diagram before. Naturally, to break these fellows' scheme. Shu Bai sneered coldly. He wouldn't let these fellows have their way, nor would he stand idly by. If that happened, the Earth Academy's ranking this year would likely be. After all, as a member of the Earth Court, even if he alone reached the finish line, it wouldn't count as a true victory. Thus, the Shadow God diagram erupted in a swirling blaze of light. A flash of radiance shot forth, and a figure materialized. Boom! A supernatural phenomenon descended from the heavens, a divine ox. The divine ox, engulfed in flames, roared furiously as it descended from the heavens. The Novelist class phenomenon Shu Bai summoned this time was none other than the Bull Demon King, as recorded in Journey to the West. The Bull Demon King revealed his true form, stunning everyone present the moment he appeared, including Xue Beng and the others from the Celestial Academy. What is that? Whose phenomenon? Xue Beng roared, yet he failed to locate the source. At this moment, the Earth Academy and Human Academy contestants had united to jointly oppose the Heaven Academy members. Such a chaotic battlefield was a rare sight indeed. Shu Bai's summoned profession anomaly had clearly broken the deadlock. Moo! The Bull Demon King bellowed. The sheer force of his roar alone caused Xue Beng's summoned Qilin vision to kneel trembling on the ground. Boom! The divine ox then charged forward, obliterating everything in its path with awe-inspiring might. Two of the Heavenly Academy pursuers' manifestations were instantly shattered, leaving both men gravely wounded. Seizing the opportunity, the Earth and Human Academy contestants tore through the Heavenly Academy's encirclement. In the process, Heaven Academy also suffered casualties. Shu Bai's sudden intervention had disrupted their plans and even cost them their own men. Awesome! Lin Kuang roared with laughter. He excitedly slapped Shu Bai on the shoulder. Damn, you're something else. That's your professional phenomenon? That's awesome. Shu Bai smiled. It was indeed impressive. Those Heaven Academy bastards are reaping what they sowed. They're in for a rough ride now they've pissed off everyone. Lin Kuang was in high spirits. Shu Bai swiftly retracted his professional vision, leaving no one aware it was his doing. The crowd had no clue where this divine ox had come from. And how could this divine ox be so powerful? It had instantly shattered the manifestations of 2S-rank professionals. Countless people were stunned, yet none knew who had struck. Lin Kuang, look over there. Shu Bai suddenly called out to Lin Kuang, gesturing for him to look in a certain direction. Where the Bull Demon King's manifestation had previously descended, its brutal, overbearing charge had shattered a mountain peak ahead. Now, a concealed entrance slowly revealed itself. The ancient hidden treasure might be real, and the entrance could be right there. A smile touched Shu Bai's lips. Exchanging a glance with Lin Kuang beside him, the two charged toward the newly revealed entrance without hesitation. Ha 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 ha. This ancient treasure trove is a once-in-a-century find. No matter what anyone says, I'm going to see it for myself. Chapter 30, Ancient Stone Gate, Unique Array Patterns. Shu Bai and Lin Kuang swiftly approached the suddenly appearing mysterious entrance. Throughout this process, no one noticed them. Earlier, the earth-shattering manifestation of the Ox Demon King summoned by Shu Bai had not only shattered the meticulously laid trap by the Heavenly Academy group but also caused everyone nearby to flee the area swiftly. Thus, there was no way to track their movements. Shu Bai, is this place truly an ancient hidden treasure? Lin Kuang asked, still uneasy. After all, in a space like this, anything could appear, and dangers lurked everywhere. Even with their life-saving talismans, triggering that contraption would mean instant elimination from the three academies' competition. Thus, no one dared to activate it. Haven't you noticed? Shubai suddenly asked. What? Lin Kuang frowned in confusion. After confirming no one was nearby, Shubai explained, earlier, when Xiao Wanling heard about the ancient treasure trove, her expression clearly changed. So I suspect that the 5 of them, including Xiao Wanling, are here specifically to search for the ancient treasure. Lin Kuang furrowed his brow, seemingly searching for a counter-argument. But he couldn't find any. So you're saying, the reason the 5 major organizations send people here every year is to search for the ancient treasure? Lin Kuang exclaimed in astonishment. If that were the case, just how precious was this ancient treasure? And why didn't the 5 great organizations send powerful individuals to enter? Perhaps. I'm just curious why they don't send their strongest members to search for these ancient treasures. Shubai shrugged helplessly. It was all just his speculation. Soon, he and Lin Kuang arrived at the entrance. This was clearly a hidden cave. The moment they stepped inside, their feet gave way, and they plummeted downward. Holy! Lin Kuang's voice echoed through the already cramped space. Only when they felt solid ground beneath them again did they come to their senses. They seemed to have fallen into an even deeper space. Shubai scanned the surroundings' utter darkness, not even a single source of light to be found. With no other choice, Shubai released his magical energy, relying on its crystalline glow to bring some light. Lin Kuang did the same. Guided by the faint glow, they made out their surroundings. This was clearly a cavern. And lo and behold, towering before them stood a colossal stone gate, dozens of meters wide, radiating an aura of ancient grandeur. This, holy crap! Lin Kuang stared dumbly at the monumental stone gate. Though covered in moss, its profound sense of age and mystery was overwhelming. Looks like we've come to the right place. Shubai smiled too. This at least proved that the so-called ancient hidden treasure was very likely real. But how are we supposed to open a gate this massive? We can't just force it open, can we? Lin Kuang stepped forward and tentatively touched the stone door with his hand. It was incredibly smooth. For the 2 of them, even if they wanted to use brute force to push it open, they couldn't find a single point to apply leverage. You actually want to destroy such an ancient relic? Shubai eyed Lin Kuang strangely before beginning to search the area for any switches that might open the stone door. After pondering for a moment, they came up empty-handed. Lin Kuang let out a long sigh and flopped onto the ground. There's absolutely no switch to be found on this thing. Shubai also felt a sense of helplessness indeed. There was no switch to be found that could open the stone door. Could it be we really have to resort to brute force? Just as Shubai was about to attempt forcing the stone door open, a figure suddenly appeared from behind and called out to him. Wait! A slender figure clad in white glided gracefully through the darkness. Landing beside Shubai, she cautioned, this kind of stone door can't be forced open. Shubai froze upon seeing Xiao Wanling. Could it be that she had been following them all along? Noticing Chubai's expression, Xiao Wanling understood immediately and explained, after sensing something was amiss earlier, I left this place. When I returned later, I discovered this entrance. I didn't expect you to get here first. Xiao Wanling smiled naturally, completely unfazed by Chubai's gaze. She continued, my teacher told me that stone doors like this have a special way of opening. What do you mean? Shubai asked. Xiao Wanling shot Shubai a glance, her tone tinged with playful mischief. Why should I tell you? Shubai was speechless for a moment before explaining the specific mission that had brought Xiao Wanling and her group here. The reason the 5 great organizations send a special representative each year to participate in the Tri-Academy competition is likely to search for ancient treasures hidden within this ancient battlefield, right? Xiao Wanling felt quite surprised inside, curious how Chubai had deduced all this. Yet outwardly, she maintained her playful, smug demeanor, offering no response to Chubai's questioning. Step aside. My master said those who find the ancient treasures are destined to do so. Xiao Wanling gestured for Chubai and Lin Kuang to step back. Immediately, she activated her profession. Special array patterns appeared in her palms. Under her control, the patterns merged into the ground beneath her feet. Soon, unique beams of light emerged, intertwining to form a special array. Boom! The stone door finally shifted, successfully activated. Wow, so this stone door required an array to open? Lin Kuang exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Chubai, however, was deeply intrigued by Xiao Wanling's array patterns. He instinctively asked, if one isn't proficient in array formations, would coming here be pointless? Indeed. Stone doors in ancient spaces like this require specific array patterns to open. Forcing your way through would only destroy everything inside. As the stone door slowly swung open, an unknown passageway appeared before the trio. Even Xiao Wanling's beautiful eyes flashed with anticipation. This was an ancient treasure trove from the primordial era who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity within. Let's go. I'll bring up the rear. Lin Kuang volunteered to take the rear guard position, while Chubai and Xiao Wanling led the way. The place was filled with darkness, but thankfully, it seemed devoid of other creatures. Otherwise, it would have been truly terrifying. I'm curious, since your teacher knew about this ancient treasure trove, why didn't he send stronger individuals to search for it? Chubai turned to Xiao Wanling, voicing his question. Xiao Wanling paused, her tone tinged with resignation as she explained, "Do you think my master and the others haven't tried? In truth, the ancient treasure has existed for tens of thousands of years, waiting only for those destined to find it." Chapter 31, an ancient treasure related to the way of the sword? Merely waiting for the destined one? So that means the 5 great organizations have come here before, even entered it, yet still found nothing, is that right? Shu Bai grasped Xiao Wanling's implication. This only deepened his curiosity. What kind of ancient treasure could possibly elude even the strongest members of the 5 great organizations? Exactly. Xiao Wanling paused for a moment before continuing, "You're correct. The 5 annual slots allocated to the 5 great organizations are indeed for the purpose of searching for this ancient treasure. Their sole purpose is to find the true destined one." Only then did Chu Bai and Lin Kuang realize this was the true intent behind the 5 great organizations. "But why did you all pretend to know nothing about the ancient treasure before?" Lin Kuang asked. Xiao Wanling's beautiful eyes flickered, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Because we genuinely didn't know. The location of the ancient treasure within this primordial battlefield constantly shifts. Its position this year differs from last year's, and sometimes it doesn't appear at all." Shu Bai mused thoughtfully, "Seems we got lucky. Now you understand why I brought you along." Xiao Wanling gave a light snort and continued walking ahead. "Because if fate isn't on our side, even if we come, we won't get anything, right?" Shu Bai chuckled, teasing Xiao Wanling, "So, Miss Xia, are you confident you'll be the one destined to find it?" Xiao Wanling fell silent, offering no reply. Of course she had no confidence. Countless prodigies from the 5 great organizations had entered its halls throughout the ages, yet none had ever gained anything. Could she possibly be the one? The 3 continued forward. This space held no danger, and they seemed to have grown accustomed to the surrounding darkness. "It feels like we've been going down the whole time?" Shu Bai sensed the subtly shifting center. Though they appeared to be moving forward, they were actually descending. And this is a circular staircase. The surrounding darkness has blurred our senses. Xiao Wanling, leading the way, spoke up. Her voice was pleasant, serene, and elegant. Echoing through this pitch-black space, it offered Chu Bai and Lin Kuang a peculiar psychological comfort. "Something's wrong. Where's that water sound coming from?" Lin Kuang keenly detected the sound of flowing water beneath them. The trio quickened their pace. Until the space before them suddenly opened up, and then, on the stone walls surrounding them, a peculiar glow began to appear. These stones, are they luminescent stones? Bathed in the glow, they finally made out the scene before them. Yet what captured their attention was a black coffin floating in the center of a pool below. "We found it! This is the mysterious black coffin my teacher told me about!" Xiao Wanling exclaimed excitedly. She instinctively tried to step forward, but Shu Bai grabbed her arm. Shu Bai pulled Xiao Wanling's hand, dragging her back. Before Xiao Wanling could react with embarrassment or annoyance, Shu Bai released her hand and pointed toward the liquid in the pond. "Be careful. This liquid is off. It resembles mercury, yet it carries peculiar magical fluctuations." Shu Bai was utterly speechless. She was supposed to be a prodigy from one of the 5 great organizations. How could she lack even basic caution? "There's only one path forward. Let's proceed one at a time," Shu Bai declared. He then stepped aside, allowing Xiao Wanling to lead the way. It wasn't that he wanted Xiao Wanling to take the risk, but because reaching this place was only possible thanks to Xiao Wanling's help. If any opportunity truly existed, Xiao Wanling being first was only natural. Besides, it had been said before, fortune favors the chosen. Given that, the order of precedence held no significance. The trio soon arrived before the coffin. Xiao Wanling took a deep breath, bit her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the coffin. "Is this how we awaken the coffin?" Shu Bai watched the scene unfold. Lin Kuang, however, grew visibly uneasy. "Hey, Shu Bai, there aren't going to be any zombies or undead creatures inside, are there?" Shu Bai. Xiao Wanling. "Bro, it's the age of universal class change now. Even if a zombie did appear, wouldn't you just smash it?" Shu Bai couldn't help but interject with a sarcastic retort. "Ah. Ha. Makes sense." Lin Kuang gave an awkward laugh, but at that very moment, the surroundings suddenly trembled. Then, the coffin before them reacted, beginning to shake violently. "It's reacting?" Shu Bai watched the coffin's transformation, noticing a faint black light surging within it. This was the initial sign of activation. A hint of delight flashed across Xiao Wanling's lovely face as she channeled her professional magic, reaching out to touch the dark light. The black light fell silent, showing no further reaction. The joy on Xiao Wanling's face gradually faded as she sighed. As expected, this thing isn't something you can just wake up so easily. But the coffin had clearly reacted just now. According to Feng Longgu's explanation, the coffin should only have 2 possible states, activated or completely unresponsive. Xiao Wanling was utterly perplexed, but with matters having reached this point, she could do nothing but step back slightly. Shu Bai gestured for Lin Kuang to try again, while he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for clues. He noticed something peculiar etched into the surrounding stone walls. "Sword marks? These are sword marks?" Shubai stared at the sword marks that had remained etched for millennia, his heart sinking in shock. What level of profound skill could possibly create such marks? Perhaps even a casual slash could leave a mark that would endure for 10,000 years. Could it be that the tomb's owner was once a swordsman? Shubai ventured cautiously. Xiao Wanling shook her head. It's certainly possible. Earlier, a contestant who awakened the S-rank heavenly grade profession of swordsman tried to awaken it, but still found nothing. Is that so? Shubai fell deep in thought. If S-rank didn't work, what about SS or even SSS god tier professions? I can't do it. Shubai, it's up to you now. Lin Kuang retreated to Chubai's side. Shubai stepped forward. Xiao Wanling also wanted to see if he could awaken the coffin. After all, she knew Chubai possessed extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. Her earlier suspicion had been whether he might harbor another terrifying secondary profession, one related to swords. Boom! The instant Chubai drew near, the black light surged forth again, even more intense than before. Chubai channeled his professional mana, his ultimate sword intent surging around him as it met the black light. The moment they collided, the black light erupted violently, filling the entire space. It actually, truly awakened? Xiao Wanling froze in place, staring at the scene in utter disbelief. Chapter 32, Xiao Wanling's suspicion. Do you truly possess a second profession? The sudden shock left all three of them frozen in place. Among them, Xiao Wanling's expression was undoubtedly the most vivid. Her gaze darted back and forth between Chubai and the black coffin, her beautiful eyes wide with utter shock. It actually resonated. For thousands of years, no one has ever opened this black coffin. Chubai. Xiao Wanling was utterly stunned, at a loss for words. It took her a long while to finally steady her emotions. Chubai stood before it, silently gazing at the profoundly dark coffin. What on earth could be inside? Chubai peered inside, but beyond the profound black light, he could see nothing, not even skeletal remains. Yet the resonance he felt earlier was not false. It seems one must possess the ultimate sword intent to trigger that resonance, yet even after thousands of years, it still hasn't happened. Chubai seemed to have grasped something. Could it be that only a god-tier profession could awaken it? Boom! Black light erupted once more from within the coffin. Then, the black light coalesced into a peculiar light screen. Chubai and the others all saw a figure emerge. It appeared to be a youth, sword in hand, wandering aimlessly. He traversed mountains and rivers, leaving his mark upon the world. The sword in his hand grew ever more powerful, capable of cleaving the sun, moon, and stars with a single strike. Could this be the coffin's owner? Xiao Wanling speculated. The three exchanged glances. So, what they had witnessed were images from ancient times? What they witnessed was the coffin's owner's journey. The youth roamed the world with his sword, as if even the heavens themselves could not withstand his stride. Suddenly, enemies appeared. Enemies from the cosmos invaded Blue Star. Countless figures followed the youth, all warriors of that era. After an unknown span of time, the youth's form gradually stooped. He was no longer young, his hair now entirely white. Still clutching that same long sword, he wandered aimlessly until he vanished from sight and all returned to stillness. This was the brilliant life of that elder. A prodigy in his youth, he fought throughout his life until his final breath. Chubai's heart was filled with awe. Through the brief light display, they had witnessed the past of the coffin's occupant. Those enemies looked too much like the disaster creatures. It seems that was the scene when the disaster first struck. Lin Kuang recognized the hideous creatures. Could he be the ancestor who created this space? Otherwise, why would he place his coffin here? Xiao Wanling speculated, clearly unprepared for such a revelation. It's possible. Chubai nodded. As he awakened his profession, participated in the Tri-Academy competition, and interacted with the 5 great organizations, the mysteries deepened within his mind. What exactly was the cataclysm? Where did it come from? And why had it descended upon Blue Star? This war that had raged for millennia, for tens of thousands of years. When would it finally come to an end? Suddenly, a flash of black light enveloped the 3 figures, carrying an exceptionally dense concentration of primordial cosmic energy. Such potent celestial energy. My magical power is actually beginning to surge. Lin Kuang exclaimed with delight. He was already at level 29 in his profession, just one step away from level 30. Lin Kuang, try breaking through to level 30 right here and undergo your 3rd evolution. Chubai suggested. Such an opportunity was one they naturally wouldn't pass up. Lin Kuang nodded and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Chubai and Xiao Wanling continued to observe the coffin. An intense sword intent seemed to permeate it, condensing into a radiant light that swirled around the coffin. What terrifying sword intent, as if it flew from ancient times into the present. What kind of immense power could make it endure for 1,000 years without dissipating? Xiao Wanling recalled the images from the light screen she had seen earlier. In that vision, a youth had once cleaved a star with a single sword strike, causing the entire starry river to tremble as his sword energy stirred the cosmos and the sun and moon. What kind of power was that? Perhaps only someone of that caliber could have a sword intent powerful enough to traverse 10,000 years of time and reach the present day. This predecessor must possess a sword intent beyond our comprehension, Chubai speculated. Indeed. Xiao Wanling suddenly turned to Chubai. So, you truly possess a second profession? You too possess an ultimate sword intent, which is why you resonated with this coffin, becoming the first person in thousands of years? Chubai. He gave a mysterious smile. Miss Xia, haven't you seen my profession's abilities? Sword cultivation is merely a means of self-preservation for me. Xiao Wanling smiled faintly, unwilling to press further. Yet deep down, she was almost certain that Chubai must be hiding a second profession centered around swordsmanship. This differed entirely from his professed career as a novelist. Perhaps it was Chubai's true trump card. Now that this ancient treasure trove has surfaced, Miss Xia, aren't you planning to seize this opportunity to enhance your own strength? Chubai naturally wouldn't waste such concentrated spiritual energy. He immediately entered a state of cultivation. He retrieved the high-grade cultivation stones he had obtained earlier. Only 4 remained. If he could fully absorb them, his profession's second evolution would be within reach. Boom! Chubai's now formidable physical body erupted with surging vitality, faint golden light emanating from within. Such formidable physical power caught Xiao Wanling's attention. Such surging blood energy. Good heavens, what profession is this guy even in? Even some physical awakened class changers barely reach this level. Xiao Wanling unconsciously touched Chubai's chest with her finger. Then Chubai opened his eyes, looking at her in confusion. Xiao Wanling. Chubai. Xiao Wanling flushed crimson and swiftly withdrew her hand, seizing the moment to begin refining the high-grade cultivation stones she'd obtained earlier. What she didn't know was that Chubai had now imposed an ultimate setting upon himself, the divine body constitution. This endowed Chubai with an incredibly powerful physical body, impervious to all attacks, able to withstand countless assaults with his flesh alone. Moreover, this holy body would only continue to evolve alongside Chubai's rising strength, a path with no limits. Yet, as Chubai entered his cultivation state, he suddenly sensed peculiar resonant fluctuations around him. Is this, the black coffin, communicating with me? Startled, Chubai settled his mind to comprehend the message as vast streams of information surged into his body. Within his mind, an ancient and weathered cultivation technique began to take shape. This is the ancient technique that venerable predecessor once cultivated, the professional skill he wielded, the ancient sword art? Chubai exclaimed in horror. Chapter 33, the greatest beneficiary of this journey, Chubai. As he felt the ancient sword technique, imbued with the weight of time, emerge within his mind, Chubai's spirit trembled. Then, a surge of wild joy washed over him. He knew this was the most precious treasure within the ancient secret vault. It was also the legacy of that venerable predecessor. Did that elder leave behind this ancient treasure trove solely to pass down this ancient sword technique? Chubai murmured softly as he attempted to comprehend the ancient sword manual within his mind. But alas, the ancient sword manual was far too intricate and profound for him to comprehend its contents at his current level. Merely attempting to peruse its initial contents caused tremors to ripple through Chubai's very soul. What a terrifying ancient sword technique! If such a professional skill appeared in the modern world, it would surely be fiercely sought after by all. Chubai couldn't help but wonder inwardly, what tier of professional skill could this ancient sword technique possibly be? Heaven grade? King grade? Or perhaps it belonged to the legendary god grade? Time slipped away in the blink of an eye. The 3 remained in this space, cultivating, and half a month passed in this manner. Boom! Lin Kuang abruptly opened his eyes. The long-accumulated magical power within him finally broke through at this moment, propelling him to level 30. A dense crimson glow surged from Lin Kuang's body, and a massive blood-red silhouette materialized behind him, his class, the Bloodblade. Of course, Lin Kuang hadn't triggered any extraordinary phenomena. This was because his Bloodblade profession was merely an A-rank class. Yet, with the Bloodblade's overwhelming offensive power, even some S-rank professions would fear it. I'm finally about to undergo my 3rd class evolution, haha. Lin Kuang focused his mind as his class mana surged to a boiling point. Just as Lin Kuang underwent his class evolution, Xiao Wanling awoke from her cultivation state. With the aid of the high-grade cultivation stone, her class level instantly rose to 19. Special array patterns emerged in Xiao Wanling's palm, radiating a luminous glow. The time for the 3 academies competition is running short. Otherwise, using the remaining 2 high-grade cultivation stones would surely allow me to break through to level 20. Noticing Lin Kuang was in the midst of a critical class evolution, Xiao Wanling refrained from interrupting. Her gaze fell upon Chubai. At that moment, an overwhelming sword intent surged around Chubai. Xiao Wanling observed that this sword intent appeared soft yet possessed an unyielding resilience, harboring an immense killing intent. A long sword, entirely formed from his profession's mana, hovered before Chubai. Shoo! The sword's resonance echoed, yet Xiao Wanling watched the scene, lost in thought. Strange. Where did that terrifyingly powerful sword he wielded earlier go? Xiao Wanling remembered clearly that Chubai had just severed the horn of Xue Bang's companion spirit beast the Qilin with a single strike. She stared at Chubai, her exquisite features etched with confusion. Could one person truly possess two such formidable professions? If Chubai didn't possess the ultimate sword intent, how could he have resonated with this venerable elder? Xiao Wanling soon stopped dwelling on the question, flashing Chubai a sly smile. Regardless, we must invite Chubai to join Jade Purity. She knew full well that Chubai's talents surpassed nearly every genius of the past millennia. For in all those centuries, he was the only one who had ever resonated with this ancient treasure trove. Undoubtedly, if word of this spread, the 5 major organizations would likely erupt into conflict over Chubai alone. Such was the battle a prodigy-level disciple could ignite. After a moment's wait, the crimson aura surrounding Lin Kuang gradually dissipated. He stood holding his blood-red greatsword, his presence powerful. Ha! That was exhilarating. Lin Kuang roared with laughter. After his profession evolved, nearly all his attributes had received immense enhancements. If I were to face Xue Bang now, I might just stand a chance, Lin Kuang snorted coldly, his brow thick with murderous intent. He quickly steadied his breath while nervously watching Chubai. The sword intent surrounding Chubai gradually dissipated, and his aura steadily calmed. Level 14? Both Lin Kuang and Xiao Wanling were taken aback. Given Chubai's talent, he shouldn't have only improved this much. After all, he had already reached the peak of level 13 before. What the hell has this guy been doing? Xiao Wanling was perplexed, so she fixed her gaze on Chubai, hoping to discern what had changed in him. But Chubai merely rose calmly, offering them a smile. What's up? Chubai, with such concentrated spiritual energy here, how could you only advance one level? With your talent, you should have reached level 15 at the very least. Lin Kuang stepped forward, scrutinizing Chubai. Under Lin Kuang's intense scrutiny, Chubai felt a chill run down his spine. He explained, progressing slowly isn't necessarily a bad thing. If you advance too quickly, you risk weakening your foundation. Lin Kuang. Xiao Wanling cut straight to the point, how was the harvest? Not bad. My own strength has grown significantly stronger, and advancing my class rank is only a necessary step. Chubai didn't say it outright, but the slight upturn of his lips revealed his inner joy. Though his profession level had only risen by 1 rank, his comprehension of that ancient sword technique had further elevated his sword intent. This deepened Chubai's yearning for the ancient sword art. Merely comprehending it had already elevated his sword intent so significantly. What if he truly mastered it completely? Possessing such a formidable professional skill is the greatest gain from this journey, Chubai mused. The surroundings fell silent once more, and the black coffin returned to its normal state, clearly unable to resonate with anyone else. Chubai, I extend my invitation once more with utmost sincerity. Will you join us at Yuking? Together, we stand against humanity's common foe. Xiao Wanling set aside her usual playfulness, her tone serious. Hearing her earnest tone, Chubai nodded with a smile. I will give it serious consideration. No matter where we are or which faction we join, our goals are the same, aren't they? Hearing this, Xiao Wanling smiled too. Indeed, everyone shared the same goal, to eradicate the cataclysm. So does that make us friends? Xiao Wanling blinked, her eyes sparkling mischievously. Of course. Chubai nodded. Then why do you still call me Miss Xia? Xiao Wanling glared at Chubai. Chubai. Lin Kuang stood by, utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't help but give his brother a thumbs up. Xiao Wanling was the prodigy of Yuqing Academy and Chubai had actually pulled this off? He'd completely won her over? Hey, you two, we should probably get going. We've got less than 10 days left of this month. Though reluctant, Lin Kuang spoke up to break the awkward silence. Chapter 34, Heavenly Academy Ambush, First Deployment of the Sword Domain Talent Skill. You're right. It is time to leave. Chubai agreed with Lin Kuang's suggestion, and the three then bowed toward the black coffin. I imagine this venerable predecessor also wishes for the cataclysm to be utterly eradicated, Chubai murmured softly. Human civilization will continue to battle the cataclysm until it is utterly eradicated. Please rest assured, venerable predecessor. Xiao Wanling stepped forward, bowed deeply, and declared solemnly. The trio then retraced their steps, departing the inner chamber of this ancient vault. After their arduous journey, they returned to the passage where they had fallen earlier. Gazing up at the faint light of the exit, they gathered their professional magical power, leapt into the air several times, and swiftly returned to the opening. The exit lies ahead. It's hard to imagine such an ancient secret chamber existing in such a hidden place. Lin Kuang marveled. This experience had indeed been quite extraordinary, allowing them to witness both the ancient secret chamber and the hidden mysteries of the primordial era. Be cautious. The atmosphere outside feels off. Chubai narrowed his eyes, a deep intensity flickering within them as his magical power quietly surged. Lin Kuang understood Chubai's warning. He raised his hand, and the crimson greatsword was already in his grasp as he advanced cautiously forward. Seems there are quite a few clever ones. Some are now eyeing the spoils for themselves. Xiao Wanling chuckled softly. The trio slowly emerged from the hidden entrance to the ancient vault. The moment they stepped out, a powerful surge of magical energy descended. Boom! It was a specialized magical projectile unleashed by a trainee across the way who possessed the A-class profession of gunner. We meet again, Shu Bai. Xue Bang stepped out from the crowd, followed closely by Xue Kai. The group before them were all from the Heavenly Academy, including this year's participants in the Tri-Academy competition as well as last year's Heavenly Academy pursuers. Including Xue Bang, there were 4 pursuers in total. Xue Bang, with a professional rank of 31, was a beastmaster. While another was the individual who had earlier summoned the supernatural phenomenon also possessing an S-rank profession, Mechanical Armor Master. Thus, though the opposing side numbered many, only 3 possessed S-rank or higher professions, among them Xue Kai, the SS-rank sorcerer. Who would have thought that ancient treasures, hidden for millennia, would truly appear in our generation? Xue Bang's smile held a hint of cruelty as he looked at Shu Bai and Lin Kuang, sneering coldly, "Seems you two are quite lucky. You've worked hard waiting here for so long. But waiting too long rarely ends well." Shu Bai smiled indifferently, showing no concern for the other's arrival. Xue Bang didn't argue with Shu Bai, instead turning his gaze to Xiao Wanling. "Miss Xiao Wanling, are you intending to accompany these 2 useless individuals?" Xue Bang's feigned gentlemanly demeanor made Xiao Wanling frown in disgust. Her voice was cold and clear as she stated, "I too am one who has seized the opportunity of the ancient treasure trove. By that logic, it seems you lot are here for me as well." Xue Bang's expression stiffened. He offered a smile, extending goodwill towards Xiao Wanling. "Miss Xia holds a special invitation from Yuqing to be here. Naturally, we would not harm you. Once we secure our spots to join the 5 great organizations, we can then engage in scholarly discourse with you. How does that sound?" Shu Bai noticed the obvious admiration in Xue Bang's gaze as he looked at Xiao Wanling. After all, who could resist the allure of a peerless beauty like Xiao Wanling, who seemed to have descended from the heavens? Not really. Xiao Wanling gave Xue Bang no face whatsoever, then stepped forward slightly to stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Bai. "So Miss Xia intends to aid Chu Bai and his group?" Xue Bang's smile gradually turned icy. He hadn't expected Xiao Wanling to choose to help Chu Bai and Lin Kuang. She could have stayed out of it entirely. Why take such a risk? "So what if I am? Do I need your guidance on how to conduct myself?" A faint glow of array patterns flickered within Xiao Wanling's palm. At that moment, even Xue Bai and his companions felt an inexplicable pressure. They knew Xiao Wanling's formidable strength. With her top-tier talent and abundant resources, her current profession level was likely approaching 20. Such talent bordered on the monstrous. "Chu Bai, hand over the opportunity you obtained. I can make your elimination a bit more dignified." Xue Kai gripped his class weapon, radiating an extraordinary aura. Judging by his aura, his profession level had reached 17. For someone with an SS tier sorcerer class, this cultivation speed wasn't exceptionally fast, but it certainly wasn't slow either. "Enough nonsense." Shu Bai sneered coldly, advancing slowly while signaling Xiao Wanling and Lin Kuang to stand down. A seemingly worn yet faintly glowing longsword settled into his grasp. "You wish to eliminate me, but have you prepared for the possibility of being eliminated yourselves?" Shu Bai grinned, and then a blazing sword intent surged forth. Sword chi swirled around him, shooting skyward and stirring up fierce gusts of wind. He summoned the Sky Dome sword once more. Its sheer presence alone was enough to make Xue Kai feel immense pressure. How can this guy, barely level 14, possess such overwhelming power? Xue Kai felt a chill run down his spine, yet he remained convinced Chu Bai was merely bluffing. His staff swung out, channeling a spell attack that rapidly coalesced in midair into a peculiar purple formation. Boom! A torrent of magical attacks poured down like a raging storm, assaulting Chu Bai from all directions. "Since Miss Xia insists on siding with that good-for-nothing Chu Bai, don't blame me for what comes next." Behind Xue Bang, his companion spirit beast, the Qilin, roared furiously and leapt through the air. Not only that, but another figure appeared. Following closely behind the Qilin was a mighty lion. As a beastmaster, beyond his companion spirit beast, he could summon additional beasts. This was his second beast, the mighty lion. Beside Xue Bang, the heavenly court pursuer wielding mechanical armor donned a layer of specialized armor over his body. Boom! Armored, he charged at Chu Bai, unleashing a punch so powerful it ignited the air. "Chu Bai, we'll take him on together." Lin Kuang roared, his crimson blade flashing. "Leave it to me." Chu Bai gripped the Sky Dome sword as his sword intent reached its zenith, erupting with blinding light. Crimson light surged upward, enveloping the surroundings in a dense swirl of sword intent that formed a unique field. Within this domain, not only were opponents' powers weakened, but Chu Bai's own abilities were amplified to their absolute limit. Sword domain. Chu Bai growled, unleashing for the first time the innate skill of his god-tier Sword Saint profession. Sword domain. Chapter 35. A single warrior confronts the Heavenly Academy. His fame soars. Sword domain. Amidst the blazing crimson light, Chu Bai swung his sword. A colossal sword light erupted from the strike, sweeping everything before it. This was his first display of the innate skill of his god-tier Sword Saint profession. Sword domain. This intangible domain would elevate his own sword intent to its peak while simultaneously weakening his opponent's strength. How could our power? Xue Bang was the first to sense something amiss. He looked around in confusion, the invisible sword domain filling him with a deep sense of unease. "Take out Chu Bai immediately." Xue Bang barked the order. The Qilin and the lion roared furiously, charging at Chubai from different directions, claws raised to strike. Meanwhile, the other man, now clad in mechanical armor, unleashed a fist that whistled through the air. Boom! The man's fist slammed into the sword light Chubai had unleashed. Yet he had clearly underestimated the terrifying power of Chubai's strike. Not only did his level 31 professional magic fail to shatter the attack. Instead, he was swept hundreds of meters away by Chubai's sweeping strike. The colossal sword light pierced the sky, possessing the might to cleave the heavens. Snap! Shuekai, standing closest to Chubai, had all his spell attacks shattered. The backlash engulfed him, causing him to spit blood incessantly. Damn it, Chubai! Taste my Earth-grade skill, gathering source bombardment. Shuekai refused to believe he could lose to Chubai. He had awakened an SS-rank profession. Wherever he went, he was the one singled out for intensive cultivation. How could he possibly lose to a worthless trash like Chubai? A colossal mass of professional mana coalesced in the air into a massive orb of light energy, crashing down like a meteor. Boom! Chubai swung his sword once more, this strike clearly more terrifying than before, as if the heavens and earth themselves were falling silent. A dark golden sword light gradually surged along the blade's edge as Chubai's sword intent reached its absolute peak. This was the divine demon sword technique. And it was further empowered by the sword domain. No! Shuebang's expression darkened. Recognizing that familiar dark gold glow, he suddenly recalled the strike Chubai had used to sever the Qilin's horn earlier. Boom! Two colossal phenomena erupted simultaneously, descending upon the battlefield. Both the top-tier professions, the Mecha Armor Master and the Beast Master, simultaneously unleashed their supernatural phenomena, their power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Wanling flicked her jade-like fingers, conjuring an array pattern. Flames, ice, and thunder coalesced into a triple-layered formation. Upon closer inspection, even her own eyes held swirling array patterns. She too was about to unleash her profession's supernatural phenomenon. Slash! Chubai held his sword, his figure seemingly engulfed by its blinding light. A towering figure descended upon the heavens and earth, standing atop the ancient starry sky. Wielding a divine sword, it possessed the might to cleave an entire world in two. A terrifying vision descended the divine tier profession of Chubai, the vision of the Sword Saint. With a single swing of his blade, all fell silent. With just that single strike, Chubai's vision slowly dissipated. He landed below, sword in hand, his expression cold as he surveyed Shuebang and the others. The Heavenly Academy members who had surrounded him all collapsed, coughing up blood. Some weaker contestants, struck by that sword, triggered their life-saving talismans and were teleported away. Even the strongest among them, Shuebang, and another individual wielding the Mechanical Armor Master profession, were pale-faced and coughing up blood repeatedly. As for Shuekai, he lay unconscious on the ground. Shuebang, sometimes you must learn to accept your own misfortune. Chubai slowly advanced, unleashing another sword strike. Boom! Under the force of this strike, a flicker of terror finally flickered in Shuebang's eyes. The superpowered mechanic beside him suddenly unleashed immense power from the depths of desperation, summoning a massive battle armor that carried both Shuebang and Shuekai away from the scene. What rotten luck! Chubai brushed the dust from his clothes as the sky sword slowly dissipated. Holy crap, you're way too strong, bro! Lin Kuang stumbled forward, eyes wide, and slapped Chubai's shoulder hard. One man against many, yet he swept them all aside with a single sword strike. How utterly domineering! My hunch was right. What he summoned earlier must be his secondary profession's manifestation. He truly possesses a secondary profession and it's sword-related. That sword must be his class weapon. It radiates such a fierce killing intent, even containing multiple elements. It's terrifying. Xiao Wanling confirmed her suspicions. A spark of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. She then playfully walked over to Chubai's side and teased, impressive indeed. Defeating a level 31 opponent at just level 14? If word gets out about that, you won't be short on invitations from organizations. Facing Xiao Wanling's teasing, Chubai sighed helplessly, coming from a prodigy of one of the 5 great organizations. I think you're just trying to put me down. Xiao Wanling. Watching Xiao Wanling at a loss for words, Chubai laughed heartily. Come on, let's head to the final destination. Xiao Wanling and Lin Kuang both nodded in agreement. Chubai couldn't help but give Lin Kuang a strange look. Hey, you! As a pursuer from the Earth Academy, instead of trying to eliminate contestants from the other 2 academies, you just hang around me, huh? Lin Kuang shrugged indifferently. Well, you know me. I'm not really that invested in which organization I end up with. I've already been eliminated once. Getting another chance is slim. Might as well give it my all. Anyway, wherever I end up, I'll still be fighting the cataclysm. Chubai couldn't help but laugh bitterly, but he knew Lin Kuang was truly that kind of person, carefree, easygoing, and unconcerned with much else. Yet he was fiercely loyal. Once he recognized someone as a brother, it was for life. After dealing with Shuebang and his group, no one else dared to obstruct Chubai and his companions along the way. Thus, the trio set off toward the final destination, marking the culmination of the Tri-Academy competition. For all the trainees, this was an incredibly brutal elimination battle. Once eliminated, they would lose their chance to join the 5 great organizations. Even in this era of existential crisis for human civilization, the cruelty remained undiminished. Only those with exceptional talent could receive the most elite training. Only then could they lead humanity to its ultimate triumph in the future. And Chubai had made his name in a single battle. His single-handed defeat of the entire Heavenly Academy had long spread across this ancient battlefield, making Chubai a household name. After all, long before this, many had already heard of Chubai due to his awakening as a useless novelist. But that wasn't the case. What Chubai awakened wasn't a useless profession, it was an outright monstrous one. Thus, even if anyone encountered Chubai, Xiao Wanling, and Lin Kuang along the way, they would keep their distance. Even if they didn't recognize Chubai, how could they not recognize Xiao Wanling? After all, everyone knew Chubai and Xiao Wanling were always together. Chapter 36, Reaching the End, the Final Trial. The destination of the 3 academies' competition, this ancient battlefield, was set upon a vast plain. Thus, even from dozens of miles apart, all contestants could see the distant finish line. The finish line is in sight. Lin Kuang pointed ahead and shouted. Let's go. We need to hurry, Chubai signaled. A fierce glow emanated from the sword in Chubai's hand. He summoned the Sky Dome sword, which then transformed into a massive blade, landing at the feet of the 3. Holy crap, you're planning to fly over? Lin Kuang watched Chubai's movements and instantly realized he intended to fly on the sword? Chubai laughed heartily. Why not? Chubai motioned for Lin Kuang to step onto the blade. He positioned himself behind Lin Kuang, then turned to face Xiao Wanling. Wanling, would you like to come along? Over time, Chubai's way of addressing Xiao Wanling had changed. Xiao Wanling didn't mind at all, in fact, she'd been the one to suggest the change in the first place. This lady has no desire to walk any further. You can fly on a sword, so why have you made us walk all this way? Xiao Wanling said, seemingly reproachful. There are many opportunities along the way. You wouldn't want to miss them, would you? Chubai explained with a smile. But for this final stretch, such concerns won't matter anymore. With that, sword intent coalesced around him. The Sky Dome sword also burst into light, causing the surrounding space to tremble faintly, a result of the spatial attributes inherent to the blade. Boom! Some nearby trainees watched as Chubai and his 2 companions blurred into motion and charged forward, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Shocked exclamations erupted from all sides. Could they really pull this off? Damn it! Whoever said Chubai was a useless class, step forward. Is this useless? Then I'm worse than useless. What am I? At the finish line, Chubai and his companions landed. Looks like we got lucky first to arrive, Xiao Wanling surveyed the area, confirming no others were in sight. Just then, 4 more figures charged toward them from the distance. Chubai recognized them, the 4 special slot participants besides Xiao Wanling. So, we're not first. Among the 4, a youth clad in white expressed a hint of regret before flashing a carefree smile and saying no more. Though Xiao Wanling and the others weren't exactly close, they recognized each other and exchanged nods of acknowledgement. At that moment, a ripple of spatial passage slowly materialized behind them. Those who have reached the end may pass through the portal first to return to the real world. A familiar voice echoed from within the void. Thus, Chubai and the others stepped into the spatial tunnel ahead. Chubai cast one last glance at this ancient space. He paused for a moment, his expression complex. That predecessor who was buried here long ago. Once I possess sufficient strength, perhaps I will return. I feel there is still truth to uncover. Chubai thought to himself before turning and departing. Capital City, Trainee Transition Plaza. Returning to this familiar place, Chubai felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Tri-Academy competition might be their first trial before stepping onto the true disaster battlefield. In the ancient space, they had to constantly be on guard against dangers that could strike at any moment. Now, back at the academy, that tension had finally eased somewhat. That kid really made me proud. Upon spotting Chubai, Dean Lei's stern face instantly broke into a smile. It was important to note that among this group, Chubai, Xiao Wanling, Lin Kuang, and the remaining 4 were all from the 5 great organizations. Chubai was the sole student from this year's intake. In other words, Chubai was undoubtedly the top performer. Ah, that kid Chubai. Li Qiushui beamed with joy. Among all the students he had taught, none had ever been as promising as Chubai. He was truly a source of immense pride. You've worked hard. Go rest for a moment. We'll wait here for the remaining contestants to arrive. Lu Fenghua stood before Xiao Wanling, then addressed Chubai and his group in a soft voice. Before long, contestants began emerging one after another from the ancient space. Chubai spotted several familiar faces among them. Among them were Xue Bang, Xue Kai, and Lin Feng. Only after all the trainees had departed did Chubai realize the numbers were drastically reduced compared to when they entered. So many were eliminated? Chubai murmured. Yes, the 3 academies competition is inherently brutal. Even if you're powerful inside, you could still be surrounded and eliminated by a group. Lin Kuang sighed, but he couldn't linger here with Chubai any longer. Only when all the trainees had fully assembled. The representatives of the 5 major organizations, led by Feng Lugu, descended onto the elevated platform. Feng Lugu then addressed the crowd. Children, you have all passed the trials of the 3 academies' grand competition. I trust you've all gained valuable experience through this ordeal. Now, you're about to face the final assessment. Those who pass will become new trainees of the 5 great organizations. Rest assured, the final assessment will not eliminate any of you. However, we will determine your placement based on your innate talent and strength. With that, Feng Lugu stepped forward. The superpowered mechanic profession unleashed terrifying professional magic. Then, the special superpowered mechanical device he wore activated, hovering above the crowd. Amidst a series of mechanical shifts, the device is transformed into a circular disc. What is this? Chubai sensed the powerful professional magic surging from the mechanical disc, a sense of foreboding washing over him. He looked up just then and saw Xiao Wanling, who had returned to the high platform, giving him a meaningful glance. That look seemed to warn Chubai to be careful. Boom! Before Chubai could fully decipher Xiao Wanling's meaning, he felt a terrifying professional magical pressure descend from the heavens. The immense pressure nearly knocked him off balance, but he managed to steady himself by releasing his own professional magic. All you need to do is endure my pressure for as long as possible, children. Push yourselves to your absolute limits. Lu Fenggu stood with his hands behind his back, a smile playing on his lips. Damn it, what the hell is this? Chubai cursed under his breath before turning to Lin Kuang. Why didn't you say anything sooner? It changes every year. How the hell should I know? Lin Kuang gritted his teeth, struggling to endure. Chubai. He said no more. Blood energy erupted within him, golden light surging forth. Facing such terrifying pressure, Chubai unleashed the might of his divine body. Golden blood energy swirled around him, allowing him to withstand the immense force. He became one of the few trainees who managed to stand tall and straight. Looking around, only those with a profession level above 30 could stand tall at this moment. Chubai, at level 14, was the sole exception. Chapter 37, Breakthrough at the Limit, Sharpness Revealed. Linger, what do you think of Chubai? From the high platform, Feng Luogu watched Chubai standing tall, a fleeting shock flashing in his eyes. How could someone with only a level 14 profession withstand such overwhelming pressure? Teacher, he. Xiao Wanling had intended to reveal that she had confirmed Chubai possessed a second profession, but at this moment, she hesitated. Their time together had shifted her perspective on him. She understood that Chubai was trying to conceal his second profession. After all, anyone would do the same in his position. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. If news of Chubai's dual profession spread, he would instantly become a target for everyone. Even in this era where humanity united against a common enemy, such exposure would place Chubai in extreme peril. Should I tell the teacher? Xiao Wanling hesitated for a moment before deciding to respect Chubai's personal wishes. This matter should probably be revealed by Chubai himself. Teacher, his talent is truly extraordinary. The class he awakened to is far from useless. He possesses immense combat prowess through his ability to set parameters for himself and others. Xiao Wanling stated. Then, lowering her voice, she whispered to Feng Longu, moreover, he has inherited the legacy of an ancient secret treasure. What? Feng Longu's expression turned pale with shock. For the first time, such intense emotion rippled across his usually serene face. Realizing his lapse, Feng Lugu snapped back to composure. Noticing the stares from the others, he forced down his shock and resumed his previous calm demeanor. His gaze fixed on Chubai, his pupils trembling. The destined one who hasn't appeared in thousands of years is actually this youth. How could Feng Lugu possibly remain calm? A genius unseen for 1,000 years, could it be appearing today? Xiao Wanling wouldn't joke with him like this. Lu Fenggu silently resolved himself, no matter what, he would bring Chubai into the Jade Purity sect. That youth has actually managed to endure this long? Even without an announcement, other voices echoed through the air. Feng Luguan glanced over to see representatives from other organizations. Most present had bent over, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure Feng Lugu had unleashed. Those few still standing naturally stood out prominently. This pressure seems to crush the body, but in truth, it forces the refinement of one's internal energy. The efficiency of cultivation actually accelerates at this moment. Chubai murmured. Bearing this immense pressure, he unleashed his golden blood energy while simultaneously activating the immortal body. The might of the sacred body elevates my physical strength far beyond ordinary men. Facing such pressure, I can actually enhance my own power. Chubai exclaimed with delight. Indeed, only growth forged in the depths of despair yields the greatest and swiftest progress. As time passed, the pressure on everyone grew increasingly intense. Some trainees clearly could no longer endure it and had collapsed to the ground. Even those with exceptional talent were forced to adopt a cross-legged sitting position, for only thus could they endure for any length of time. Even exceptional talents like Lin Kuang and Xue Bang, whose strength had reached over level 30, found it difficult to endure at this moment. Lin Kuang bent over, struggling to hold himself up. Yet out of the corner of his eye, he saw Chubai still standing in place, expression serene. His physical form radiated a crystalline golden glow, appearing profoundly sacred. Damn, bro, you're a freaking monster. Lin Kuan was genuinely stunned by Chubai. It was simply too insane. That one man had taken on the entire Heavenly Academy alone was shocking enough, but now, facing the terrifying pressure unleashed by Feng Lu's bones, he still stood tall. To any powerful observer watching now, an invisible aura would be visible swirling around Chubai's body. That was the blood essence might of the holy body. This is the perfect chance to break through to level 15. Chubai declared in a deep voice. He could feel the pressure intensifying, growing so overwhelming even he struggled to endure it. With unyielding resolve, he unleashed the full light of his holy body. In this desperate moment, his professional power surged into level 15. That kid actually broke through to level 15 at a time like this? He's a true freak. Dean Lei kept a close watch on Chubai's condition. On the battlefield now, Chubai was the only one still barely standing. This alone was enough to make him the biggest dark horse of this 3 Academy tournament. Just wait. I wonder what kind of bloodbath this will unleash. Ha! Dean Lei seemed to have already envisioned the scene unfolding. Chubai's talent had surpassed everyone's expectations. Even Dean Lei had only anticipated Chubai securing a top ranking. Achieving first place would have been considered an outstanding accomplishment. But now it seemed that the talent Chubai had displayed so far might only be a fraction of what he was capable of. This guy. Lin Feng, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure on the field, stared blankly at Chubai in the distance. He recalled how he had once mocked Chubai for awakening a worthless class. Now, it was clear he had been nothing but a clown back then. Even with his own S-rank berserker awakening, he was still far outmatched by Chubai's innate talent. He is truly formidable. Even Lin Feng, who had always been at odds with Chubai, couldn't help but acknowledge his superiority. The gap between him and Chubai was now as vast as an uncrossable chasm. On the high platform, Feng Lugu's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. To choose breakthrough in the face of utter despair, good lad. At this moment, even Chubai could no longer withstand such terrifying pressure. Feng Lugu's profession level was over 100. Had this not been a trial, he could have crushed everyone present in an instant. Yet despite that, Chubai had still managed to hold on for so long. Chubai sat cross-legged. The pressure threatened to shatter his physical form. Only by aligning with this force could he find slight relief. Huff. My sacred physique has actually grown stronger. It seems only pressure can accelerate its full realization. Only in the depths of despair can one achieve breakthrough. After the duration of a single incense stick, no one could endure any longer. Only then did Feng Longu withdraw the mechanical disc. At that moment, the representatives of the 5 major organizations all rose to their feet. With the pressure lifted, the trainees managed to stand once more. Far from showing displeasure, their expressions radiated intense excitement. The final moment is finally upon us. Everyone anticipated this moment, for what followed would determine the course of their entire lives. Children, it is now time for you to choose which organization to join. For those outstanding trainees, our 5 major organizations will extend invitations. Chapter 38, The 5 Great Organizations Vie for Chubai. Chubai stood among the crowd, awaiting this moment together. Joining one of the 5 great organizations was indeed every youngster's dream, and now this opportunity lay before them. I want to join Qiankuan. A youth in the crowd shouted loudly, unable to hide the excitement on his face. On the high platform, Qiankuan's representative, a middle-aged man, nodded with a smile, gesturing for the youth to step forward. Those who remained were all prodigies. How could they refuse? Immediately, more and more youths raised their hands in unison, eager to join one of the 5 great organizations. In terms of strength, the 5 great organizations were largely on par, so joining any one of them made little difference. However, the territories they guarded differed, inevitably leading to variations in the dangers they faced in everyday situations, such as responding to crises. Of course, each organization also had its own distinct focus. Take Qiankuan, for instance. For transmuters specializing in elemental-type professions, it was an organization they desperately wanted to join, as it offered specialized training tailored specifically for elemental-type professions. Lingxiao, on the other hand, focuses on nurturing support and rear guard roles. Those who emerge from Lingxiao often become pivotal figures on the battlefield, capable of turning the tide with their formidable support abilities. Xianyuan emphasizes mastery of melee combat, while Wuzhen focuses on cultivating magical and beast-taming attributes. Yuqing excels in specialized training for superpowered mechanized classes. This represents the fundamental distinction among the 5 major organizations. This information is largely public knowledge, allowing trainees to choose the path best suited to their innate strengths. Chubai, are you still set on choosing Jade Purity? Lin Kuang nudged Chubai, eager to hear his thoughts. Hey, do you really have dual professions? Xiao Wanling suspected it earlier and even asked me about it. Tell your bro in confidence, is it true? Though Lin Kuang was usually carefree, he became the most observant at critical moments. He knew full well that no matter how powerful the novelist profession was, it could never match Chubai's terrifying swordsmanship. Moreover, Chubai could even summon such terrifying supernatural phenomena. Chubai sighed helplessly and shot Lin Kuang a look. The two were so familiar with each other that a single glance conveyed their mutual understanding. A flash of surprise flickered in Lin Kuang's eyes before turning to delight. Impressive, impressive. Lin Kuang gave Chubai a thumbs up. But I feel that if you want to advance your secondary profession, you should consider joining Xianyuan. With your terrifying swordsmanship, joining Xianyuan could open up boundless possibilities for your future. Lin Kuang's words held merit. After all, Xianyuan specialized in the ultimate form of melee combat. Whether it was swords, spears, or specialized classes wielding unique weapons like scythes or staffs, joining Xianyuan was clearly the best choice. Stop worrying about me. What about you? Chubai asked with a smile. Lin Kuang. After a moment of silence, Lin Kuang replied with a hint of resignation, truthfully, I don't know either. I've always had a hard time making decisions about this sort of thing. Chubai? Dude, this isn't picking vegetables, it's joining one of the 5 great organizations. What the hell are you agonizing over? The 5 great organizations were recruiting more and more trainees. The brothers Shuekai and Shuebang both chose to join Wuzhen. After all, one was an SS-rank sorcerer and the other an S-rank beastmaster, both specialties where Wuzhen truly excelled. Shuekai, with his SS-rank profession, was destined to be fought over wherever he went. Next, the representatives of the 5 great organizations turned their gaze toward Chubai. Chubai, which organization do you intend to join? If you haven't decided yet, Yuqing invites you to join us. What do you say? Lu Fenggu seized the initiative and spoke up. Chubai froze. Holy crap, they're already poaching talent. Is Yuqing disregarding martial ethics here? This should be the trainee's own choice. What's with this proactive invitation? Xuanyuan's representative sternly rebuked Fenglongdo's actions. The Wuzhen representative sided with Xianyuan. Exactly. That's downright underhanded. What are you trying to pull? Stealing recruits? After speaking, Xuanyuan's representative turned to Chubai. Chubai, if you join our Xianyuan faction, we'll provide you with exclusive training grounds, forge the sharpest weapons for your protection, and grant you abundant cultivation resources. What do you say? The representatives of the other 4 major organizations? Ling Xiao, who had remained silent until now, spoke with a cold expression. You truly have no shame. Young friend, why not join us, Ling Xiao? We'll equip you with auxiliary devices and arrange for an outstanding trainee to partner with you. Lu Fenggu's expression also turned icy. These old fools were becoming more shameless by the minute. Master, you can't let them win. Xia Wanling urged anxiously from the side. As the top-ranked student in this year's Tri-Academy competition, Chubai had now become the subject of fierce competition among the 5 major organizations. Both Xianyuan and Ling Xiao were offering such lavish resources solely to recruit him. Damn, this is insane. 5 major organizations are fighting over me, offering such lavish rewards to choose from. That guy Chubai is way too lucky. If it were me, I'd be torn too. Envious murmurs rippled through the crowd, even stunning figures like Dean Lei and Li Qiushui on the elevated platform. Such a scene had never been witnessed before. The 5 major organizations have already begun to draw their swords over a single academy. Is this right? The representative of Wuzhen also wore a stern expression, shooting a disapproving glare at the others before turning to smile at Chubai. Chubai, why not join us at Wuzhen? We'll provide you with abundant cultivation resources, and our academy has no shortage of female disciples. Chubai. The other 4 organizations. All teachers, Dean. A moment of silence fell over the entire hall. Everyone was stunned by the Wuzhen representative's bold proposal. Good grief, is this how they're starting the beauty trap already? How shameless. Chubai, join us at Qiankuan. I'll do everything in my power to cultivate you into a formidable powerhouse. The Qiankuan representative waved his hand grandly. Whatever terms they offered, I'll give you all of them. Silence fell once more. Indeed, who wouldn't want to recruit Chubai, a player who, with just a dozen levels of professional skill, had surpassed a group of geniuses in their 30s? These old fools are getting more and more unprofessional. It infuriates me. Even the ethereal and dignified Feng Luguo was visibly annoyed. He rose to his feet and declared, Can you lot behave yourselves? Linger, go invite Chubai to join us. Chapter 39, Making a Choice. Chubai joins Jade Purity. As soon as Feng Longgu spoke, the representatives of the remaining 4 major organizations fell silent. This old man, he actually pulled this stunt? He glanced at his own disciples. Damn it! We're screwed. Xia Wanling hadn't even processed it yet when Feng Lugu suddenly called her name. She didn't say much, just gestured for Chubai to follow his heart. Thus, under the gaze of so many heavyweights present, Chubai hesitated, his expression uncertain. Seeing this, Feng Longgu immediately had an idea. Hey, you there. Feng Longgu beckoned to Lin Kuang. Ha? Me? Lin Kuang didn't dare delay, stepping forward to salute. Yep, you. Want to join Jade Purity? Feng Luguo asked with a grin. Lin Kuang had been wavering, and now that an organization was actively inviting him to join, he was naturally overjoyed. He agreed almost without hesitation. "I'm in," Lin Kuang declared without hesitation. Seeing this, the representatives of the other 4 major organizations felt a pang of regret. Why hadn't they thought of this earlier? Bringing in Chu Bai's friend would have paved the way to invite Chu Bai himself. That bastard Feng Longu got lucky again. Damn it! Someone cursed under their breath. Who wouldn't want to recruit a prodigy like Chu Bai into their organization? While all were fighting for the sake of China, having such a young genius join their ranks would be an immense boon. Of course, they were still unaware that Chu Bai had obtained the ancient treasure trove. Otherwise, today's scramble for Chu Bai would likely have escalated into a full-blown brawl, and that would have been quite the spectacle. Then why aren't you rushing over to persuade Chu Bai? Feng Luguo shot Lin Kuang a meaningful glance. Lin Kuang. So I'm just the bonus prize, huh? But clearly, his persuasion wasn't needed. Chu Bai had already made up his mind. He bowed his fist respectfully to the representatives of the 5 major organizations present. Thank you all, seniors. I've decided to join Jade Purity. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cheer erupted from the Yuking platform, coming from Feng Lugu. Ha! That's awesome. In contrast, the representatives of the 4 major organizations fell into an awkward silence. They'd been completely outmaneuvered. Who could have imagined that Feng Luguo would bring out his own direct disciple to recruit Chu Bai? Such tactics were utterly despicable, utterly despicable. Xiao Wanling smiled too. She exchanged a glance with Chu Bai, seeing the relief in his eyes. Clearly, the intense competition from the 5 major organizations had weighed heavily on Chu Bai. Fortunately, no unexpected complications arose in the end. And so, the 3 academies' grand competition came to a complete end. The victorious students all joined the 5 great organizations they had long coveted. Chu Bai was no exception, choosing to join one of them, the Jade Purity organization. Though this outcome had been decided long ago for him. Students, enrollment for the 5 great organizations begins 1 week from now. In 1 week, we will send representatives to collect you. Therefore, this week, you may use the time to adjust your personal affairs. On the elevated platform, Feng Longu and the other 4 rose to their feet, their expressions solemn as they spoke. Joining the 5 great organizations is no trivial matter. It marks the beginning of your true confrontation with the impending catastrophe and the terrifying disaster creatures. What you fight for is the survival of all human civilization. Therefore, I want you to remember, joining the 5 great organizations is not for vanity, nor is it merely to obtain a graduation certificate from one of them. At this point, Feng Luguo gave a mysterious smile. Graduation certificates do exist. But the graduation certificate from the 5 great organizations? It's your death certificate. The crowd finally began to disperse slowly. Before they could savor the joy of joining the 5 great organizations, Feng Longu's words plunged the young recruits back into silence. They didn't know if they were truly prepared to step onto the battlefield of catastrophe, but, no matter what, they would fight for humanity. After the matter was settled, the representatives of the 5 great organizations prepared to depart first. Thus, Xiao Wanling sought out Chu Bai. Chu Bai, I must return to Yuking with my teacher first. In a week, Yuking will send someone to fetch you. Until then. Xiao Wanling waved at Chu Bai with a serene smile. Alright, see you then. Chu Bai nodded with a smile, giving the quirky, white-clad girl his full attention. After watching Xiao Wanling depart with Feng Longu, Dean Lei arrived. His laughter carried from afar. Chu Bai, you've brought tremendous honor to the Earth Academy this time. Upon seeing Chu Bai, Dean Lei was generous with his praise. He walked over, patted Chu Bai on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. The 5 great organizations have returned early. You only have 1 final week left at the academy. Dean Lei sighed, sometimes I really do think time flies. Go rest, Chu Bai. You can arrange this week however you like as long as you don't cause any major trouble for me. Chu Bai. Dean, what kind of trouble could I possibly cause? Don't put me down like that. Chu Bai shrugged, but after bidding Dean Lei farewell, he headed back to his dormitory. For him, it had been a month since he'd last enjoyed the soft bed in his dorm. Thus, he completely abandoned his cultivation for the day, collapsing onto the bed and sinking straight into a deep sleep. Early the next morning. After waking from his slumber, Chu Bai felt a rare sense of relaxation. Ever since awakening my profession, I've barely had a proper rest. Now, finally, I have the time. As Chu Bai left the dormitory, people greeted him constantly along the way. He had become a true celebrity. After all, the sight of 5 major organizations scrambling to recruit a single person had never been seen before. To compete for Chu Bai, they had even brought out their female disciples. Abstract. Truly abstract. Now that both the Divine Demon Sword technique and the Immortal Body have reached a preliminary level of mastery, I no longer need these 2 profession skills. It's time to return them. With that thought, Chu Bai began walking toward the direction of the skill pavilion. I wonder how that elder in the skill pavilion is doing. Chu Bai couldn't help but recall the elderly man within the skill pavilion. His mastery of the Divine Demon Sword technique was largely thanks to the old man's guidance, for which Chu Bai felt profound gratitude. This visit served two purposes. First, to return the divine demon sword technique and immortal body manuals. Second, he wished to properly thank the old man. That guidance was incredibly precious to Chubai. Chapter 40, The Elder's True Identity, the Original Guardian. Upon returning to the entrance of the skill pavilion, Chubai happened to encounter Li Qiushui emerging from within. The latter looked slightly surprised upon seeing him. Chubai, what brings you here? Faced with Li Qiushui's question, Chubai could only explain, I'm here to return the class skills I borrowed last time. Oh. Well then, go ahead. Li Qiushui instantly wore an expression that seemed to say she understood everything. She then gestured for Chubai to proceed. Such smoothness piqued Chubai's curiosity. The skill hall wasn't open to just anyone. Ordinary trainees couldn't enter alone under any circumstances. He'd expected to have to explain himself at length to Li Qiushui. But now, it seemed unnecessary. After bidding farewell to Li Qiushui, Chubai turned and entered the skill pavilion. The same spectacular scene greeted him. Not long after stepping inside, he heard a leisurely voice drifting from nearby. Young man, you haven't disappointed me. To take first place in the 3 academies competition. The old man appeared beside Chubai as silently as ever, his hand clutching the young man's gourd flask. It's all thanks to you, senior, for guiding me in the divine demon sword technique. Otherwise, I doubt I'd have achieved such a ranking. Chubai bowed respectfully to the old man. Though curious about his identity, he knew better than to pry when the other chose silence. A modest lad, this one. The old man chuckled heartily, then waved at Chubai. Keep the immortal body for yourself. That professional skill isn't very high level, it probably won't be of much use to you. As for the divine demon sword technique, keep it. Though what you hold now is only a fragment, perhaps someday you'll have the chance to obtain the complete technique. The old man immediately stepped toward the exit. Seeing this, Chubai hurriedly followed. The two made their way forward, eventually returning to the secluded spot where Chubai had previously secluded himself for cultivation. Upon arriving here, the old man's expression seemed to relax. He gazed at Chubai, his cloudy eyes suddenly seeming to sparkle. Would you demonstrate your secondary profession for me? Chubai had long known the old man had noticed this, so he did not hesitate. A crimson glow erupted, revealing a blurred figure standing atop the ancient heavens, a divine sword in hand, its gaze looking down upon all creation. This is my secondary profession, the SSS-tier Divine Sword Saint. For the first time, Chubai formally introduced his secondary profession to another. Divine tier Sword Saint. Impressive, very impressive. The old man laughed heartily, then sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression radiating an indescribable sense of ease. He looked at Chubai and said, Are you curious about my identity? Chubai paused for a moment. Naturally, he was curious. What kind of identity did this old man, possessing an S-tier sword immortal profession, truly hold? And what realm had his strength reached? I was here when the capital's Job Change Academy was first established. Moreover, I became one of its original guardians. All these years later, of that original group, only I remain. A hint of sorrow suddenly tinged the old man's tone, his voice growing melancholy. Yet his tone remained relatively calm, paying no heed to the shock reflected in Chubai's pupils. He continued speaking to himself, I suppose I've guarded this place until now. Had it not faced the brink of destruction, I would never have intervened. Having secluded myself in the skill hall for so many years, I never imagined I'd encounter a youngster like you. It's quite unexpected, I must say. With that, he patted Chubai's shoulder meaningfully. The burden of the future must ultimately fall upon your shoulders, young ones. After I'm gone, this world will be yours to inherit. Chubai was startled and hurriedly asked, What do you mean, senior? The old man smiled calmly, his tone tinged with a sense of release. My time is near. My life is drawing to a close. During the battle against the cataclysm years ago, I ventured alone to its source to eradicate it completely, even though my power had already reached the 120th professional level. Yet the calamity I faced that time was beyond terrifying, powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth. Though I ultimately resolved the disaster, I suffered severe injuries myself. After that, while cultivating the divine demon sword technique, this colossal divine demonic power began to corrode my body, leaving me with irreparable damage. Now, it is beyond redemption. Chubai's expression grew solemn. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled his class ability. He looked at the old man and said solemnly, Elder, I can heal the injuries within your body. True, with Chubai's current abilities alone, it was naturally impossible. Even if he could perform settings on others, his current strength was insufficient to accomplish a setting of this magnitude. But he possessed the Shadow God diagram. He could summon a deity to descend. And in the novel Journey to the West, deities possessing healing abilities were far from rare. Even if he summoned the weakest among them, it would be more than sufficient to heal the old man. For an elder worthy of Chubai's profound respect, he could not bear to watch him die like this. The old man was a true hero. Just as Chubai was about to summon the Shadow God diagram, the old man interrupted him. Elder, you. The old man waved his hand, speaking calmly, I know your primary profession allows you to summon extremely powerful beings. That youth who descended amidst a sea of flames during the cataclysm, was he summoned by you? Such terrifying, peerless power suggests you could summon other beings as well. But I've grown weary of this life. Perhaps my heart has died too. The old man fell silent for a very long time. Until a gentle breeze swept by, and the old man's weathered face suddenly regained its vitality, as if he had returned to his youth. His eyes were filled with utter release. You needn't waste your professional magic on this old man anymore. Would you care to accompany me on a walk? Even if I must depart, I shall do my utmost to take the calamity with me. The old man rose, his presence commanding and imposing, an intangible aura of terrifying killing intent rising around him. Chu Bai was utterly stunned. Was this the terrifying might of a level 120 professional? Such a being could obliterate worlds with a single gesture, a guardian powerful enough to protect an entire nation. But senior. Chu Bai hesitated, unwilling to see him go. Yet in the end, he chose to respect the old man's wishes. When life nears its end, the heart finds release. Perhaps then, it is a kind of liberation. Chapter 41, The Final Battle with the Sword. I shall incinerate the evil. Wherever you wish to go, senior, this junior will accompany you. Chu Bai rose at that moment, clasping his fists in a respectful salute before the elder, a gesture of profound reverence for this venerable figure. Ah, very well. Let us depart. The elder swept his sleeve, lifting both himself and Chu Bai into the air. To Chu Bai's astonished gaze, a phantom sword engraved with fiery red runes erupted from the elder's body, landing at their feet. As they stood upon the blade, an overwhelming sword intent suddenly surged from the surroundings. Their figures soared skyward, instantly streaking thousands of meters forward. Boom! Chu Bai's heart skipped a beat. Was this terrifying speed the velocity possessed by a 120th tier professional level powerhouse? At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the old man's terrifying power. With a single thought, he could unleash such overwhelming sword intent. It was hard for Chu Bai to imagine that the old man before him was a man whose life was nearing its end. A wave of heartache washed over Chu Bai, leaving him speechless. The old man seemed to sense his emotion and chuckled softly. This world now belongs to you. We old folks will eventually step down from the stage of history. Only you are the hope of human civilization. Elder, where are we headed? Standing atop the long sword the old man rode, Chu Bai gazed at the rapidly receding landscape below. A wave of emotion washed over him. To be honest, since arriving in this world, this was the first time he'd seen it from such a perspective. Do you know where the most brutal and perilous disaster battlegrounds lie in present-day China? The old man's voice was calm as he spoke, and Chu Bai shook his head blankly. Clearly, such information was difficult to grasp solely through news reports. In the Kunlun Mountains. The elder explained, it is the realm where the essence of heaven and earth is most concentrated, and also the most terrifying zone where the disaster battleground has descended. Currently, the human faction of China has continuously poured vast combat strength into the Kunlun Mountain region. Their objective is to seize control of Kunlun Mountain. Chu Bai was puzzled. Why would Kunlun Mountain be the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy? And was that reason alone enough for the cataclysm to seek its conquest? Chu Bai could easily imagine the brutal battles the defenders there must face. At the same time, Chu Bai understood that the old man intended to burn away his final breath on the disaster battlefield of Kunlun Mountain, transforming his withered body into a blazing inferno. Boom! Sonic booms erupted around them. Chu Bai understood the significance of this journey for the old man. He felt honored to witness this elder's final battle. Kunlun Mountain loomed ahead, its endless peaks stretching into the distance. Yet the land below was a desolate wasteland, pulsing with the relentless vibrations of battle. Looking down, a considerable number of disaster creatures still lurked below. Clearly, this disaster battlefield had descended. The sky seemed shattered, the earth torn apart. A disaster battlefield. A murderous intent surged in Chu Bai's eyes. Immediately, a brilliant sword light erupted from within him as the heavenly sword unleashed multiple attributes. This cataclysmic battlefield is truly terrifying. Spanning hundreds of miles, its deepest source is nearly impossible to destroy. To destroy the source of this cataclysmic battlefield, one must penetrate 100 miles deep, and that would inevitably mean facing the encirclement of cataclysmic beings. The two landed high above. Suddenly, the elder unleashed a dazzling sword intent, transforming into a blinding light that enveloped Chu Bai. Senior, what are you? Facing Chu Bai's puzzled gaze, the elder explained, our arrival here will inevitably be captured by satellite imagery. Do you wish to expose yourself before the entire nation and face a state investigation? Chu Bai choked on his words. It seemed he had a point. This is my final battle. I require a witness. Chu Bai, are you willing? The old man asked. At this moment, his eyes held no trace of fear in the face of death, only a surging battle intent and a fierce sword intent. I will fight alongside you. Chu Bai's sword flashed, the sky-piercing blade radiating extraordinary power. Excellent. We shall plunge directly into the source. The old man's spirit soared skyward. Instantly, the two transformed into a beam of light, plunging deep into the disaster-stricken battlefield. They spanned hundreds of miles, heading straight for the very source of this calamity. Who are they? Not far away, a class change warrior gasped in shock. They too were locked in battle here, locked in a prolonged stalemate with the calamity creatures. But now, had a powerful figure actually entered the deepest part of the disaster battlefield? Report immediately. A powerful figure has entered the disaster zone's interior. Is it reinforcements sent by the state? Or some mysterious powerhouse? Someone shouted out, intending to report the appearance of Chu Bai and the old man to the authorities immediately. Clearly, they had received no intelligence regarding this sudden appearance of a mysterious powerhouse. Thus, faced with such seemingly rash actions, they were uncertain whether to offer support. Chu Bai and the old man drew ever closer to the epicenter of this catastrophic battlefield. There, the sky seemed to have collapsed like a fallen canopy, and the earth appeared torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Roar! The furious roars of disaster creatures echoed from all directions. Those with flight capabilities had already taken to the air, charging toward the two. Poof! The old man swung his sword, unleashing a dazzling blade of light that swept across thousands of meters. Everything in its path, every disaster creature was cleaved apart, reduced to dust. With this blade in my hand, I shall purge you, you vile abominations. This sword Changli. The old man roared with laughter, and suddenly, a violent storm erupted around him. The sword intent reached its peak, each slash seeming capable of cleaving the sun, moon, and stars, causing the heavens themselves to collapse. Chu Bai's eyes blazed with fervor as a fiery red light surged forth. He summoned the shadow god diagram, where countless figures flickered within until one form was locked in focus. Boom! The sky tore apart as a figure descended, the golden light illuminating the earth converging entirely upon him. He landed beside Chu Bai, wielding a long staff. With a single strike, he unleashed a force of 10,000 Jun, utterly domineering, crushing countless calamity creatures beneath it. A pair of fiery golden eyes pierced through the bodies of the calamity creatures, then flames surged forth, burning away all evil. Good lad, such formidable summoning power, that aura. The old man was utterly shocked. He sensed the aura emanating from the figure beside Chu Bai, an aura so formidable that even he felt a deep sense of apprehension. Here comes your old son. The figure landed beside Chu Bai, playfully patting his head and flashing a wide grin. Chu Bai. Chapter 42, The Earth-Shattering Sword, The Elder's Final Battle. The divine being Chu Bai had summoned this time was none other than the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong, a household name in the world he had come from before his transmigration. Great Sage, this disaster-stricken battlefield. Before Chu Bai could finish speaking, the Great Sage casually waved his hand. Golden light erupted from his body as he soared into the air, the divine needle of the sea in hand. Just a bunch of minor demons. Watch your old man's son show you how it's done. Chosen one, you'd better take a good look. The Great Sage descended like a streak of light, his seemingly simple strike sweeping away thousands of disaster creatures. Without exception, every disaster creature fell to the Great Sage's single strike. Meanwhile, the old man wielded the Changli sword, his body surging with sword intent as he charged forward with frenzied ferocity. Chu Bai swung his sky dome sword, unleashing a colossal supernatural phenomenon. In this battle, he was both witness and participant. Elder, I summon the spectacle to fight alongside you. Chu Bai roared, summoning the terrifying spectacle of his god-tier sword saint profession. A celestial sword soared across the sky, its sword energy exploding into terrifying waves like crashing tides. Boom! Below, the hideous disaster creatures shattered. They had already suffered heavy casualties from the attacks of the old man and the Great Sage. Now, with Chu Bai summoning his vision, though the scale of this disaster battlefield was immense and the disaster creature's power was utterly terrifying. Perhaps Chu Bai could only offer limited assistance, but he could still slay enemies. Once he grew stronger in the future, he would undoubtedly lead humanity to utterly annihilate the disaster creatures. Ha ha! It's been ages since I felt this exhilarating. The old man roared with laughter, as if reclaiming the vigor of his youth. He swung his sword relentlessly, unleashing blinding bursts of light. Chu Bai observed the Great Sage on the other side. To him, all the disaster creatures here were no more formidable than minor demons. Boring, boring. The Great Sage swung his divine needle wildly while appraising the strength of these disaster creatures. Roar! From a nearby fissure in the earth, a mutated creature hundreds of meters in size crawled forth. Resembling a savage bear, it pounded its chest and swung its massive fist toward the Great Sage. Thud! In the next instant, the creature's chest was pierced clean through. A casual strike from the Great Sage proved this terrifyingly effective. Then, wielding the divine needle of the sea, he instantly transformed it into a divine staff thousands of meters long. With a single sweeping blow, the heavens and earth shattered. With a thunderous boom, everything in its path was utterly obliterated. Within a radius of thousands of meters, everything was reduced to dust. The Great Sage's strike had utterly purged this disaster battlefield of all the mutated creatures tasked with protecting its source. The source of this disaster battlefield has been exposed. At that moment, Chu Bai's face was pale. Simultaneously using the shadow god diagram to summon divine beings and casting the Sword Saint's class phenomenon had taken a tremendous toll on him. The great sage instantly returned to Chu Bai's side, patting his shoulder. Chosen one, you still cannot sustain our descent into battle for long periods. Restore your mana first. Old Sun here will join you again next time. With that, the great sage transformed into a beam of light, shooting skyward until he vanished. Phew! Chu Bai exhaled deeply. Indeed, the momentary exertion had significantly lessened his exhaustion. Simultaneously sustaining these two major abilities truly demanded an immense toll. Hopefully, this will help some of the elders. Chu Bai stared at the distant source of the calamity battlefield, which continued to summon disaster creatures relentlessly. He yearned to strike again. Even if it drained his last ounce of magic, he would unleash one final strike. Chu Bai, you needn't act further. Leave this source of calamity to me. Under Chu Bai's gaze, the old man erupted in blazing flames the Liwa. As the leaf fire spread, it seemed a phoenix soared through the flames, carrying the power to consume all evil. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Chu Bai couldn't help but marvel. So this is the Changli sword? Truly terrifying, a peerless blade indeed. The old man's power coalesced to its absolute peak, making him appear like a perpetually burning flame. Boom! Slowly, the old man raised the sword in his hand. The distant sky shattered like broken glass, and dazzling flames spread out from the boundless void. A colossal blade descended from the heavens, the old man's full power strike, the pinnacle of his lifelong pursuit of the sword's way. As the blade crashed down, it crushed the very sky itself. Ha 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 ha! With this final sword strike, I shall extinguish the very source of calamity here. You malevolent entities shall never invade the human realm. The old man roared with laughter, his very being seemingly fused with the colossal blade. He erupted in blazing radiance, resembling a celestial star. With a thunderous crash, all fell silent. Waves of annihilation swept through, leveling the endless mountain ranges, melting the snow-capped peaks, and shattering the earth into fragments. Elder! Chu Bai cried out in alarm. The old man was engulfed by the waves of destruction, filling Chu Bai with profound dread. Simultaneously, he realized his current power was still far too weak. Facing this terrifying battlefield of calamity, even if he could summon divine beings to descend. But that too came with a time limit. He must grow stronger himself. Only then could he eradicate the calamity and walk shoulder to shoulder with the deities he summoned. Suddenly, a figure appeared, snatching Chu Bai and vanishing in a burst of light. Chu Bai seemed to glimpse vaguely that everything below was annihilated by that single sword strike, even the very source of this calamity battlefield was utterly destroyed. For the time being, no more calamities will descend upon this place. Is this the power of a true elder? Chu Bai's very soul trembled. Witnessing such a powerful being in action left him profoundly shaken. Simultaneously, he gained a vague understanding of the future path for his sword saint profession. That sword strike from the elder just now earth-shattering and heaven-shaking. Perhaps this is the ultimate expression of sword intent. Shortly after the old man led Chu Bai away, figures began appearing at the scene. They had all been summoned by the commotion, but when they saw the scorched earth below, every one of them froze in shock. They had no idea who the perpetrator was. But there was undeniably someone who had broken the deadlock for them, sweeping across the entire disaster battlefield single-handedly. A predecessor with such power cannot be an unknown figure. Report this matter. We must express our deepest gratitude to this elder. A squad leader declared solemnly among the group. They clearly couldn't track the old man's departure. At this moment, Chu Bai was already on the road back to the capital's job change academy with the old man. Chapter 43, The Eternal Flame Shall Consume All Evil. Elder, your body is all ready. Upon their return to the academy, Chu Bai noticed the old man beside him seemed to have instantly lost his previous vitality. He hunched over, his steps faltering, like a flickering candle in the wind, about to burn out its last ember. Heh, it's nothing. The old man waved dismissively, signaling Chu Bai not to worry. Then, trembling, he raised his arm and took another swig of the fiery liquor. A violent cough seized him. Just as Chu Bai moved to support him, the old man interrupted. Young man, go fetch Xiao Lei and the others. I'll wait here for you. Chu Bai wasted no time. He unleashed his utmost speed, transforming into a blur as he dashed backward. Finding even that speed too slow, he drew his sword with a whistling flash. The sky-piercing blade landed at his feet, propelling him skyward as he soared upward. Before long, Dean Lei and the deans of the other two colleges, along with a group of teachers, all gathered here. As if they had sensed something, their eyes brimmed with reluctance, and some could not hold back their tears. Perhaps some of you didn't even know this old man existed. Yes, our generation will eventually fade away. This world belongs to the young. The old man gazed calmly at the crowd. Everyone, the task of safeguarding the academy now falls to you. Senior, you. Dean Lei's eyes were red, his voice trembling. The old man waved his hand. His gaze grew increasingly dim, yet upon seeing Chu Bai, a fiery brilliance seemed to reignite within his eyes. Chu Bai, I know your professional weapon is immensely powerful, but it requires prolonged tempering and constant evolution to reveal its true edge. Until that day comes, I entrust this sword to you. Chu Bai took the Changli sword from the old man's hands. The fiery essence within it would never be extinguished until the evil forces were utterly destroyed. As Chubai grasped the Changli sword and felt its surging sword intent, he could not suppress the surge of emotion within him. He bowed deeply to the old man. "Senior, thank you for your guidance." The old man smiled faintly. And so, under the gaze of all present, he slowly dissolved into a beam of light and departed. Whoosh! In that instant, as if sensing something, the Changli sword erupted with a towering sword light. The light swept across the entire academy's sky. Amidst the swirling flames, a divine phoenix soared, letting out a long cry, as if bidding farewell to the departing elder. All present bowed toward the direction of the elder's departure, while Chubai, sword in hand, remained unable to calm the turmoil within his heart. "Chubai, are you alright?" Dean Lei patted Chubai's shoulder, asking with concern. "I'm fine, Dean." Chubai shook his head, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I could have healed him, but he refused to accept it. Perhaps he had grown weary of this world. By taking you with him into that final battle, he burned out his glorious life. For him, it was the best possible ending. Dean Lei sighed deeply, his gaze finally settling on the Changli sword in Chubai's hand. This sword accompanied the elder throughout his life. Now he has passed it on to you. You must carry forward his will. Chubai nodded firmly, replying earnestly, "Rest assured. With the Changli sword in my hands, it will shine as brightly as the senior did, until it consumes all calamity. Indeed, the future of this world rests upon your shoulders, young ones." Dean Lei smiled with satisfaction before slowly turning to leave. "Dean, what was the elder's name?" Chubai hesitated for a moment before asking. "Changli Zi." After witnessing such a glorious battle earlier, Chubai realized just how far behind he truly was. Thus, during the remaining days, he dedicated himself to refining his cultivation. Over these days, Dean Lei also provided him with abundant cultivation resources. Thus, while absorbing cultivation stones to elevate his class rank, Chubai also fully absorbed all the high-grade cultivation stones he and Xiao Wanling had obtained from the ancient space. Sigh. The cultivation stones required keep increasing. I truly have no idea how much resources it will take to sustain this in the future. Chubai sighed. It wasn't just the dual-class leveling that demanded vast resources. Simply maintaining his current sacred physique required absorbing substances imbued with the essence of heaven and earth to achieve breakthroughs and evolution. All these factors combined turned Chubai into a bottomless pit. Even Dean Lei couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "You're going to drain the academy dry, aren't you?" While this statement was certainly exaggerated, it did accurately reflect the predicament Chubai now faced. I wonder if joining the Jade Purity sect will grant access to more abundant cultivation resources. These days of cultivation had also deepened the rapport between Chubai and the Changli sword. As the old man had said, the heavenly dome sword he possessed was immensely powerful, yet it was still not in its complete form. It required constant refinement and evolution through rare energy crystals. Therefore, before the Sky Dome sword truly revealed its sharp edge, the Changli sword was clearly Chubai's better choice. Even if he eventually outgrew the Changli sword, Chubai would treasure it as a vessel for the elder's will. Chubai would never forget this elder who had guided him during his early cultivation days. Another 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Success! I've broken through to professional rank 18. Tomorrow is the day I join one of the 5 great organizations. Finally stepping into a new phase, I find myself starting to miss the atmosphere of the present moment. Chubai smiled. Ever since arriving in this world, he had lived this academy life. It was indeed carefree and pleasant, but ultimately fleeting. Every transferee in this world must inevitably face the battlefield of calamity. No matter what, I will slay every disaster and fulfill my predecessor's final wish. Chubai gazed at the moonlit night sky, dotted with sparse stars, unable to sleep for a long time. Early the next morning, all trainees who had passed the 5 great organizations' assessments had already gathered in the square. Each face bore a different expression, some filled with anticipation, others with dread. Chubai strode toward his new chapter under the rising sun. Shortly after arriving, the air was pierced by successive whistles. The crowd looked up to see sleek, technologically advanced airships appearing on the horizon. They resembled warships in the sky, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. Is this the work of the 5 great organizations? They actually sent such imposing and majestic warships to fetch us. Lin Kuang had approached Chubai unnoticed, bursting into laughter. The two exchanged knowing smiles before asking each other, "Brother, are you ready?" Chapter 44, Journey to Jade Purity, Catastrophe Strikes Again. Chubai smiled calmly. He had strived tirelessly for this day to step into a broader world and embrace its unknown challenges. "Of course I'm ready. Let's go." Chubai nodded and followed Lin Kuang to the waiting area designated for Yuqing. There, Dean Lei and Li Qiushui were already waiting. "Chubai, you're here." Dean Lei, seeing Chubai arrive, approached with a broad smile. "I was worried you'd be late for such an important occasion, you youngster." Chubai replied awkwardly, "Dean, you're really putting me on the spot here. When have I ever been late?" Li Qiushui chuckled helplessly, "The dean was just teasing you." Dean Lei then solemnly patted Chubai on the shoulder and said to him, "Chubai, most of the students joining Yuqing this time are from our Earth Academy. You must look after them well along the way." Chubai froze, turning to look. Sure enough, he recognized several familiar faces, all fellow Earth Academy students. He couldn't possibly have forgotten them. Understood. Shubai nodded. He had clearly become a star figure at the Earth Academy now. This feat of securing first place for the Academy would undoubtedly bring the Earth Academy even richer cultivation resources in the coming year. This was a noble act benefiting everyone, so no one would forget Shubai's contribution. Your acceptance into the 5 great organizations signifies your official graduation. Though you'll no longer be part of the Academy, we remain united on the same front. Dean Lei stepped forward and addressed the group solemnly. No matter what, never cease advancing. Unleash the full potential of your chosen professions. In the future, become formidable forces within the human faction. Lead the masses to eradicate the calamity once and for all. Raising his gaze to the warship now docked in the sky, he added with satisfaction, you young ones must embrace the sunlight and set forth toward the wider world. That is your stage in life. Go forth and shine your brightest. Thunderous applause erupted across the plaza, mingled with the shouts of the young cadets. The warships of the 5 great organizations docked, and the cadets began boarding one by one. Dean, teachers, until we meet again, Shubai said with a smile. Go, child. You are the pride of our Earth Academy and the pride of your predecessors. Dean Lei said earnestly, the Academy's doors will always be open for you. You may return any time. Your homeroom teacher and I will always be here. Shubai smiled, nodding to Dean Lei while his eyes filled with fond memories of the elderly man known as Chang Li Zi. He felt profoundly fortunate to have encountered such a mentor. The guidance and legacy entrusted to him would remain unforgettable for the rest of his life. Under countless gazes, Shubai and Lin Kuang boarded the warship bound for Yuqing. A contingent resembling a guard unit stood on the warship, all dressed in Yuqing attire. Scanning the area, Shubai did not spot Xiao Wanling. Of course, Shubai thought to himself. As senior Lu Fenggu's direct disciple, she wouldn't be here. Shubai mused inwardly. However, his slight mood swing was picked up by Lin Kuang, who smirked mischievously. What? Thinking about Xiao Wanling? Shubai remained silent, ignoring Lin Kuang as he walked toward the warship's deck. From here, he could overlook everything below. The warship had already set sail. The novelty of being amidst the sea of clouds left Shubai feeling refreshed and invigorated. He gazed toward the distant horizon, where patches of barren, bombed-out land could still be faintly discerned. What a beautiful world, he murmured. If only the catastrophe hadn't struck, it would have been even more splendid. Shubai sighed. Yes, no one wants the cataclysm. Haven't generations of us strived to eradicate it once and for all? It's just a pity that humanity has been battling the cataclysm for thousands of years, perhaps even longer. Lin Kuang sighed deeply. Sometimes I think humanity truly is a fragile species. After all, in the face of those terrifying cataclysmic beings, life and death can truly be decided in an instant. Shubai smiled faintly and said, humans aren't fragile. Even amidst a millennia-long battle against cataclysm, they've still developed such a magnificent civilization. How truly great is that? Indeed. This world is splendid. You and I must protect this beauty. Lin Kuang and Shubai exchanged a knowing smile. Shubai, we're almost at the Yuqing headquarters. I'm feeling pretty nervous right now. Lin Kuan walked over to Shubai, taking deep breaths repeatedly. What's there to be nervous about? Could it be you're afraid of being outshone by the geniuses at Yuqing? Shubai asked curiously, but his words seemed to strike a nerve. Lin Kuan's face immediately fell. Do you think I'm like you guys? All I have is an A-class profession. My talent is naturally far inferior. It took me a whole year just to reach my current profession level of 31. And you? How long has it been? You're already at level 18. Hearing this reason, Shubai sighed helplessly. Different professions have different cultivation efficiencies. Don't you understand that? Once we reach Yuqing, we'll all gain access to richer cultivation resources and more diverse class skills. Then, our cultivation speed will naturally accelerate. Lin Kuang found this reasoning somewhat convincing. He spoke thoughtfully, if that's the case, I must strive to join the Godslayer organization. The Godslayer organization. A hint of longing flickered in Shubai's eyes. As Yuqing's most formidable operational force, the Godslayer organization was led by Fenglugu. The very purpose of this organization was to swiftly respond to any catastrophic events that might arise, ensuring rapid deployment and combat readiness. It was likely every member of Jade Purity aspired to join the Godslayer organization. Attention! A calamity is descending. Suddenly, a startled cry drew the attention of Shubai, Lin Kuang, and the others. Their expressions shifted slightly as they hurried to the foremost point of the deck. Right then, in the sky directly ahead of them, calamity abruptly descended. A colossal force poured down like a celestial river. From the abyss emerged disaster creatures, massive beings with enormous wings plunging toward Shubai and his companions aboard the warship. Is this catastrophe specifically targeting us? Shubai's expression turned icy. With a flick of his wrist, the Changli sword materialized in his hand, blazing with intense firelight. Boom! A beam of light erupted. This warship was equipped with the most advanced technology Yuching currently possessed, a true superweapon. A single strike shattered hundreds of calamity creatures. It's not over. These things are targeting the warship's engines. Shu Bai shouted. Chapter 45, Changli Sword summons a professional phenomenon, overwhelmingly powerful. Yuching's guard squadron on the warship immediately assembled. Well trained, they reacted swiftly in this situation, unleashing powerful professional magic to strike at the suddenly appearing disaster creatures. The new cadets, however, were thrown into confusion, unsure how to respond. After all, this was their first time facing disaster creatures at such close range. Even during the previous academy invasion, Dean Lei and the others had been at the forefront. Lin Kuang, gather the new trainees with us and lead them away from the disaster creature. Shu Bai instructed Lin Kuang. At that moment, the entire warship began to shake violently. Though the scale of this disaster battlefield wasn't exceptionally large, it was clearly targeting the warship. Clearly, this horde possessed its own consciousness. Their sole purpose was to completely sever these fresh recruits. These mutated creatures have indeed evolved self-awareness. After failing to attack the academy last time, I never imagined they would wait for this opportunity to strike the new recruits. Shu Bai realized the calamity they faced might not merely be a random natural disaster, but an intelligent entity. Roar! A pterosaur-like disaster creature locked onto Shu Bai, diving down from the sky at breakneck speed, its form blurring into a dark shadow. Watch out! The guards sensed the danger. One swiftly snapped out of his trance, erupting with blinding speed as he closed in on Shu Bai. Facing the creature's sudden assault, Shu Bai raised his sword. A dark golden light, carrying immense divine and demonic power, surged forth. With a thunderous boom, a dark gold sword beam erupted, carrying blazingly fire. It severed the mutated creature's wings, then the leaf fire surged upward, incinerating the creature into nothingness. Are this year's freshmen this formidable? The guard who had been about to intervene froze for a moment before quickly recovering, nodding to Shu Bai. I'll fight alongside you, Shu Bai declared. All right, the man responded. Instantly, his form grew immense, and a colossal shadow emerged behind him, a savage bear standing hundreds of meters tall. The beast's appearance stunned everyone present. Shu Bai distinctly sensed the celestial phenomenon triggered by its emergence. That's a class phenomenon? Could he be a beast master too? Shu Bai instantly recognized the man's profession. After all, he had already encountered someone with the beastmaster profession before. He is the captain of the guard squad, Wan Quan. He is also the strongest among us, with a profession level of 58. Another member of the guard squad explained beside Shu Bai. I see. Shu Bai had no time to ponder this. He leapt into the air and landed at a high vantage point. With the high-tech weapons aboard the warship and the escort team's seamless coordination, the disaster creature's assault was temporarily pushed back. We must find a way to destroy the source. Just then, another wave of attack surged forward. Mutant creatures roared furiously, unleashing immense energy. A colossal mutated creature, hundreds of meters in size, struck the warship with a single punch, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently. The escort captain unleashed his own bear's might ability, locking combat with the largest mutated creature. The collision between these two colossal beasts generated enough force to shake the entire warship. Clearly, aside from the well-trained escort squad, the new recruits aboard the warship found it difficult to mount an effective counterattack. At Lin Kuang's call, some trainees finally sprang into action. Gathering together, they unleashed their professional magical power. We'll fight alongside you. The trainees unleashed their own professional abilities, unleashing a variety of attack methods. As everyone began to coalesce, they finally managed to push back the disaster creature's assault. Yet this brief lull made Shu Bai sense something amiss. Boom! A deafening rumble shook the entire warship to its core. Even Wan Quan's expression shifted at that moment. He leapt back onto the warship. The 100-meter-tall savage bear, radiating a primordial, savage aura, stood atop the warship. Its icy gaze swept the surroundings as it held off the mutated creature's renewed assault. Damn these disaster creatures, appearing at a time like this. Wang Quan bellowed, how much longer until reinforcements arrive? 10 minutes, someone replied. Among the crowd, Shu Bai's brows furrowed deeply. Clearly, the brief retreat of the mutated creatures was merely to gather strength for an even more devastating assault. Thud! A thunderous boom shook the entire warship violently, accompanied by distinct explosions. Everyone looked up to see the most formidable creature on this disaster battlefield hovering high above. Completely unfazed by the battleship's attacks, it slammed its hard claws into the hull, tearing open a massive gash. At this rate, we'll be sunk before reinforcements arrive. Shu Bai murmured, then vanished from the crowd. A blazing crimson light flared in his eyes. The Changli sword hummed in his grasp as he unleashed his class-specific phenomenon. The heavens shifted abruptly, and a figure descended from the horizon. What is that? A cadet pointed at the suddenly appearing Sword Saint's manifestation, his voice filled with utter terror. The descent of a god-tier profession's aura was enough to stir the very winds of heaven and earth. This time, Shu Bai summoned his profession aura through the Changli sword. Flames of the Li blazed across the sky, accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. Boom! The Sword Saint's vision swung a sword across the sky, turning the heavens crimson as a blade of flame sliced through the air. The earth-shattering strike annihilated the calamity creatures in its path, then drove straight toward the monstrous creature assaulting the warship. With a wet thud, the colossal creature's flesh tore apart, blood spurting forth. This strike truly wounded it, though not fatally, forcing it to abandon its assault on the warship. Then, to the stunned gazes of everyone present, Chubai swung his sword once more, slaying the mutated creature that had been besieging the group. "That kid Chubai is seriously insane," Lin Kuang roared with laughter. The sheer level of Chubai's insanity had surpassed even his wildest expectations. To single-handedly turn the tide in such a situation, that was the true terror of a powerful profession. This was caused by that new recruit just now? Wang Quan froze in place, his gaze locking onto Chubai holding the Changli sword nearby. The sword intent still swirled around him, radiating overwhelming power despite his mere level 18 class rank. In his mind, the words of Yuqing's people before departure echoed. Only then did Wang Quan realize, could it be, he's the Chubai everyone was talking about before we left? Chapter 46, the Godslayer organization arrives to aid, reaching Yuqing. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air. Distant, blurry figures appeared, all clad in high-tech battle armor. Their extreme speed generated the piercing whistles as they rapidly closed in. It's reinforcements from headquarters. We're saved. Among the guards, someone recognized the newcomers and let out a long sigh of relief. It's the Godslayer organization. Hearing this, Chubai and Lin Kuang both turned their gaze toward the group. So this was the strongest operational unit of the Jade Purity sect, the Godslayer organization? Damn, no wonder they're the Godslayers. That high-tech battle armor and that overwhelming aura. Chubai, do you think I really have a chance to join them? Lin Kuang's eyes sparkled with admiration. Clearly, for someone who had already joined Yuqing, the Godslayer organization was his next ambition. Of course you can. Chubai smiled. He knew Lin Kuang's potential well. Even though the latter's profession was only a rank, with his formidable willpower, he could still achieve remarkable success even among the geniuses gathered at Yuqing. The Godslayer organization landed on the warship. Wang Quan stepped forward to brief the leaders on the situation. You may return to headquarters first. We will handle the remaining disaster creatures and their source here, the leader stated. Strangely enough, this leader was not the captain of the Godslayer organization, Feng Longu. To Chubai, this man appeared to be the leader of a smaller unit within the Godslayer organization, though his formidable strength was undeniable, evident from the powerful aura he had unleashed moments earlier. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Quan nodded. By then, the warship had been fully repaired. Such high-tech warships possessed inherent self-repair capabilities. As long as they weren't attacked for a period and hadn't suffered extensive damage, they could recover swiftly. Shouldn't we stay and help them? Lin Kuang asked. It's unnecessary. Staying here would only slow them down. Disaster zones of this scale are routine for the Godslayer organization. Wang Quan smiled faintly, signaling the crew to increase speed as they raced toward the Yuqing headquarters at full throttle. Shortly after Chubai and the others departed, an intense surge of magical energy erupted behind them, clear evidence that the Godslayer organization had engaged the remaining disaster creatures. This is the Godslayer organization. Truly formidable. They must have assembled Yuqing's most powerful forces. Chubai silently watched the faintly visible battle fluctuations behind them. The Godslayers, as Yuqing's most elite task force, have a singular mission: to eradicate calamities. Thus, there are no weaklings among them. Every year, new recruits must pass a combat trial to earn their place. Wang Quan seemed to read Chubai's thoughts, stepping forward to explain. Is that so? Chubai smiled faintly, his gaze steadying. You are Chubai? Wang Quan suddenly asked. Chubai froze, turning to face him. You know me? It's not that I know you personally. Before I left, Captain Feng Longo specifically instructed me to keep an eye on you as a new recruit. Wang Quan laughed heartily. No wonder Captain Feng Lugua took such an interest in you. You truly possess formidable strength. I owe you my thanks for your help earlier. We're all members of Yuqing. It's only natural we stand together against enemies. After a brief exchange, Chubai gained a basic understanding of the Jade Purity organization. Gathering this information piece by piece after enrollment would have been far more cumbersome. What are the requirements to join the Godslayer organization? Chubai asked Wang Quan. You wish to join the Godslayer organization? Wang Quan's expression turned peculiar, but he quickly recalled that Chubai was someone Feng Longu held in high regard. Since Feng Longu was the captain of the Godslayer organization, it made perfect sense that Chubai would seek to join. There's only one requirement to join the Godslayer organization: pass its assessment. But I warn you, few trainees survive this brutal trial each year. Wang Quan looked at Chubai meaningfully before cautioning, most new recruits choose to hone their skills for several years, waiting until their professional rank improves before attempting the Godslayer organization's assessment. Attempting it with your current strength would be nothing short of suicide. With that, Wang Quan excused himself, citing urgent business, and parted ways with Chubai. Yet halfway down the path, he suddenly realized. But if it's this Chubai, who knows? That terrifying phenomenon he displayed earlier didn't feel like a new recruit at all. What exactly is his profession? Finally, as the Jade Purity headquarters came into view, all the new recruits, including Chubai, couldn't help but marvel. Such a majestic structure seemed to float amidst the clouds, like a celestial paradise. This is the Yuking headquarters? Holy! Chubai couldn't help but curse under his breath. As far as the eye could see, the headquarters resembled a palace, shimmering with radiant light. He could even make out the terrifying defensive installations. Not only was it protected by intricate array formations, but it also boasted an array of high-tech weaponry, each capable of inflicting devastating damage over vast areas. This is Yuqing's headquarters. Everyone, our mission is complete. Someone will guide you through enrollment shortly. Wang Quan and his escort team stepped forward, addressing the group. We sincerely apologize for the injuries you sustained earlier. Don't worry about it. The sudden appearance of the catastrophe was unforeseen by all of us. Chubai shook his head with a smile, clearly not sharing that sentiment. I hope you all find growth here at Yuqing. Wang Quan laughed heartily, leading his escort team as they gradually disappeared from Chubai and the other's sight. Chubai and his companions then disembarked from the warship and arrived at the gates of the Jade Purity headquarters. The moment they reached the entrance, figures materialized from thin air, all current decision-makers within the Jade Purity organization. Among them, Chubai recognized Feng Longgu. Welcome to Yuqing. We've been briefed on the earlier situation. Is anyone injured? Lu Fenggu asked, his gaze sweeping over the group to confirm no one had sustained serious injuries. Seeing them shake their heads, Feng Lugu laughed heartily. Excellent. I witnessed your actions. Though you were initially thrown into chaos, you rallied together to resist the catastrophe. That's commendable. But I expect such panic to cease entirely once you join Yuqing. As members of Yuqing, your sole enemy is the cataclysm. Against such foes, we must never retreat. The group shouted in unison, we will not retreat a single step. Chapter 47, Lu Fenggu's intentions, taking Chubai as a disciple. Seeing the united shout, Lu Fenggu and the other leaders smiled with satisfaction. They then led the group into the inner sanctum of the Jade Purity headquarters. As the grand gate swung open, the crowd truly entered the heart of the organization. A chorus of gasps erupted. Everyone stared in awe, as if witnessing a new world. This is Yuqing. Many exclaimed in awe. From birth, they had strived for nearly 20 years, all for the chance to join one of the 5 great organizations. All for one purpose, to grow stronger and slay their enemies. From this day forward, you are officially members of Jade Purity. As this year's new recruits, you will gain access to more abundant cultivation resources, dedicated training grounds, and various treasured professional skills. Of course, all of this must be earned through your own efforts. Lu Fenggu waved his sleeve and continued, we will assign you your own cultivation spaces and fixed cultivation resources. Beyond that, you must strive for more yourselves. I trust you've already understood this principle, so I won't elaborate further. Chubai stood among the crowd, listening as Feng Longgu explained some of the rules within Yuqing. In essence, there were no cumbersome curricula here. Most of the time, disciples cultivated independently, as Yuqing initially assigned them distinct cultivation spaces. Only when undertaking specific missions would they be dispatched collectively, a fact well known to Chubai and his peers. So it seems that at Yuqing, cultivation outcomes depend entirely on oneself. The most we can hope for is finding these elders to offer us some guidance. Chubai grasped the cultivation rules here, but he wondered, could every disciple truly possess their own practice space? How could Yuqing accommodate so many cultivating simultaneously? Within Yuqing, there are 8 instructors, and I am one of them. Lu Fenggu, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forward. Beside him, 7 other figures slowly stepped forward. Without a doubt, all 8 possess strength surpassing the 100th level of their professions. So they are the 8 most powerful guardians of Yuqing. It seems the cultivation spaces we enjoy are actually under the names of these 8 elders. Chubai mused thoughtfully. Thinking about it this way, it did resemble the university mentors from his previous world before his transmigration. We've observed your performance in the previous assessments. Now, I announce the allocation of spots. Someone will escort you to your accommodations afterward. You may proceed to cultivate on your own, but naturally, you must not violate the regulations. Lu Fenggu spoke, then waved his hand. A light screen materialized before him, displaying the information of Chubai and the others. Lu Fenggu then began announcing the slot allocations. Lin Kuang, cultivation mentor, Xiao Feng. As soon as the words left his mouth, a middle-aged man standing beside Feng Lugu raised his hand. Lin Kuang immediately flew up and landed behind him. Holy crap! Lin Kuang was startled, but he obediently positioned himself behind this cultivation instructor named Xiao Feng. At this moment, Chubai also noticed the pattern in their assignment of new recruits. Those with similar professional traits were almost always grouped together. It seemed each person had their own area of expertise. Yet behind Feng Lu's skeletal form. Chubai looked around and realized he was the only one left. Chubai, come stand behind me. Lu Fenggu's voice echoed. As the words fell, not only were the 7 guardians beside Lu Fenggu stunned, but even some upperclassmen watching the enrollment ceremony nearby were taken aback. Had Feng Longgu actually taken on a new disciple this year? Old Lu, what's gotten into you this year? You're actually willing to take on a disciple? Xiao Feng asked in astonishment. Lu Fenggu merely smiled without reply. Yet his enigmatic grin only deepened everyone's confusion. After all, it had been many, many years since Lu Fenggu had last taken on a new student. Are you looking for a companion for your own direct disciple? Another middle-aged man teased. After all, everyone knew that Feng Longgu currently had only one disciple, Xiao Wanling. Now, taking on Chu Bai as well? What did this mean? Or was it that Chu Bai possessed extraordinary potential? Fortunately, the teacher didn't tell the other guardians about Chu Bai. Otherwise, the scene of everyone scrambling for him that day would likely happen again. In the distance, Xiao Wanling's figure flashed by, followed by her soft chuckle. Facing the others' puzzled looks, Feng Longgu merely smiled without comment, gesturing urgently for Chu Bai to hurry behind him. Seeing this, Chu Bai quickened his pace and positioned himself behind Feng Longgu. Senior, what is this? Chu Bai's curiosity was piqued, but before he could voice his question, Feng Longgu murmured, "Don't speak yet." His expression turned serious as he continued in a solemn tone, "Next, your mentors will lead you to their training grounds. There, you will receive the most basic cultivation resources and access to practice areas. They will also brief you on subsequent matters. Understood?" Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Feng Longgu couldn't wait to lead Chu Bai away. "Bro, give it your all." Lin Quan, who had been following Xiao Feng, waved at Chu Bai. Chu Bai nodded with a smile. By then, Feng Lugua had already lifted him into the air. At this breakneck speed, Chu Bai felt as though they were soaring over layer upon layer of towering mountains before arriving at a place that seemed like a fairyland. "Senior, why such urgency?" Chu Bai felt both amused and exasperated. He couldn't shake the feeling that Feng Longgu was practically snatching him away. "You brat! If I hadn't gotten you out of there fast, those old fools would have snatched you up. Think about the loss I'd have suffered then." Lu Fenggu scolded with a laugh. "We've all heard about what happened on the warship earlier. Thank you for turning the tide and saving everyone." Chu Bai fell silent for a moment. While he knew his dual-class abilities might not remain hidden forever, he wasn't sure if fully exposing them would be a good thing. Possessing such abilities is your destiny. I maneuvered through their schemes to bring you under my wing. Don't disappoint me." Lu Fenggu chuckled. He understood Chu Bai's reluctance to reveal his secret and chose not to press further. But Chu Bai's exceptional talent was plain for all to see. This disciple, he was determined to bring under his wing no matter what. Besides, bringing you under my wing was also Linger's idea. Chapter 48, Xiao Wanling, Chu Bai is a strong man. Following Feng Longgu, Chu Bai arrived at a cultivation ground that resembled a fairyland. He even felt as though this place had transcended the boundaries of the Jade Purity headquarters. Yet, some of the world's most powerful beings were indeed capable of creating such domains. Thus, after a momentary surprise, Chu Bai quickly regained his composure. "That girl's been waiting for you for ages. Ever since the 3rd academy competition ended, she's been nagging me daily, insisting I take you as my disciple." Lu Fenggu said with a helpless expression. "Naturally, I couldn't resist her persistence. So, Chu Bai, don't let me down." "Ha ha." Chu Bai responded, "Senior, I'll do my best. You youngster, do you know what Linger says about you?" Feng Lugua remarked with a hint of displeasure, though it was clearly just teasing. "Ha? What did she say about me?" Chu Bai couldn't help but feel curious. What did this young lady of the Yuqing sect really think of him behind closed doors? Tough guy. Lu Fenggu roared with laughter. After setting Chu Bai down, he vanished in a blur. Chu Bai. Chu Bai remained silent for a long while before inwardly cursing. This master-disciple pair wasn't nearly as proper as they appeared on the surface. Especially now that he'd been saddled with the title of strong man, Chu Bai felt utterly helpless. "Chu Bai." A familiar voice called out. Xiao Wanling landed lightly ahead, waving at Chu Bai. The two met again, exchanging smiles. "I heard you went and gave me a nickname at Senior Lu's place, didn't you?" Chu Bai's gaze fixed on Xiao Wanling, whose eyes immediately darted away guiltily. "Who said that? I've never had such a hobby." Xiao Wanling gave a light snort before motioning for Chu Bai to follow her. "By the way, since you're new here, I'll give you a rundown on the specifics of Yuqing." Chu Bai nodded. While he'd learned some basics from Wang Quan, it was still superficial knowledge. Xiao Wanling clearly understood the place much more thoroughly. "As you can see, Yuqing has 8 powerful guardians. My teacher is the leader among them. In truth, all disciples of Yuqing are actually disciples of these 8 guardians." After Xiao Wanling finished speaking, Chu Bai finally asked, "Could it be that because Senior Lu possesses the greatest strength, he became the captain of the god-slaying organization?" "Chem, clever." Xiao Wanling flashed a playful smile. "Therefore, within Yuqing, besides the disciples under the 8 guardians, there exists a special task force, the Godslayer organization. As you said, Master also oversees the Godslayer organization. He simply has no time to take on new disciples under his own banner. I'm the only one he's accepted in recent years. Her bright, beautiful eyes studied Chubai as she smiled mischievously. Now you're the second. Care to call me senior sister? Chubai. Chubai's helpless expression drew another playful giggle from Xiao Wanling. They walked to a pavilion, where Xiao Wanling continued, "This is our training ground. The celestial and earthly energies here are exceptionally dense, making it ideal for cultivation. Moreover, disciples of Yuqing receive basic cultivation resources periodically. If you need more, you'll have to complete special tasks to obtain them. You should be aware of that." After briefly outlining Yuqing's system, Xiao Wanling tentatively inquired, "Would you like to join the Godslayer organization?" "Tell me more," Chubai said, his interest piqued. Xiao Wanling deliberately kept him in suspense, not revealing the details outright. Instead, she informed him that the assessment for the Godslayer organization would open in 1 month. A month? With my current strength, how much chance do I stand against those veterans who've honed their skills for years just to join the Godslayer organization? Chubai pursed his lips in thought. Ultimately, he concluded he must elevate his strength to at least level 20 in his professions. Only when both his primary professions underwent secondary evolution. Only then would he possess sufficient power to compete for a spot in the Godslayer organization. You're not seriously thinking of trying to join the Godslayer organization right after just joining Jade Purity, are you? Seeing Chubai lost in thought, Xiao Wanling's tone held a hint of surprise. Wouldn't you want to? Chubai countered. Who knows? Xiao Wanling gave a mysterious smile before turning to Chubai. Alright, no need to say more. Since Master's Dojo is always empty, you can train anywhere you like. I'm about to undergo my second-class evolution. Gotta go. In a few swift movements, Xiao Wanling vanished ahead. Witnessing this, Chubai couldn't help but smile. He began to sense the extraordinary cultivation environment around him. Here, the concentration of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy was beyond imagination. Therefore, even without relying on additional cultivation resources, simply cultivating here, drawing on the natural spiritual energy of this place rather than from outside sources, the gap in class level after a year would be immense. After returning to his quarters for a brief rest, Chubai entered his cultivation state. Xiao Wanling's strength had risen rapidly, and she had now reached the bottleneck of her second evolution. As for him, he was still stuck at level 18. Though I'm only level 18, I've expended countless times more cultivation resources than others. Chubai sighed to himself. Rising, he headed outside the training grounds. According to the new disciple enrollment rules, he was entitled to collect his cultivation resources. But before he could step outside, Feng Longgu arrived. Chubai, there's no need for you to collect your cultivation resources. I've already brought them for you. Lu Fenggu handed Chubai a special storage card. Feeling the weight of its contents, Chubai was taken aback. Senior Lu, this is incredibly generous of you. Your profession level should be around 18 now, right? You're currently in need of substantial resources to break through to level 20. I've already brought them for you. Lu Fenggu waved his hand dismissively. Only after seeing Chubai accept the storage card did he nod with satisfaction. As they walked side by side, Feng Lugua couldn't help but ask impatiently, Chubai, Linger mentioned that you gained recognition from that ancient treasure trove within the primordial realm? Yes, I was fortunate enough to gain its recognition, Chubai replied without concealment. The information revealed by the ancient treasure trove wasn't just ancient sword techniques, it also contains secrets from the primordial era, potentially involving how the cataclysm first descended upon the world. Such crucial matters, Chubai naturally wouldn't keep to himself. He felt a duty to share the truth with Feng Longgu and the others. Chapter 49, A Genius Unseen in Centuries. Senior Lu, regarding the ancient secret vault. My suggestion is to inform the 8 guardians of Yuqing. Since it involves secrets from the primordial era, I believe this should not be kept hidden during such critical times. Chubai stated his view directly. The world was already in utter turmoil. If there was a way to unravel the mysteries of the ancient era, he would hold nothing back. Lu Fenggu's expression turned solemn. Yes, you're right. In that case, come with me. Before long, Feng Lugua had summoned the other 7 guardians. Seeing the solemn expression on Feng Lugua's face, they too wore grave expressions. Old Lu, why the urgent summons? Xiao Feng asked first. Yeah, just get to the point, another guardian chimed in. Once everyone was assembled, Feng Longgu finally spoke. I've gathered you all today because there's a matter my disciple needs to address with you. Chubai stepped forward and bowed to Xiao Feng and the other 6 guardians. They smiled in response. Young man, speak your mind. You're the one who turned the tide on the warship, aren't you? Clearly, they had all heard about Chubai's earlier intervention on the warship. However, what he had displayed at that time was merely the formidable phenomenon manifested by the Changli sword. Thus, while it had piqued the Guardians' interest, they clearly regarded Chubai merely as a gifted young talent. Esteemed seniors, I wish to inform you of the ancient treasures that exist within the primordial space during the Tri-Academy Grand Competition. Chubai spoke up, showing no sign of nervousness even before the many powerful figures present. He calmly voiced his thoughts. At the mention of the ancient treasure trove, the expressions of the crowd grew solemn. After all, they were all aware of that thing. Every year, Yuqing sends different representatives to participate in the 3 academies competition selection. We've almost all been there and have always kept an eye on that ancient treasure. Chu Bai, what have you discovered? Xiao Feng inquired, his gaze toward Chu Bai now tinged with curiosity. I was fortunate enough to gain the recognition of the ancient secret repository. Chu Bai stated calmly. Yet his calm words exploded like thunder in the pin-drop quiet conference room. All 7 present, except for Feng Lu, paled visibly. They stared at Chu Bai in disbelief. Are you serious? This time, Feng Lu took over for Chu Bai, addressing the group. Indeed, it is true. At that time, Linger and Chu Bai were together. The two of them entered the location of the ancient secret treasure. Ultimately, it was Chu Bai who resonated with the ancient treasure trove, unlocking that black coffin, one that had remained sealed for millennia. The 7 guardians naturally placed no doubt in Feng Lugu's words. That ancient treasure trove, untouched for millennia, had now been opened by such a prodigy. You are the first in 1,000 years, one guardian exclaimed. A hint of smiles appeared on their faces. Thankfully, such a prodigy, one rarely seen in 1,000 years, had now chosen to join their Yuqing. No. Xiao Feng was the first to react, his brow furrowing as he glared at Feng Longu. You old bastard. Playing tricks on us, are you? I knew something was off. You broke your vow this year and took Chu Bai into your Taoist temple. The other guardians realized what had happened too, and they all started cursing at Feng Longu. Lu Fenggu, however, shrugged indifferently. If you must blame someone, blame the fact that I attended the 3 academies competition this year. Ha ha. Everyone. Seeing the guardians drifting off topic, Chu Bai sighed helplessly. Elders, the ancient secret repository has revealed some hidden truths from the primordial era. Thus, Chu Bai proceeded to recount everything he had witnessed and experienced within the ancient secret repository to the 8 guardians of Yuqing. This included the life story of the coffin's owner, a man who wielded a sword and fought battles throughout his existence, the sudden catastrophe that descended from the heavens, the monstrous creatures of the disaster. It all seemed to weave a far grander conspiracy. The group fell silent for a long time. Finally, Feng Lu sighed deeply and said, Now, the war between humanity and calamities has raged for tens of thousands of years. All records of ancient civilizations have long been lost. The state has always defined calamities as supernatural disasters. But if what Chu Bai says is true, that ancient calamities originated from beyond the heavens, then wouldn't that mean forces beyond Blue Star? Several powerful guardians fell deep in thought at that moment. Clearly, the information Chu Bai had brought them was of immense importance. They needed to report it to the state immediately, as it would undoubtedly be of great assistance in researching the cataclysm. Who would have thought that a genius unseen for millennia would arrive at our Yuqing? Ha ha! One guardian roared with laughter. The other 4 major organizations will likely be furious when they hear about this. Chu Bai watched the jubilant crowd with a sigh of resignation. Why did these guardians always seem so childish? Therefore, I have another matter for which I summoned you. My plan is to designate Chu Bai as a prodigy candidate for cultivation within Yuqing. His ability to withstand my aura suppression for the longest duration at a mere level 15 professional rank is sufficient proof of his extraordinary talent. Lu Fengdu's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the 7 guardians. They all understood clearly that once a talent like Chu Bai truly blossomed, he would not only become a major asset to Huaxia Nation but also a tremendous boon to human civilization as a whole. I agree, Xiao Feng nodded. I concur. I too. Seeing all the guardians agree to his proposal, Feng Lu Gugu smiled with satisfaction. In that case, everyone, let us immediately report the news Chu Bai has brought us. Furthermore, we must not be stingy with our resources. Chu Bai must be provided with sufficient cultivation resources. Senior Lu, this. Chu Bai hesitated, unable to speak. Who could have imagined he'd suddenly become a prodigy? This unexpected turn of events left him feeling rather overwhelmed. With your talent, this is what you deserve. Moreover, you are the only young person in thousands of years to resonate with the ancient hidden treasure. Lu Fenggu waved his hand dismissively, signaling Chu Bai not to worry. As your strength grows and your understanding of this world deepens, you will discover everything transforms completely. What decisions will you make then? After leaving Chu Bai with these profound words, Feng Longu departed first, leaving Chu Bai alone in a daze. Chapter 50, Comprehending the Ancient Sword Technique, Grasping its Essence. Several days had passed since Chu Bai informed Feng Longu and the others about the ancient hidden treasure. During this time, he remained at Feng Longu's training ground, devoted to cultivation. Fortunately, with Yuqing's full support, cultivation resources were more than sufficient. Finally, my profession level has reached the peak of level 18. Breaking through to level 19 should happen within the next couple of days. Chu Bai exhaled in relief. Closing his eyes, he began attempting to comprehend the ancient sword technique he had sensed within the ancient treasure trove. This ancient profession skill, passed down from that venerable predecessor, was, in Chu Bai's estimation, an absolute treasure of rare value. Even a cursory glance at the ancient sword technique passed down by that predecessor sent tremors through my soul. Now that my strength has grown, I wonder. Chubai pondered for a moment before activating his class skill. Setting, mental power enhancement. Comprehending a profession skill posed an immense test for a transferee's mental energy. If one's mental reserves were depleted during the process, all efforts would ultimately come to naught. Chubai didn't believe he could comprehend the ancient sword technique thoroughly in a short time, so he opted for a gradual approach. As his consciousness began to immerse itself in the ancient sword technique, a torrent of overwhelming and complex information instantly flooded his mind, placing an immense strain on his soul. In a daze, he glimpsed a sword shadow. It flowed through his mind, each strike unleashing blazing sword light. That colossal sword light seemed capable of cleaving through everything, even time and space themselves would be severed. A figure is demonstrating ancient sword techniques within my mind? Chubai's heart raced with shock. Could this figure's demonstration actually be the cultivation method for the ancient sword technique? Chubai focused his mind, daring not to relax even slightly. That figure seemed to have truly attained the realm of sword-mind unity. To him, the sword was no longer a weapon, but his very heart. Using the heart as the sword, viewing all things as swords. At this level, perhaps a physical sword was no longer necessary. A plucked leaf could become a sword, a single leaf, a speck of dust, a strand of flowing water, all could be swords. The figure gradually faded into obscurity until Chubai could no longer discern it. Ah! A searing pain erupted in Chubai's mind. The sensation of his soul being torn apart nearly caused him to lose control completely. Fortunately, he reacted in time and withdrew from his cultivation state. Still trembling with fear, Chubai exhaled a long breath of relief. With his current strength, attempting to comprehend this ancient sword technique was indeed premature. I never imagined the ancient sword technique passed down by the predecessor contained 9 layers, 9 swords. Hence, it is also known as the 9 ancient sword slays. With my current strength, I can only discern the opening strike. Chubai summoned the Changli sword. After this period of refinement, he had fully integrated the blade with his own being. Using it felt like an extension of himself. Though he remained far from the realm of wielding the sword with one's heart, as embodied by the figure in his mind. First strike. Piercing cloud. Chubai silently recited the name of the first strike, then began awkwardly mimicking the opening stance of the figure from his mind. Despite the clumsiness, Chubai's first attempt at this movement appeared particularly bizarre. Yet the moment he forced the posture into place, he sensed a sword energy flowing through him, seemingly hazy and fragile, yet in reality, incredibly resilient. He did not strike with the sword, instead releasing the momentum before attempting the swing again. Time and again, over and over. Until Chubai could execute the sword stance with fluidity. He raised his hand slightly, then swung the sword. The continuous sword energy condensed before him, and the entire Changli sword began to tremble slightly at that moment, a manifestation of energy reaching its peak accumulation. First strike, piercing clouds. With a humming resonance, Chubai swung his sword. Instantly, a blinding sword light erupted, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. This strike seemed to truly possess the might to pierce through the clouds. The sword light roared past, unleashing a colossal energy shockwave. So powerful. Is this the might of ancient sword techniques? Chubai was stunned. Merely his first complete strike possessed such overwhelming might. If he mastered this very first strike completely, wouldn't its power ascend to even greater heights? This ancient sword technique is far more difficult than the divine demon sword art. While I've achieved some mastery with the divine demon sword art, it remains an incomplete text. Its true potential lies in the opportunities yet to come. Chubai sheathed his sword, then began gathering sword energy once more, intent on attempting the first strike of the ancient sword technique again. Clearly, the subsequent 8 swords remained beyond his comprehension for now. Only as his strength grew could he gradually perfect this true ancient sword technique. Half a day passed. Chubai lifted his gaze and swung his sword. The blade's light shot skyward, scattering the clouds with the might to pierce the heavens and reveal the sun, a single strike capable of opening the gates of heaven. Boom! The surging sword energy caused Chubai's own magical power, after a brief depletion, to experience a sense of rebirth through destruction. This revitalized power relentlessly collided with the surging vitality inherent in his holy body constitution. In that instant, Chubai truly ascended to the 19th rank of his profession. Such a formidable strike drew Xiao Wanling's attention. Over the past 2 days, she had successfully completed her profession's second evolution, now standing at profession level 23. Clearly, the Spirit Array Master profession, after undergoing secondary evolution, will experience a qualitative leap in overall strength. Drawn by the sword strike unleashed by Chubai, she felt the surging blood energy radiating from him, even tinged with a faint golden glow. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. What a formidable physique! What path of cultivation has this fellow pursued? He possesses the ability to impose settings upon others, wields powerful sword intent, and now his physical body is this strong too. His profession, it can't possibly be all-encompassing, can it? She approached Chubai, who sensed her presence and turned to give her a slight nod. It seems you're in trouble. Xiao Wanling said, slightly awkwardly. What? Chubai frowned, utterly baffled. He'd been staying here practicing almost non-stop these past few days, never going anywhere. Where could this trouble possibly come from? Someone on the rankings has issued you a challenge, and many are watching this unfold. I wanted to step in and resolve it for you, but according to Yuqing's rules, only the person being challenged can respond to a challenge. Xiao Wanling stated seriously. Clearly, this was Yuqing's rule, otherwise, how could she not know Chu Bai was cultivating? Why would she let this challenge disturb him? But still, who is it? What are they challenging me to do? Why challenge me? Chapter 51, The Provocation from the Ranked Challenger. It's like this. Because Master made it very public, taking you as his disciple right in front of the other 7 guardians in Master's dojo is something countless people would kill to get into. So naturally, someone from the rankings issued you a challenge. Xiao Wanling gave an awkward smile. To be honest, Feng Longgu had handled this poorly. He could have secretly brought Chu Bai in, but instead he had to do it in such a public setting. Chu Bai. So who exactly are these ranked challengers? Seeing Chu Bai's blank expression, Xiao Wanling slapped her forehead. Oh dear, I forgot to introduce them. I assumed you already knew. Chu Bai was speechless once more. So Xiao Wanling began explaining to Chu Bai, actually, Yuqing has a special strength ranking specifically for young disciples. Only disciples who have joined Yuqing within the last 3 years are eligible to be listed. There are only 100 spots on the list. The top 50 are called the gold list, while the bottom 50 are the silver list. But those who make it onto either list are undoubtedly formidable. The challenger this time is the 86th ranked expert on the list, who joined our Yuqing last year. After this explanation, Chu Bai finally understood that such a ranking system existed within Yuqing. I see. So that means senior disciples who've been here over 3 years can't compete for the rankings, right? Chu Bai grasped the purpose of the rankings. Then, a thought struck him, and he remarked with a peculiar expression, why do I get the feeling that someone challenged me because of you? Xiao Wanling? Xiao Wanling looked utterly innocent. What did I do? Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Bai followed Xiao Wanling to the largest arena within Yuqing. The place was saturated with dense spiritual energy, surrounded by elevated platforms capable of accommodating the disciples who came to watch. This is the arena. Yuqing disciples spar here. The only way to become a ranked fighter is to defeat an existing one and take their place. Xiao Wanling gave Chu Bai a mysterious smile. So? Interested? I'm not particularly interested, but since someone has challenged me by the rules, I can't refuse. As Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling entered together, stares instantly converged upon him, piercing through him as if to see his very soul. Is he Chu Bai? He's quite handsome, but what makes him worthy of being taken under Senior Lu Fenggu's wing? He's just a freshman who joined Yuqing this year. What skills could he possibly have? Still, he's got guts showing up to face a challenge from someone ranked 86th on the silver list. Seeing this guy standing next to junior sister Wanling makes me sick. I heard the 86th ranked silver list expert is named Wang Teng. He's been infatuated with junior sister Wanling, that's why he challenged Chu Bai. Chu Bai rolled his eyes. He'd already pieced it together, it probably had something to do with the mischievous little girl beside him. With Xiao Wanling's stunning beauty and grace, she must have countless admirers in Yuqing. How many longed to become disciples of Master Feng and cultivate alongside her? And now, as the sole one holding that position, how could he not stir jealousy? Xiao Wanling gave an awkward smile. As she listened to the murmurs around them, her expression grew cold. She seemed poised to step forward, but Chu Bai stopped her. So it really is because of me. You don't need to step forward. Leave it to me, Xiao Wanling said, her expression turning cold. She vaguely remembered the Wang Teng everyone was talking about, but to her, he was just another senior disciple among many. Had others not mentioned him, she might have forgotten about him entirely. Since Senior Wang Teng has issued this challenge, if I let you handle it, I fear similar challenges will follow one after another. I have no desire to have my cultivation time disrupted every other day. Chu Bai shook his head, not entirely convinced it was Xiao Wanling's fault. He smiled faintly and walked calmly toward the center of the arena. Ahead of him, a man clad in white robes stared intently. Judging by his position, this must be Wang Teng, the challenger. You're Chu Bai? Wang Teng sneered, his eyes blazing with undisguised hostility. Witnessing Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling enter together moments ago had only fueled his rage. Senior Wang Teng, what brings you here? Chu Bai smiled indifferently, his gaze calm as he looked at Wang Teng. I merely heard that you, Junior, were chosen as a disciple by Senior Lu Fenggu. I wish to see what talents you possess that earned you such selection. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Wang Teng's lips before he feigned magnanimity. Of course, I know you've only recently joined Yuqing Academy, so I won't put you on the spot. In this duel, you can either concede defeat or be defeated. Junior brother, make your choice. Though everyone knew Wang Teng was clearly bullying him after all, in the strong rankings competition, seniority meant nothing, only strength mattered. But for a senior to challenge a freshman who'd only joined Yuqing a few days ago, well, it did seem a bit unfair. Yet no one cared, for all were eager to see what kind of talent this freshman named Chu Bai possessed to be taken under the wing of Feng Lugu. Since you've deigned to challenge a freshman like me, senior, refusing would be disrespectful. Shu Bai walked calmly to the center of the arena, signaling to Wang Tang with a single hand that they could begin. Seeing Shu Bai actually accept the challenge, the onlookers couldn't help but think this freshman was incredibly bold. Sure, he showed some presence now, but he was bound to lose miserably soon. Ha! That's gutsy. Since that's the case, neither of us will use our professional aura. We'll fight solely with our own strength. Do you dare? Wang Tang roared with laughter, unleashing powerful professional mana fluctuations. Wang Tang is a level 35 professional with an A-rank professional boxer title. Looks like Shu Bai is in for a world of pain. Shu Bai nodded and smiled. Go ahead. Shu Bai did not shy away from battle. Even though his opponent was a level 35 professional, he still chose to fight Wang Tang. On one hand, it was to avoid unnecessary trouble later. On the other hand, he wanted to see just how far his current holy physique could take him. An A-rank professional boxer, ha! Shu Bai clenched his fists as golden blood energy surged within him. He advanced slowly, then suddenly charged forward. Facing Wang Tang, a formidable opponent with a significantly higher professional level, he actively launched his attack. Chapter 52, The Holy Body Reveals Its Might. A dominant victory, securing a spot on the rankings. He actually initiated the attack? This freshman truly possesses extraordinary courage. No wonder Senior Lu Fenggu took him as a disciple. What good is courage? The gap in strength is obvious. It's useless. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Witnessing Shu Bai charging toward Wang Tang left them stunned to most eyes. Wang Tang was an almost insurmountable foe for Shu Bai. Wang Tang's smile turned icy as he witnessed Shu Bai's proactive strike. Then, his fists gathered a surging light. At that moment, his fist wind became incredibly powerful. Facing Shu Bai, he swung a punch. The Fist Master class's most formidable attack was to strike with ferocious fists, ending their opponent's life. Boom! A deep collision echoed through the air, yet the scene everyone imagined Shu Bai being sent flying by a single punch did not materialize. Shu Bai caught Wang Tang's punch with his palm. Wang Tang's expression now mirrored the astonishment on everyone else's faces. After absorbing the blow, Shu Bai merely staggered back slightly. Golden blood energy surged from Shu Bai's body, unleashing a powerful force that instantly repelled Wang Tang. Seizing the moment of Wang Tang's brief daze, Shu Bai channeled his magical power into his fist. Boom! A single punch sent Wang Tang reeling dozens of meters back. Shu Bai's offensive showed no sign of slowing. He followed up with a sweeping kick that caught Wang Tang completely off guard. But Wang Tang was no novice, a senior student who had trained at Jade Purity for a year. Gathering power in his fists, he swiftly adjusted his stance and struck out, colliding with Shu Bai's attack. Both men staggered backward simultaneously, and Shu Bai's offensive was halted. How can this kid's body be so bizarre? It's like steel. Wang Tang exclaimed in shock, but quickly realized Shu Bai wasn't bluffing. His fists glowed as he unleashed a full power strike. Normally, a level 35 expert facing a level 19 opponent wouldn't need to exert such seriousness. But Shu Bai was clearly different. Wang Tang was no pushover. Now fully focused, he unleashed a barrage of fierce fist winds toward Shu Bai. His relentless assault left Shu Bai no room to breathe, sealing off every retreat. Yet Shu Bai, relying on his agility, dodged blow after blow while seeking openings to block. Boom! Shu Bai blocked with both arms outstretched, simultaneously unleashing a punch that erupted with golden light. This is the might of the holy body, possessing overwhelming vitality and a physique of unparalleled strength. Even when facing a fist-wielding martial artist whose specialty lies in raw punching power, Shu Bai showed no fear. Your profession is related to the physical body? Wang Tang bellowed. Even opponents of the same level 35 would retreat 3 paces before his fierce fist winds, yet Shu Bai stood his ground, engaging him head-on without flinching. The physical body? That's just something I cultivated along the way. Shu Bai chuckled, his tone laced with provocation. Wang Tang remained silent, but rage flared in his eyes. He roared, channeling immense class power into his fists. Fist of Ruin. This was his class skill. As he unleashed it, blazing light erupted from his fists, radiating a blinding glow. His attack remained as devoid of technique as ever, yet it was precisely this raw, unadulterated force that often proved difficult to guard against. With a thunderous crash, Shu Bai clenched his fist to meet the blow. The sheer force of the impact sent him reeling backward, nearly sending him tumbling off the stage. That class skill is quite impressive. Shu Bai steadied himself just as Wang Tang charged forward again. His fist carried a fierce, overbearing wind that could be felt even by spectators dozens of meters away. My destruction fist makes even opponents of equal rank think twice. Shu Bai, you're no match for me. Wang Tang roared, his fists glowing as he adopted a unique stance, channeling all his power into both hands before unleashing them toward Shu Bai. Shu Bai. A trace of worry flashed across Xiao Wanling's delicate face. Shu Bai's position was now perilously precarious. If struck by this punch, he would inevitably be knocked off the stage. At that point, there would be no second chance. Setting, physical strength enhanced for 1 minute. Golden light erupted from Shu Bai's eyes as he fully unleashed the blood energy of his sacred body. The radiant aura formed a crimson glow, enveloping him entirely, while a strand of golden light blossomed within his body. To ordinary eyes, Chubai now resembled a golden Buddha, the immovable wisdom king. Immortal body. Chubai roared, then channeled his professional mana into his hands. Swinging his arms, he unleashed blinding fist beams. Boom! Their fists collided violently, sending powerful shockwaves rippling out from the stage. Bolstered by the dual enhancements of the sacred body and the indestructible body, Chubai's physical form was now unmatched. Moreover, he possessed a temporary physical enhancement effect. With all three layers stacked, his fully unleashed punch sent Wang Tang flying. How is this possible? Wang Tang felt excruciating pain in his arms, nearly losing control of the magical energy surging within him. Chubai gave him no chance to recover. Senior Wang Tang, I'll take your spot on the rankings for a while. Chubai roared, bursting with golden light as his fist struck Wang Tang squarely in the chest. The impact sent Wang Tang flying over 100 meters, crashing off the stage and landing face down below. The force of Chubai's punch caused Wang Tang's face to flush crimson. He coughed up 2 large mouthfuls of blood before lying pale and motionless on the ground. He tried to struggle to his feet, but the excruciating pain in his chest made it impossible. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Chubai's chest heaved violently. The accumulated power from his earlier strike dissipated, leaving him feeling a wave of exhaustion. Fortunately, his energy expenditure wasn't excessive. His formidable divine body constitution had endowed him with boundless vitality. Seeing Wang Tang unconscious, Chubai turned and slowly descended from the stage before the stunned, gaping audience. Chubai. Xiao Wanling approached. She had feared he was merely forcing himself to continue, but now it was clear he was in good condition. Are you okay? Xiao Wanling asked with concern. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Chubai replied. Hearing this, Xiao Wanling ignored the glares around them that seemed ready to tear Chubai apart. She gently helped him up and led him away. Only then did the crowd erupt in shock. Wang Tang, a silver rank expert, had been defeated by a freshman who had only enrolled a few days ago? Were all the new students this monstrous now? That day, the entire Yuqing Academy was in an uproar. A freshman who had only just enrolled had decisively defeated Wang Tang, the 86th ranked powerhouse on the silver list, securing a spot on the strength rankings. The name Chubai rapidly rose to prominence. Though many issued challenges, Chubai himself remained silent, offering no response. Chapter 53, Small-Scale Catastrophe Battlefield Bounty Mission. If you encounter such a challenge again, just come straight to me. While Yuqing permits free challenges among disciples, this kind of challenge against a freshman who's only been enrolled for a few days is clearly unreasonable. Within the training grounds, Feng Lubua approached slowly. Evidently, he had just returned to Yuqing and heard about the battle between Chubai and Wang Tang. He was quite astonished that Chubai had managed to defeat Wang Tang. While pleased, he didn't forget to offer Chubai some advice. Master, where have you been these past few days? Xiao Wanling crossed her arms, complaining, do you think I didn't want to tell you? You weren't here. Lu Fenggu's tone grew solemn. I was on a mission. Catastrophes have been occurring with increasing frequency lately. This time, a large-scale catastrophe struck Ji Province. The frequency of calamities is increasing. Senior, do these calamities possess self-awareness? The 2 I've experienced so far seem deliberately targeted. The timing and locations are too precise. Chubai couldn't help but ask aloud. After all, the 2 calamities he'd encountered so far seemed deliberately orchestrated to target and eliminate them, the new trainees. Your suspicion isn't unfounded. We're investigating it as well. Lu Fenggu froze for a moment before snapping back, this isn't a topic for you two to be asking about. Just focus on your cultivation. Chubai, did you hear what I said earlier? Chubai chuckled, teasingly, Senior Lu, if others have already set up an array waiting for me, and I don't show up, won't people say your Dao field lacks strength? Look, you rarely take on a disciple into the sect. If I don't help you establish your prestige, won't people laugh at us? Lu Fenggu sighed helplessly, you've got a sharp tongue, kid. Well done defeating Wang Tang, a level 35, with just your level 19 profession. Your fame is spreading far and wide now. That battle of yours is still being talked about all over Yuqing. Lu Fenggu didn't linger long before departing. After all, he'd just returned from clearing a calamity task when news of this reached him. He'd rushed back out of concern for Chubai's injuries. Catastrophes are occurring with increasing frequency. I wonder how much peaceful cultivation time we have left. Chubai sighed. He couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was growing increasingly dire, and it seemed they no longer had much time left. With our current strength, we can't really help much, Xiao Wanling remarked from the side, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of worry. But her tone shifted as she turned to Chubai, still, we can contribute our share. Clearing calamities also earns us corresponding rewards. Chubai's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean? Facing Chubai's question, Xiao Wanling replied with a hint of pride, actually, within the Jade Purity sect, all disciples can accept bounties for smaller disaster battlefields based on their strength requirements. These bounties aren't difficult, and the rewards we can obtain are determined by the task's difficulty level. Rewards include cultivation resources, professional skills, and the ability to eliminate calamities. It's quite popular, you know. Chubai nodded thoughtfully, surprised that such a system existed within the Jade Purity sect. Wait a minute. Why do you always have to squeeze out information about Yuqing bit by bit? Can't you just tell me everything at once? Xiao Wanling gave a sly smile and silently walked away. Chubai. Shaking his head in resignation, Chubai returned to his cultivation spot. His battle with Wang Tang had made his blood energy cultivation even more solid. Indeed, only through relentless combat could the true nature of the divine body manifest, growing ever stronger through destruction and rebirth. Less than a month remains until the Divine Slayer organization's assessment. I must seize every moment and complete my profession's second evolution before then. Chubai murmured to himself. He then plunged back into cultivation. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and during this period, Chubai actually felt a sense of ease. However, ever since Chubai secured the 86th spot on the silver list, the challenges directed at him had only multiplied. Who would admit that such a newcomer deserved a spot on the strong rankings? This time, however, Chubai did not respond to any of the challenges. All of them were unilaterally intercepted by Feng Longu. Seeing Feng Longu protect Chubai so fiercely only deepened the other disciples' suspicions that Chubai must have pulled strings behind the scenes. After all, only a handful had witnessed his battle against Wang Tang. Many believed the reports of that fight had been wildly exaggerated. Maybe Chubai is seriously injured and on his last legs, which is why Senior Feng Longu stepped in to block all the challenges for him. Rumors swirled everywhere, yet Chubai remained nowhere to be seen. Finally, I've reached the peak of level 19. I only need to seize one more opportunity to break through to the professional level 20. Chubai slowly opened his eyes, the surge of joy welling up within him as the immense power coursing through his body stirred. 19th tier peak, not bad. Soon I'll undergo my second class evolution. Will I get to witness the dual class phenomenon manifesting once more? Xiao Wanling chuckled mischievously. She had appeared beside Chubai unnoticed, and upon realizing his current strength, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're already at level 24. Stop rubbing it in. Chubai sighed inwardly. He now understood that whenever this young lady sought him out, it never meant anything good. Spit it out. Who's challenging me this time? Or are you trying to tell me about some rule in Yuqingli I don't know about? Chubai prepared to listen attentively, only to see Xiao Wanling pout and retort, is that really how you see me? Aren't you? Chubai retorted. Xiao Wanling. Fighting the urge to lash out, Xiao Wanling explained, actually, since there's still time before the Godslayer organization's selection process begins, I'd like to invite you to join our team. What do you mean? Chubai pressed. I've taken on a bounty related to a minor disaster battlefield. The location isn't far from us, it's in Shanxi province. Our team is short one member. Interested in joining? Xiao Wanling laid out the reason. Hearing this, Chubai perked up. After a moment's thought, he accepted her invitation. Ever since Xiao Wanling first mentioned disaster bounties, he'd harbored a longing to participate. Now that the opportunity presented itself, how could he possibly refuse? I knew you'd agree. Come on, follow me. Xiao Wanling beckoned, motioning for Chubai to follow. Chapter 54, Accepting the Bounty Mission, heading to Shanxi Province. Chubai and Xiao Wanling left the dojo. On the way to claim the bounty, Chubai thought of their destination Shanxi Province and felt a pang of melancholy. I recall Shanxi's noodle dishes are quite delicious, right? Xiao Wanling agreed, yes, I've had it many times before. But we're going on a mission this time, don't even think about eating. Chubai chuckled. I wasn't thinking about eating. I was just reflecting that even amidst this battle spanning tens of millions of years, humanity has still built such a splendid and glorious civilization. Truly a formidable race. Yes. Though I wonder if our generation will live to see the day when the cataclysm is utterly vanquished. I believe human civilization will shine even brighter afterward. Xiao Wanling smiled too. She agreed with Chubai's thoughts. A race that had endured wars for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. How could it not be considered great? The two entered a grand hall, which clearly served as the Bounty Information Center for Yuqing. Several Yuqing disciples were gathered here as well, all seeking to accept bounty missions. This is where disciples claim bounties. They're categorized by tier, and accepting one requires meeting specific strength and group size requirements. Ever since Xiao Wanling arrived, the gazes of several disciples nearby had settled upon her. As the acknowledged youngest sister disciple of Yuqing, Xiao Wanling's popularity was immense, attracting numerous admirers. Chubai sighed inwardly. It was that kind of scrutinizing gaze again. Perhaps he'd grown accustomed to it from being with Xiao Wanling so often. But there are only two of us. Are you sure we can take on a bounty? Chubai inquired. Xiao Wanling flashed a triumphant smile and pointed ahead. Of course, I've already picked the team members. We're currently one short, just waiting for you. 3 figures ahead beckoned to Xiao Wanling. The woman in the center gave a mysterious smile and said to her, so, little Ling, you finally decided to bring out your fellow junior brother? Xiao Wanling stiffened, unable to resist retorting, Sister Xiaoya, please don't joke like that. The woman addressed as Sister Xiaoya smiled gracefully. She looked at Chubai and introduced herself. Hello, Chubai. I'm Linya. I joined Yuking last year and currently rank 80th on the silver list. Beside Linya stood two men who, unlike others, showed no hostility toward Chubai. Their faces bore an uncanny resemblance, making them nearly indistinguishable, likely twins. Hello, Chubai. We've all heard about your battle with Wang Tang. It's good to finally meet you. One of the men stepped forward, extending his hand to Chubai. I'm Liam Mo. This is my younger brother, Liam Mo. Chubai paused briefly before smiling and shaking their hands. Hello, I'm Chubai. Xiao Wanling pointed at the Li brothers and introduced them to Chubai. These two are also silver list experts, ranked 75th and 70th respectively. Chubai was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the three teammates Xiao Wanling had found to be silver list powerhouses. So, were these three seniors? After brief introductions, they proceeded together to the bounty claim point. There, a representative from the Jade Purity faction meticulously recorded the details of each bounty claim. During this process, Chubai, Xiao Wanling, and the others needed to state their professions and professional levels. Linya stepped forward first and stated, Linya, profession level 37, profession, elementalist. Liamo, level 38, heavy armor. Liamo, level 37, heavy armor. Xiao Wanling, level 24, spirit array master. Chubai, level 19, profession, novelist. A momentary silence seemed to fall around them. The supervisor and the three of them, Linya, Liamo, and Xiao Wanling, all froze in surprise. What did you say your profession is? Novelist? Novelist? That's not. Linya hesitated, but she didn't press further. She had witnessed Chubai's battle against Wang Tang firsthand. If Chubai truly belonged to a useless profession, how could he possibly possess the strength to defeat Wang Tang? Let me confirm, your profession is novelist and your current profession level is 19, correct? The manager frowned. Clearly, accepting such a bounty at Chubai's current level carried significant risk. Yes, that's correct. Chubai nodded. The manager was about to say something else when Chubai continued, add me to the team. I'm confident I can protect myself. I'm ranked 86th on the silver list. At those words, the manager's eyes flickered. Rank 86 on the silver list, wasn't that the freshman who had enrolled less than a month ago? He suddenly recalled that someone named Chubai had defeated Wang Tang. Alright. The bounty mission you've accepted is to clear that minor disaster battlefield. The danger level isn't high, and the defense army will provide backup. After successfully accepting the mission, the group set off for the designated location. Heavy armor. What kind of class is that? Chubai turned to the Liamo brothers beside him, asking curiously. Heavy armor is an A-rank class, but it's widely recognized as a powerful class that can rival S-rank classes. Linya explained, the heavy armor class is unique. It requires a compatible class changer to unleash its full potential. Without that compatibility, it can only perform at the level of a standard A-rank class. Exactly. Both Liamo and I are 100% compatible with heavy armor. That's why, in our hands, it can truly compete with S-rank professions. Liamo nodded in agreement. Liamo beside him remained silent, merely giving a quiet nod. His personality matched his name perfectly, quiet and reserved. We were curious earlier about what kind of teammate Wanling would bring. But hearing it was you, we felt at ease. Linya smiled faintly and said mysteriously to Chubai, Chubai, when we mentioned needing a teammate, she didn't hesitate to name you. No wonder my eyelids been twitching lately, Chubai quipped. Chubai. Xiao Wanling raised her fist and smacked him playfully. Thus, the five of them boarded the small warship reserved for Yuqing headquarters and departed, heading toward Shanxi province. The journey wasn't long, and with the warship's speed, they were confident they'd arrive soon. Who would have thought Yuqing would equip such a small warship for disciples retrieving bounties? Chubai marveled, feeling the vessel's swift momentum. Chapter 55, The Might of the Novelist Profession, Continuous Settings. Above Shanxi province, Chubai and his companions arrived at their destination. As far as the eye could see stretched an endless plain. They landed below, within the defensive lines erected by the garrison troops. Are you disciples of Yuqing? A soldier approached. Even though he had already recognized Yuqing's warship, he still chose to ask for confirmation. After confirming their identities, Chubai and his group followed the soldier to their temporary command center. The scale of this disaster zone isn't large. Our bounty mission is to eliminate the source of the disaster within it. Although the Liamo brothers were slightly stronger than Linya, she was clearly the true leader of this team, a fact both Xiao Wanling and Chubai acknowledged. Chubai naturally had no desire to take on the role of leader, so for now, Linya was making all the decisions for the group. We've already cleared most of the disaster creatures here. Next, we'll need your help to finish off the source. Several warriors stepped forward and addressed Chubai and the others in solemn tones. Leave it to us, Linya nodded. We'll keep a close eye on your situation and provide support if needed, the warrior added. After a brief rest, Chubai and his group departed the command center, heading toward the nearby disaster battlefield. This is my first time experiencing the atmosphere of the disaster battlefield up close. Even during my previous mission with Senior Zhang Ji, we never ventured this deep into the heart of the disaster zone. Chu Bai stepped onto the land ravaged by catastrophe. The distant sky seemed shattered, while endless cracks spread across the ground. The faint growls of catastrophe creatures seemed to echo in the air. The scale of the disaster here isn't large. I believe the source should be manageable to clear. Let's enter it first. Linya spoke up. The others agreed, and they began to venture deeper into the disaster battlefield. Chu Bai kept a watchful eye on his surroundings, his mind filled with lingering doubts about the disaster zone. What exactly is this? Is it a powerful force affecting this area, or has it merely been contaminated by the aura of the disaster? As the words fell, two mutated creatures in the distance spotted Chu Bai and his companions, swiftly charging toward them. Seeing this, Linya gave a cold snort and unleashed her professional magic without mercy. Instantly, the surrounding temperature seemed to plummet. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed as the two mutated creatures froze solid, trapped by the sudden surge of ice. The ice shattered, and the calamity creatures shattered with it. However, the commotion of battle had clearly drawn more disaster creatures. Though most had been cleared away, the remaining horde was still substantial. These mutated creatures aren't particularly powerful. We should break through quickly. Eliminating the source is the top priority. Chu Bai proposed, then gathered a flame in his hand. The Changli sword was gripped firmly, radiating a fierce aura. Agreed. Liamo roared, unleashing a powerful aura. Layer upon layer of thick armor rapidly covered his entire body in nanoscale form, transforming his presence entirely. He soared into the air, delivering a single punch that unleashed a furious fist wind, instantly pulverizing a disaster-stricken creature below into mincemeat. Simultaneously, the armor covering his body underwent a peculiar transformation, morphing into a heavy sword that settled upon Liamo's back. What an unusual transformation! It's clearly a heavy armor class, yet this ability bears no resemblance to clumsiness whatsoever. A flash of astonishment crossed Chu Bai's eyes clearly. This was his first glimpse of a heavy armor class's abilities in action. After summoning the heavy sword, Liamo spun, driving the blade on his back into the horde of mutated creatures. Instantly, flesh and blood flew everywhere as the massive sword sliced through countless enemies. His younger brother, Liamo, also joined the fray. Like Liamo, he summoned his own heavy armor class, continuously shifting his abilities as he charged forward with the most brutal force. Boom! Their attacks seemed to carry the primal, savage might of ancient times. Yet in this seamless transition between offense and defense, their coordination was impeccable, clearly honed through countless battles. When it came to synergy, few could rival the twins. Come on, we can't fall behind, especially you, a silver list powerhouse. Xiao Wanling smiled faintly, patting Chu Bai's shoulder before lightly stepping forward and charging out herself. Propelled by her professional magical power, she landed lightly in midair. Array patterns coalesced in her hands as fire, thunder, and ice spirit arrays erupted, interweaving in a chaotic dance. Linya also made her move. As an elementalist, the element she commanded was ice. Chu Bai was already quite familiar with the elementalist profession. Dean Lei, whom he knew well, possessed this very profession, though he specialized in manipulating the attribute of thunder. Since this is teamwork, let's unleash the power of the novelist profession. Chu Bai laughed heartily as a brilliant crimson light blossomed within him. Setting, ice power enhanced. Setting, strength attribute enhanced. Setting, mana enhanced. Chu Bai consecutively activated 3 enhancements, one each for Linya, the Liamo brothers, and Xiao Wanling. These were essentially tailor-made enhancements for the trio, instantly elevating their combat prowess by an entire tier. Is this the power of Chu Bai's settings? I've never felt such overwhelming magical power before. It nearly doubled the potency of my spirit array. Xiao Wanling's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she glanced back at Chu Bai, who appeared to be standing idle in the rear. Chu Bai hadn't intervened. Yet in that instant, he had provided the team with an irreplaceable, formidable advantage. Is this the true power of the novelist profession? Xiao Wanling pushed aside further thoughts, unleashing even more potent array patterns than before. Thunder and flame spirit arrays descended from the sky, covering dozens of meters in all directions, relentlessly striking down the calamity creatures. Not far away, Linya and the other two also wore expressions of shock. Had this sudden surge in power been granted by Chu Bai? What terrifying power! Could this be his class ability? My goodness, Linya couldn't even begin to imagine the game-changing impact such power would have on a large-scale battlefield. It might truly turn the tide of battle in an instant. A smirk touched Chu Bai's lips as he gathered his professional mana once more. Clearly, his abilities weren't fully unleashed yet. Setting, all attributes doubled for a short period. Setting, rapid recovery from injuries for a short period. Everyone, fight with confidence, Chu Bai declared in a deep voice. His abilities instilled unwavering faith in the group. They unleashed their full potential, relentlessly charging forward. Chapter 56, the new creatures suddenly encountered by Chu Bai and his companions. Chubai's successive settings instantly propelled the team's overall strength to a new level. Xiao Wanling, Lin Ye, and their two companions unleashed their full professional magical power, each displaying their unique abilities. Boom! The heavens darkened as endless azure ice and snow plummeted from the sky. These crystalline ice elements coalesced into countless spears, descending amidst a storm of shattering cold. The surrounding temperature plummeted. The true terror of this icy tempest lay in its ability to utterly consume the disaster creatures, leaving not a single bone behind. Is this the Elementalist's class phenomenon? Chubai witnessed Lin Ye unleashing her class manifestation. As an Elementalist, her manifestation was this very storm of elements. After all, the Elementalist profession was unique. Their defining trait was the ultimate manifestation of elements, so when they unleashed their profession's phenomenon, it was often accompanied by the descent of the corresponding element. Thus, if one wielded fire or thunder, what descended now might be a sea of flames or a sky filled with thunderbolts. Whoosh! Sword light roared as Chubai joined the fray, wielding the Changli sword. His strike echoed with a phoenix's cry, its sword intent fierce and unyielding. Dark gold sword chi swirled, swiftly spreading across his blade. Then, two distinct, ultimate energies of opposing attributes blossomed outward, transforming into pure sword light. Divine Demon Sword Technique, Divine Demon Slash. This was precisely the Divine Demon Sword technique Chubai had cultivated. Having fully mastered it, he understood that to unleash its true power, one must dedicate their entire being to the sword. His comprehension of sword intent had reached the pinnacle. The sword light plunged into the calamity creatures, tearing them apart. I never imagined Chubai not only possesses physical strength rivaling Wang Tang's, but also wields such terrifying swordsmanship. Not far away, Lin Ye noticed Chubai unleashing a killing spree, her beautiful eyes widening in shock. Clearly, her curiosity about Chubai was growing. As a new recruit to Jade Purity, his class level was only 19, yet he had defeated Wang Tang, a level 35 opponent. Not only that, but he could instantly enhance their corresponding abilities. What a terrifying ability! To possess such a setting ability and formidable physical prowess, yet also wield such terrifying swordsmanship. Is this Chubai's true strength? It seems he held back during his battle with Wang Tang. Li Mo, encased in his heavy armor, also noticed Chubai's state. Astonished, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Excellent, Chubai. Once we return, we must have a proper spar. Chubai's booming laughter echoed back from a short distance away. Just don't accidentally hand over your silver list ranking to me then. Li Mo paused, then laughed even louder. I'll be waiting any time. The five of them fought their way through, easily dispatching the remaining disaster creatures that were no match for them. After advancing dozens of miles deeper, they finally approached the source of this disaster battlefield. The source lies ahead. Destroy it, and our mission is complete, Xiao Wanling announced to the group. Hearing this, the group once again gathered their magical power, unleashing their most powerful attacks as they charged toward the source of the disaster ahead. Boom! But then, an unexpected change occurred. A colossal creature struggled and leaped out from the source of the catastrophe. Its pair of red eyes swiftly locked onto the Li Mo and Li Mo brothers, who were closest to it. Watch out! Chubai's expression darkened as he raised his hand, unleashing a slash of sword light. The suddenly appearing disaster creature swung its massive claws, shattering Chubai's sword energy with a single strike before swiping toward Li Mo and Li Mo. The brothers blocked with all their might while retreating swiftly, yet the force of the blow still struck them, sending them flying backward. Fortunately, Chubai caught them. Only then did the group clearly see the monstrous creature's form of being 50 meters in length, resembling a ferocious tiger. What was terrifying was that it could stand upright on two legs. What is this? How can a disaster creature look so much like the lifeforms on our blue star? Lin Ye gasped in shock. Clearly, this was the first time they had encountered such a creature. While previous disaster creatures varied in form, they bore little actual resemblance to blue star lifeforms, sharing only a few superficial traits. This mutated tiger, however, was entirely different. It resembled a tiger scaled up proportionally, its body covered in unique mutated energy patterns. Roar! The mutated tiger charged at the five, its terrifying power evident from the single blow that had sent Li Mo and the other flying. Binding array! Xiao Wanling commanded sharply. A massive formation descended from the sky, its emanating power coalescing into tentacles that sought to bind the cataclysmic tiger. Yet this restraint lasted but a moment before the cataclysmic tiger tore free. Its claws, gleaming with a cold light, struck down, erupting into several beams of light. Boom! Chubai landed ahead, his entire body erupting with golden light as his blood energy surged skyward. Both his sacred body and immortal body manifested their might simultaneously. While sword chi swirled around him, Chubai unleashed a punch, blocking the light blade attack swung by the cataclysmic tiger for everyone. The instant contact occurred, Chubai felt an utterly terrifying aura crash into him. It nearly shattered his strength instantly, sending his entire body flying backward. Chubai. Xiao Wanling's expression darkened as she hurried to his side. Chubai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and addressed the group in a grave tone. This creature's power is terrifying, far beyond what we can handle. Our intelligence was flawed. We must retreat immediately and report this entirely new disaster creature to the defense army and the Yuqing headquarters. With that, he gestured reassuringly to Xiao Wanling. Then, a blazing light surged upward as the shadow god diagram blossomed in Chubai's hand, summoning his class-specific phenomenon. Mu. It was the same Bull Demon King manifestation he had summoned once before in the ancient space. A divine bull charged forward, colliding with the disaster creature. Taking advantage of the distraction, Chubai signaled the others to retreat. Wait, what's that? Linya suddenly pointed ahead, and the others followed her gaze. Behind the mutated tiger, near the source of the catastrophe, several fruits glistened with a crystalline radiance. Heavenly spirit fruits. Xiao Wanling instantly recognized what the fruits were. Heaven and earth spirit fruits? These rare wonders are influenced by the environment's spiritual energy and only have a chance to form under extreme conditions. I never imagined we'd actually see them. Though wounded, Li Mo's voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 57, Simultaneous Manifestation of Divine Tier and Sovereign Tier Occupation Phenomena. These heaven and earth spirit fruits are far rarer than high-grade cultivation stones. I wonder if our luck is truly good or bad. Linya couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, a terrifyingly powerful cataclysmic tiger stood directly in their path. Wanling, you and I will team up to take down this cataclysmic tiger. Senior sister Linya, the heaven and earth spirit fruit is yours and your two companions to claim. What do you say? Chubai pondered briefly before making his decision. A heaven and earth spirit fruit was something he absolutely could not let slip away. Therefore, he had to find a way to secure it for himself. Agreed. Xiao Wanling nodded, her eyes flashing with resolve. But what about you two? Linya voiced her concern. Judging by their class levels, Chubai and Xiao Wanling were the weakest members of the team. Yet now, they were being asked to hold off the cataclysmic fierce tiger for the others? What kind of logic was that? No, it's too dangerous for you. Leave the cataclysmic tiger to us three. You two seize the heaven and earth spirit fruit while we hold it off. Li Mo, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Clearly, it would be unreasonable for the three of them to stand by while the two newcomers took the brunt of the attack. Senior sister, we're confident. Chubai and I have perfectly coordinated skills, and our class phenomena complement each other. We can handle that beast. Trust us. Xiao Wanling spoke, her earnest gaze fixed on Linya. Linya pursed her lips, hesitating for a moment before nodding in agreement, trusting the two of them. Be careful, both of you. Chubai and Xiao Wanling exchanged a knowing smile. Then, the shadow god diagram in his hand burst into light. He withdrew the Bull Demon King's phenomenon and immediately another. This time, Chubai summoned the form of a divine general wielding a trident spear. With a third eye on his forehead, this godlike figure descended as Chubai's professional aura. So it's Erlang Shun. I'll trouble you to serve as my class manifestation in battle this time. I hope next time, I can summon the real you to descend upon this world, so we may fight together. Chubai declared with evident excitement. After summoning the second prince's vision, Xiao Wanling beside him began to condense array patterns. Even her pupils formed intricate patterns, and a colossal spirit array spanning thousands of meters descended from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, a towering figure sat cross-legged within the formation. This was the awe-inspiring manifestation of an SS King tier profession. Let's move, Chubai declared. With a thought, the second prince he summoned charged forward, spear in hand, facing the cataclysmic tiger. Erlang Shen's eyes held nothing but contempt. This was merely a projection of himself, yet he remained utterly unafraid of the beast. Boom! The two clashed instantly. Simultaneously, streaks of spirit array power blossomed across the horizon. Spirit arrays of varying attributes and elements erupted, descending like a deluge to assault the cataclysmic tiger. So this is the manifestation of a spirit array master's profession? Truly formidable. Chubai smiled faintly, while Xiao Wanling remarked speechlessly, it seems your class phenomenon is even more powerful than mine. Chubai, could your class be an SSS tier divine class? Chubai paused, offering no explicit answer. Yet the look in his eye seemed to convey everything to Xiao Wanling. The two joined forces, their dual-class manifestations bearing down upon the cataclysmic tiger. Yet the power of this mutated beast was truly terrifying. It whipped up a furious gale around itself, its claws lashing out relentlessly amidst deafening roars. Boom! Terrifying battle ripples radiated outward, while Linya and the Liamo brothers darted swiftly through the disaster-stricken battlefield. We must secure the heaven and earth spirit fruit immediately and retreat. We can't let Chubai and Wanling hold them off for too long, Linya declared gravely. Why has Chubai's aura changed? Li Mo frowned, his gaze fixed with intense curiosity on the direction where Chubai and Xiao Wanling stood. His profession seems deeply mysterious. No time to ponder that now. Move. The trio had now reached the location of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit, though disaster creatures blocked their path. Li Mo, silent as ever, swung his fists, his heavy armor clanking loudly. Leave them to me. You two go. Li Mo fought with frenzied intensity. The heavy armor class's traits perfectly complemented his nature, unleashing overwhelming combat power that seemed unstoppable. Lin Yat and Li Mo unleashed blinding speed, snatching the Heaven-Earth Spirit Fruit the instant they neared it. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the air. The cataclysmic tiger, locked in combat with Chubai and Xiao Wanling, sensed the disturbance here and grew even more enraged, unleashing a powerful aura. Such overwhelming pressure nearly knocked everyone off their feet, sweeping toward them like torrential waves. We must leave now. Linya unleashed her class-specific phenomenon, causing snow and ice to swirl through the air, coalescing into countless ice spears that attacked the tiger. After securing the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit, the trio swiftly retreated toward the rear. Chubai, Wanling, we got it. Linya shouted loudly. All three bore injuries, though none were severe. Seeing this, Chubai's mind stirred. With overwhelming force, he unleashed the second prince's spear, piercing straight through the chest of the cataclysmic tiger. While this beast would have been formidable against Chubai and his companions at their current strength, it could not stand against the combined might of his SSS tier divine grade profession phenomenon and Xiao Wanling's SS tier king grade profession phenomenon. Roar! Severely wounded, the cataclysmic tiger retreated in disarray. Seeing it flee, Chubai and Xiao Wanling both felt their magical energy was severely depleted. They quickly retreated to regroup with the other three. Got it. Let's go report this situation. Seeing everyone was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But just as they prepared to retreat, Chubai's pupils suddenly dilated. Then, the powerful professional magic within him erupted uncontrollably from his body. Boom! A torrent of professional magic erupted, amplifying Chubai's aura to unprecedented strength. In that instant, he had ascended to the 20th professional level. Damn! I've been stuck at the peak of level 19 for far too long. After this battle, I actually broke through at this moment. Chubai's expression changed drastically. Under normal circumstances, this would be cause for celebration. But at a time like this, it was a disaster of epic proportions. This is a class evolution. Why now of all times? Lin Ya, Xiao Wanling, and the others all paled. This clearly exceeded their expectations. They never imagined Chubai would achieve a breakthrough at such a moment. Reaching level 20 required facing the second professional evolution. During this process, retreat was impossible, and it was also the most vulnerable period for a class changer. Chapter 58, The Limit. Second evolution success. Why does it have to happen at a time like this? Chubai turned to Xiao Wanling and Linya, his voice urgent. Wanling, Linya, you retreat first. That's impossible. The moment of class evolution is when every class changer is most vulnerable. They can't tolerate any interference. If you stay here, the disaster creatures will devour you. Linya firmly refused. She then stepped beside Chubai, her gaze fixed resolutely on the disaster creatures. Chubai, prepare for your secondary class evolution here. We've already alerted the Yuqing headquarters. We'll guard you until they arrive. As soon as Linya finished speaking, Xiao Wanling and the Liamo brothers also approached Chubai. The four of them formed a circle around Chubai. Chubai, focus on your breakthrough. Leave this to us. We won't let these creatures disturb you, Xiao Wanling declared as icy array patterns coalesced in her hands. Instantly, layers of spiritual arrays descended from the sky, carrying the most extreme cold. We will never abandon you, Liamo declared in a deep voice. Though neither he nor Liamo possessed a professional aura, they now fully unleashed their heavy armor class abilities, shielding Chubai within their protection. Meanwhile, Linya and Xiao Wanling summoned their professional phenomena once more. Snow and ice drifted through the sky, accompanied by the overwhelming coverage of the spiritual arrays. Instantly, the area became a frozen wasteland. The remaining disaster creatures watched warily, still steadily closing in. As long as the source of the calamity remained undestroyed, the creatures would keep appearing. Yet now, the severely wounded calamity tiger from earlier lingered near that very source. All we can do is wait for Chubai's second evolution before retreating. Linya issued the command. The group refrained from initiating an attack, especially Linya and Xiao Wanling. Casting their professional phenomena required immense expenditure of their professional mana. If they initiated an attack, their professional mana would inevitably be depleted. Roar! The disaster creatures weren't entirely mindless. They seemed to sense the concerns of Linya and her companions and began charging forward recklessly. Meanwhile, the defense team had also sensed something was amiss. Upon seeing the situation through satellite feeds, they immediately dispatched a small squad. This is bad. They're in danger. It appears one of Yuqing's disciples has triggered a professional evolution state, and now they can't retreat. The defense team swiftly reported the situation and ordered the squad to rush to their aid. Heavenly Thunder Array, Xiao Wanling commanded, and rolling thunderbolts descended. Weaker disaster creatures were shattered into fragments by the thunderbolts. But the sheer numbers of these monstrosities meant that staying put like this was nothing short of courting death. More and more mutated creatures gathered around them. After a fierce battle, the group bore injuries, and their professional mana was now severely depleted. Boom! A blazing crimson light erupted from Chu Bai's body. He had reached the critical moment of his class evolution, and his class manifestation revealed itself. A shimmering light, crystallized with countless silhouettes, descended upon the land. The terrifying pressure it unleashed rolled forth, causing the heavens and earth to change color. What level of profession possesses such a terrifying manifestation? Li Mo was utterly stunned. But hadn't Chu Bai previously summoned an omen featuring a divine general wielding a trident and a divine ox? Why, then, did an entirely new phenomenon appear now? Indeed, what manifested now was the true form of Chu Bai's mythic tier profession, Novelist. A manifestation that gathered countless heroes from all realms and worlds. It was not some divine being summoned from the shadow god's painting. This is the true manifestation of his profession. Xiao Wanling understood best. Back in the Job Change Academy, she had witnessed this very manifestation, the true essence of his novelist profession. Wanling, such a terrifying manifestation, could Chu Bai's profession be the same as yours? A king-tier profession? Lin Ye inquired. Xiao Wanling shook her head. She didn't know the secret behind it. She preferred to believe that Chu Bai possessed the legendary SSS tier god-class profession. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Chu Bai possessed such terrifying power. Such strength might be considered terrifying even across the entire land of Huaxia. Now is not the time for this discussion. Chu Bai has entered a critical phase of his class evolution. We must buy him time. Li Mo roared, unleashing a powerful energy blast from his heavy armor. After knocking back a mutated creature, he too retreated. Wounded. The plague creatures were overwhelming in number. All four were wounded. Worse still, the earth trembled once more as the wounded plague tiger charged back into battle. Roar! It charged towards Xiao Wanling and the others with a ferocious roar. Seeing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Battle ripples erupted nearby. The defense squad's reinforcements had arrived and were now engaged with the mutated creatures. The sudden appearance of the mutated tiger disrupted everyone's plans. This new mutated creature possessed terrifying strength. Whoosh! At that moment, another sword light blazed across the sky. A towering figure stood atop the ages, holding a divine sword, surveying all creation. A single strike could cleave worlds. This was the divine manifestation of Chu Bai's second profession, the god-tier Sword Saint. In that instant, an overwhelming radiance surged around him, causing the heavens and earth to shift in color. This scene was not the first time Xiao Wanling had witnessed it, yet seeing it again now unfolded amidst such perilous circumstances. Boom! In the distance, Li Mo, locked in combat, was sent flying by a heavy blow. Coughing up blood repeatedly, he retreated back to the group. As the calamity creatures closed in on the breaking defense line, the four gathered together, pooling their class mana into a concentrated force. Hold on no matter what. Xiao Wanling bit her red lips stubbornly, about to unleash her class-specific phenomenon once more, when she felt a hand gently rest on her shoulder. You've all worked hard. Chu Bai's voice came from behind them, bringing a wave of relief. Just then, the two terrifying manifestations in the sky slowly dissipated, and Chu Bai completed his second class evolution. The process had been perilous, leaving Xiao Wanling and the others with significant injuries. Yet, thankfully, Chu Bai had succeeded in evolving at the critical moment. Thank goodness. You did it. The group breathed a sigh of relief. Gazing at the wounded group, Chu Bai's mind stirred, set, rapidly heal injuries within a short time frame. Then, wielding a seemingly ordinary yet utterly ethereal longsword radiating a fierce sword intent, he slowly strode forward, standing alone against the multitude of disaster creatures. Leave it to me. As the words fell, the divine tier Sword Saint profession's aura erupted, its sword energy shaking the heavens. Chapter 59, Chu Bai's speculation, the possibility of human catastrophe transformation. Sword energy surged across thousands of miles as Chu Bai unleashed the terrifying manifestation of his second profession in full force. This was the first time he had unleashed the divine tier Sword Saint's aura without reservation. A colossal sword sliced through the sky. The dazzling sword light seemed to traverse endless time and space. Boom! The single strike swept away countless disaster-stricken creatures, severing one arm of the calamity tiger outright. Chu Bai swung again, this time wielding not the Changli sword, but his true class weapon, the Sky Dome sword. Through constant refinement with rare energy crystals over recent days, the Sky Dome sword had grown immensely powerful. Now, unleashed in tandem with his class-specific vision, it truly shook the heavens and moved the spirits. Ancient sword technique. First strike. Piercing clouds. Chu Bai's sword roared through the air, its energy surging wildly. His erupting class-specific phenomenon mirrored this fury. A single strike shattered the sky, clearing the haze for dozens of miles around. One sword cleaved the heavens. Under such an ultimate strike, the space around the cataclysmic tiger warped violently. The beast itself was cleaved clean in two by Chu Bai's blade. Divine demon sword technique. Chu Bai roared, and behind him, surging dark gold light suddenly coalesced. Two figures slowly materialized, the shadows of gods and demons. Dark gold sword light erupted, striking the very source of this disaster battlefield. In an earth-shattering collision, the source of the calamity was utterly shattered by a single strike. This calamity battlefield was of low grade to begin with Chu Bai and his companion's strength. Shattering its source was entirely within their power. However, the sudden appearance of the catastrophe tiger had disrupted their plans, nearly costing them their lives. Impressive. Truly impressive. Linya murmured, her red lips parting slightly as she stared blankly at the figure shrouded in dark golden sword light. At that moment, Chu Bai seemed like a deity descended from the heavens, single-handedly turning the tide of battle. After eliminating the source of the catastrophe, Chu Bai exhaled a long sigh of relief. He landed on the ground, his steps faltering momentarily. Xiao Wanling noticed the blood trickling from the corner of Chu Bai's mouth and gasped in alarm. Chu Bai, are you okay? She asked urgently. Chu Bai wiped the blood from his lips and smiled lightly. I'm fine. I just completed my class evolution. My surging vital energy hasn't settled yet, so I summoned my class manifestation. The source of the catastrophe has been dealt with. Let's prepare to leave, Linya said. With everyone injured now, they couldn't afford to linger here any longer. Alright, Chu Bai nodded. The group swiftly retreated. After reuniting with the defense army, they returned together to the defense army base. So that's it. You encountered disaster creatures not covered in intelligence reports, and Chu Bai faced a class evolution during this process, which is why Lu Fenggu personally arrived at this defense base. Upon hearing that Xiao Wanling was in danger, Feng Luguo wasted no time and came personally. Fortunately, by the time he arrived, the crisis had already been resolved. Seeing that everyone was injured but unharmed, Feng Luguo breathed a sigh of relief. Master, we're fine, and we even made a special discovery. Xiao Wanling smiled as she produced a heaven-earth spirit fruit. A heaven-earth spirit fruit? Your luck is truly remarkable to have stumbled upon such a rare treasure. Feng Lugu was somewhat astonished, yet also felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He couldn't tell whether Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling's situation was fortunate or unfortunate. Chu Bai, how are you holding up? Lu Fenggu approached Chu Bai and inquired. I'm fine, Senior Lu. The situation was urgent earlier. After completing my profession evolution, I didn't have time to stabilize my energy, so I sustained some injuries. Fortunately, I've recovered, and it hasn't affected my foundation. Chu Bai answered truthfully. His minor injuries had been swiftly healed to their original state thanks to the holy body's extraordinary regenerative abilities. At the same time, Chu Bai informed Feng Longgu about the earlier encounter with the cataclysmic tiger. Upon hearing this, Feng Longgu's expression grew grave. This group of cataclysmic creatures are indeed evolving continuously. None of the previous cataclysmic creatures ever mirrored Blue Star's native species. Who would have thought they'd now begin influencing our planet's wildlife? Chu Bai continued. If a mutated tiger appeared today, then lions, rhinos, pythons, and other predators might appear tomorrow. And what worries me even more is, Lu Fenggu and Chu Bai exchanged glances, each seeing the same look of unease in the other's eyes. Just then, Xiao Wanling and the others approached, asking curiously, Chu Bai, what are you talking about? Chu Bai paused for a moment before replying. If tigers and other animals can be corrupted and mutated by the catastrophe into such terrifying beings, what about humans? The moment these words left his mouth, the entire defense force base fell deathly silent. Everyone felt a chill run through their bodies, a coldness rising from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. What did that mean? Could humans, too, become monsters dominated by the cataclysm? Just like tigers? Humans are animals too. And in a sense, humans are the most powerful animals, the king of beasts. If the disaster were to affect a transferee, granting them not only the immense power of a disaster creature but also the ability to wield the transferee's powers with mastery. Chu Bai's words plunged everyone into silence. This was terrifying. Chu Bai's words sent chills down their spines. If such an existence truly emerged, it would be a devastating blow to the world as it stood. This is terrifying. I will report this situation to the state, Feng Longgu said, taking a deep breath. Though it seemed utterly implausible, it now appeared entirely possible. Regardless, You've excelled in completing this bounty mission. Follow me back to Yuking shortly. With that, Feng Lugu hurriedly departed. Chu Bai, that professional phenomenon you unleashed earlier was incredibly powerful. Why does your professional phenomenon manifest differently each time? While waiting for Feng Longgu, Linya approached with curiosity, and the Liamo brothers joined them as well. My profession is rather unique, it possesses multiple forms of professional manifestations, Chu Bai explained with a smile. After all, he had already displayed the Bull Demon King's manifestation and the Second Prince's manifestation. Therefore, this Sword Saint manifestation could naturally be considered another form of his manifestation. I see, truly a formidable profession. The so-called novelist class actually possesses such god-tier abilities. Linya marveled. True power lies in the transferee themselves, Chu Bai added. Ha ha, that comment of yours is making me a bit uncomfortable. Linya chuckled, choosing not to press further. Yet deep down, she knew Chu Bai's true strength extended far beyond what was apparent. And his true strength certainly wouldn't be confined to this 86th rank on the silver list. Chapter 60, Returning to Yuking, the Godslayer organization's assessment begins. Let's go. I've already reported this matter. You've all been injured. Follow me back to Yuking to tend to your wounds. Lu Fenggu approached and addressed Chu Bai and his 4 companions. We're deeply grateful for your assistance this time. The defense army stepped forward, expressing their thanks to Chu Bai and the others. Chu Bai smiled faintly. It is we who should be thanking you. Without your frontline defense against the calamity, how could we have found this peaceful opportunity to cultivate? We'll grow stronger swiftly. When that day comes, we'll meet again on the battlefield. Both sides shared a knowing smile before Chu Bai and his companions followed Feng Lugu back to the Yuqing headquarters. Upon arriving at Yuking, Feng Longgu deliberately spoke up. The selection for the Godslayer organization will take place in 1 week. Those wishing to participate should prepare immediately. You've all sustained significant injuries. Tend to your wounds first. Return in 3 days to claim your bounty rewards. With that, Feng Longgu departed first. Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling then addressed Linya and the others. Senior sister Linya, we shall return to the Dao field first. Brothers Liamo and Liamo suffered the most severe injuries. It would be ideal for them to recuperate using the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruits. Please accept 2 of them. Chu Bai produced one of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruits from his possession. Earlier, Linya and the others had gathered 6 such fruits in total. After each receiving one, they distributed another to Chu Bai. According to Linya, Chu Bai had single-handedly turned the tide at the last moment and provided immense assistance during the battle, clearly the most valuable contributor. This extra Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit rightfully belonged to him. But Chu Bai declined. Liamo and Liamo were both seriously injured. This Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit should rightfully be given to them instead. Senior sister, please accept it. Without you too, I wouldn't have been able to complete my professional evolution smoothly. Chu Bai chuckled softly before placing the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit into Linya's hand. Linya paused, lifting her gaze to meet Chu Bai's smiling face. A flicker of emotion stirred within her, and she finally agreed, passing the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit to Liamo. Thank you, Linya replied with a gentle smile. Then we shall take our leave for now. Should another bounty mission arise, we can certainly team up again. Chu Bai smiled. Linya watched Chu Bai's departing figure, her beautiful eyes flickering with emotion. She felt somewhat dazed. Whether it was Chu Bai turning the tide of battle or his decision to share the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit, or perhaps it was the time they'd spent together recently, all of it had stirred a belated realization within her. Once she grasped this truth, she found herself instinctively drawn to pay attention to Chu Bai. She wasn't much older than Chu Bai, only a year. At most. Linya hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Her gaze drifted to Xiao Wanling, walking side by side with Chu Bai, both laughing and chatting. Her eyes dimmed. Linya, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Liamo offered a timely reminder. To say he hadn't noticed Linya's expression would be impossible, but he understood that some things, though obvious, were best left unsaid between friends. He merely reminded Linya it was time to leave. Alright, let's go. Linya snapped back to reality, her voice tinged with disappointment. These heavenly spirit fruits may not boost our professional magical power significantly, but they can completely refine our foundations, laying a solid groundwork for future cultivation. We've been incredibly lucky this time. Upon returning to Feng Luku's dojo, Xiao Wanling remarked playfully, you didn't mention how dangerous it was at all. Chu Bai sighed helplessly. Regardless, the outcome is what matters. Xiao Wanling hummed lightly, turning to look at Chu Bai with a hint of concern in her voice. By the way, how are your injuries? Activating the phenomenon right after completing your profession evolution could cause your aura to become unstable. It's not a big deal. After stabilizing it with the Heaven and Earth Spirit Fruit this time, there shouldn't be any major issues. Chu Bai shook his head, then turned his curious gaze to Xiao Wanling. Are you planning to take the assessment for the god-slaying organization? Why not? We only have a week left, so we'd better hurry. Xiao Wanling replied playfully before returning to her personal cultivation space. Seeing this, Chubai also sat cross-legged, preparing to absorb the heaven and earth spirit fruit to fully stabilize the newly breakthrough professional magical power. Meanwhile, in a secluded meeting room within Yuqing, Lu Fengdu and the other 7 guardians watched footage projected onto a large screen, the very images captured earlier of Chu by completing his professional evolution. How can the manifestations of that little brat Chu Bai be so ever-changing? One guardian voiced the question on everyone's mind. Indeed, from the footage, his first professional manifestation was a bull, followed by a figure wielding a spear. Another guardian frowned. Why would the manifestation be a bull? His profession isn't Beastmaster, and even if it were, how could a humanoid manifestation appear? Not only that, besides the ox and the spear-wielding figure, he also summoned a vague, terrifying vision standing atop an endless starry sky. Another voice raised questions about Chubai's manifestations. What they referred to, of course, was the core manifestation of Chubai's novelist profession, that terrifying entity formed by countless overlapping figures. But then, he actually summoned another being wielding a divine sword, which struck down that calamity tiger in a single blow. All present were powerhouses of level 100 or above, seasoned and well-traveled. Yet faced with Chubai's vision, they were momentarily baffled. I speculate that this being, layered with countless overlapping figures, might be Chubai's true core manifestation. What we witnessed afterward may all be evolutions stemming from this core manifestation. Lu Fengdu offered his interpretation. His profession is novelist. We've all read his novels, they're brilliant, filled with numerous characters, each distinct in their own way. The group froze. That made sense. Numerous characters, each with distinct traits. Wasn't that precisely the defining characteristic of the anomaly Chubai was now displaying? From now on, if anyone dares call novelist a useless profession, I'll be the first to disagree. One guardian laughed heartily. Multiple class manifestations are one thing, but for them all to be this powerful? This young man's future achievements are boundless. We must cultivate him swiftly, forging him into a formidable force. When that day comes, he will undoubtedly elevate the collective strength of present-day Huaxia, another suggested. So be it. Lu Fengdu chuckled. Perhaps Chubai's manifestations were so unique that everyone had overlooked. Chubai's 2 manifestations had erupted simultaneously. This meant he truly possessed 2 professions, just as Xiao Wanling had stated. Lu Fengdu chose to conceal this matter. Clearly, the time wasn't right yet. Chubai's strength was still far too weak. Chapter 61, Bounty Mission Reward, Earth-Grade Professional Skill. Over the next 3 days, Chubai immersed himself almost entirely in cultivation. With the aid of the heaven and earth spirit fruit, his previously surging vital energy had fully stabilized, and his class mana had become even more solid and concentrated. After the second evolution of my profession, there has indeed been an extraordinary boost in attributes. Chubai marveled. Each evolution of his profession brought not only more formidable abilities but also a multiplicative increase in all attributes of the class changer. That should be enough. Time to claim this bounty reward. Chubai rose and sought out Xiao Wanling. In the brief 3 days apart, Chubai noticed Xiao Wanling's profession level had risen again, now reaching the threshold of level 26. Even Chubai couldn't help but feel a touch of envy at Xiao Wanling's terrifying cultivation speed. The SS class profession had granted her not only formidable abilities but also this astonishing cultivation talent. It's just a pity that the resources required to level up my dual professions keep increasing. Even after absorbing the heavenly spirit fruit, I've only managed to reach the peak of level 20. Chubai sighed. Just then, Xiao Wanling awoke. Seeing Chubai staring at her, she froze. Hey, what are you looking at? Xiao Wanling asked aloud. Young man, I happened to come across a pig while traveling here, so I lingered to observe it more closely. Please don't take offense. Chubai bowed respectfully to Xiao Wanling. Xiao Wanling was utterly baffled. Why was he suddenly acting so pretentious? Wait, who are you calling a pig? Chubai. And so, Xiao Wanling chased Chubai all the way back to the location where they had accepted the bounty. Naturally, their pursuit drew the attention of countless disciples along the way, including Xiao Wanling's admirers. So when they saw Xiao Wanling and Chubai bickering like this, how could they not feel resentment? Chubai, he's just a freshman. He barely beat that good-for-nothing Wang Tang. Does he really think he can be with junior sister Wanling now? From within the crowd, a young man glared coldly at Chubai before sneering. In that case, I shall challenge you once more. This time, I'll see just how long you can keep hiding. Chubai, stop right there. Xiao Wanling chased after Chubai, and the two finally entered the bounty hall. Lin Yat and Li Mo, the two brothers, were already waiting there. Seeing Chubai and Xiao Wanling chasing each other in, The three of them were dumbfounded. These two sure made quite an entrance. Ha! Watching Chubai converse and laugh with Xiao Wanling, Lin Ya's eyes darkened, though outwardly she maintained her gentle, composed demeanor. You're here. Lin Ya waved at the pair. Sis Lin Ya. Sorry to keep you waiting. That jerk deserved a beating, I got delayed trying to take him down. Xiao Wanling approached the trio and apologized. The three naturally didn't mind such a minor matter. Now that all five of them were gathered, they could finally claim their bounty reward. Senior brothers Li Mo and Li Mo, how are your injuries? Chubai inquired. No need to worry. We've fully recovered. The two nodded at Chubai. Though injured this time, they had obtained heaven and earth spirit fruits, a benefit that could hardly be considered insignificant. The group then proceeded to the designated area for claiming bounty rewards. Information flowed constantly, backed by the constant vigilance of the Yuqing headquarters. Thus, the moment Chubai and his companions completed their bounty mission, word had already reached this place. You're here. The supervisor greeted them with a nod and a smile. This time, you've excelled in completing this bounty mission and exceeded the additional objectives. Consequently, your rewards have been upgraded. With that, the official handed each of them a storage card. Inside are cultivation stones, equipment stones, and some rare energy crystals. Additionally, each of you will receive a ground-grade professional skill selected for you by Yuqing. At these words, a surge of wild excitement washed over the group's faces. Earth-grade profession skills. Skills of this rank were incredibly precious to them, far surpassing human-grade skills in power. Moreover, Yuqing had personally selected them based on their class traits, ensuring they were the most suitable for each individual. Truly worthy of Yuqing such generosity, to offer such abundant cultivation resources and earth-grade profession skills as rewards for a single bounty like this. Chubai marveled inwardly. No wonder so many disciples chose to take on bounty missions, though it meant facing the disaster battlefield head-on, risking their lives at any moment. The rewards to be gained were undoubtedly extremely rich. Lin Ya, this is yours earth-grade professional skill, snowflakes drifting. The administrator handed over an ancient text, which Lin Ya gladly accepted. For them at this stage, an earth-grade professional skill held immense appeal. Li Mo, these are yours, earth-grade professional skill, heavy armor sky-shattering strike. Next came Xiao Wanling. The person in charge handed her a brand new ancient text and explained. Xiao Wanling, this is yours, earth-grade professional skill, Azure Lotus Devouring Demon Array. The very name alone hinted at its formidable power. For a spirit array master of Xiao Wanling's exceptional talent, it couldn't be more fitting. Chubai. The supervisor looked at Chubai with a peculiar expression before stating, as for you, Yuqing hasn't found a suitable professional skill. Chubai was dumbfounded. Seriously? Couldn't you at least give me something symbolic? Noticing Chubai's bewildered expression, the manager cleared his throat awkwardly. Ahem. Actually, there is one. This is an earth-grade professional skill, Sword God. Chubai. So you just had to trick me first? Ha ha ha. To be honest, we were really torn about which earth-grade skill to give you. This Sword God skill was actually chosen for you by Mentor Fonglu. The manager chuckled. His advice is to train diligently. Sword God isn't easy to master. If you're unsure, you could seek guidance from Mentor Xiaofeng. Chubai froze. Wasn't Xiaofeng the guardian who had taken Lin Kuang away back then? Why wasn't Feng Lugu afraid of him choosing another mentor this time? Let's go. After collecting their respective rewards, Chubai and the others were about to head back when a young man slowly approached. He finally stopped before Chubai. Chubai, I am Li Bubai, ranked 58th on the silver list. This is my third challenge to you. Are you still intent on avoiding it? The youth named Li Bubai glared at Chubai with a hint of hostility. Chapter 62, One-Hit Kill. Chubai's Wrath. Li Bubai? What are you doing here? With your strength, challenging Chubai? How dare you even think of it? Don't you think this is bullying? Lin Ya's expression turned cold. She certainly recognized Li Bubai. Ranked 58th on the silver list, Li Bubai's prowess was formidable among all the young disciples of Yuqing sect. Moreover, his profession level had reached a formidable 40. Once you step onto the strong list, seniority doesn't matter. Only strength speaks. Lin Ya, surely you know this rule? Li Bubai smiled faintly, his gaze drifting toward Chubai with an air of confidence. Chubai, do you dare accept? Xiao Wanling frowned, her expression tinged with irritation. Simply because Chubai had a good relationship with her, this group had been targeting him relentlessly. It was truly excessive. Instead of using this time to combat the disaster, you're busy targeting your own people. Your little internal power struggle is quite entertaining, isn't it? Xiao Wanling's voice was cold. She gave Li Bubai no face whatsoever, signaling Chubai that he could leave immediately. Facing Xiao Wanling's sharp rebuke, Li Bubai's pride was wounded. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. Chubai, Are you even a man? Letting Linyet and junior sister Wanling fight for you? Li Bubai gritted his teeth. Standing up for me? Hardly, but they're both kind-hearted souls. Even faced with this shrill barking, they'd speak up to calm things down. I, however, won't. Chubai smiled, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he gazed at Li Bubi's darkening face and spoke slowly. You want a fight? I'll give you one. When you suffer defeat shortly, I hope you'll rein in this repulsive behavior of yours. Don't end up like Wanling said, failing to actively address the calamity while squandering energy on infighting with your own people. Has Chubai truly lost his temper this time? Xiao Wanling cast a peculiar glance at Chubai, who stood on the stage with his hands behind his back, his expression serene. He's stubborn too. That Li Bubai is just looking for trouble, yet he welcomes every challenger. Linya sighed. Li Bubai's strength has reached level 40 in his profession, though he hasn't completed his 4th professional evolution yet. Why hasn't he evolved after reaching level 40? Xiao Wanling asked, puzzled. Because he failed his 4th class evolution attempt before. He's currently gathering strength, waiting for a second chance at evolution. Li Mo explained. Xiao Wanling. She shot a contemptuous glance at Li Bubai standing opposite Chubai. A hack like him, if not for having trained longer than Chubai. What right did he have to challenge him? On the stage, Chubai didn't wait for Li Bubai to speak. He declared first, let's begin. How do you propose we fight? Full power duel. Li Bubai replied coldly. A 3-foot-long blade flashed in his hand, its edge gleaming with a chilling light. His professional weapon was also a sword. Li Bubi's class is an S-rank swordsman. With his overbearing and ruthless attack methods, his strength is truly formidable. If it came to a fight, the three of us wouldn't stand a chance against him. Linya watched the scene unfold. Though Li Bubai's character left much to be desired, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable, truly powerful. Moreover, there was a 20-level gap between him and Chubai. Such a vast gap was nearly impossible to bridge, yet they had faith in Chubai. They had witnessed him slay the terrifying cataclysmic tiger with their own eyes. Should we go all out? A flash of light erupted from Chubai's hand as the Changli sword materialized amidst a dazzling burst of flame, gripped firmly in his grasp. Show me what you've got. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. Chubai held the sword, speaking calmly. Arrogant brat. I'll show you the gap in our power. Professional skill, sword light pierces the sky. Li Bubai swung his long sword, unleashing bursts of sword light that surged toward Chubai at blinding speed. His attacks were indeed, as Linya had described, bitterly fierce, accompanied by a terrifying aura that was nearly impossible to grasp. Boom! The sword lights hummed, converging on Chubai from all directions. Chubai gripped his sword, unleashing a blazing crimson radiance that instantly transformed the heavens and earth. A figure materialized from the ancient skies, holding a divine blade and gazing down with contempt upon all creation. How did he manifest an extraordinary phenomenon so directly? Holy crap! He's going for a quick finish. Linya was dumbfounded. She had witnessed this terrifying divine manifestation before. It was the same divine manifestation he had used to slay the cataclysmic tiger. Yet, she never imagined he would choose to unleash it so abruptly. The manifestation of a god-tier profession's divine phenomenon was truly earth-shaking and soul-stirring. At this moment, the entire sky was filled with an extremely terrifying storm force. An imperial sword stretched across the cosmic expanse. Boom! The Sword Saint's professional phenomenon unleashed a strike that traversed countless dimensions, descending toward Li Bubai. Li Bubi's face twisted in horror. Feeling such terrifying sword intent, he instinctively unleashed his own class-specific phenomenon. Though powerful sword intent surged forth, it paled in comparison to Chubai's, truly like a minor sorcerer meeting a grand wizard. How is this possible? What kind of manifestation did this guy unleash? How could it be so terrifying? Such a fierce sword intent? There's no way he could unleash this. He's just playing tricks. Li Bubai gripped his sword and roared. Then, his class-specific manifestation swung a colossal sword light hundreds of meters wide, charging directly at Chubai's sword light. It's over, Chubai declared coldly, the moment he unleashed his god-tier Sword Saint professional aura. This battle had ceased to hold any other possibility. Li Bubai possessed nothing more than an S-rank swordsman profession. Merely in terms of professional attributes, he was utterly crushed by the Sword Saint. Moreover, Chubai showed no mercy. The sword light swept across the heavens and earth. With the shattering of the vision, Li Bubai flew backward like an arrow released from its string, crashing into and shattering several stone pillars before finally crashing to the ground. All spectators were stunned by Chubai's lightning-fast execution. What was even more terrifying was that Li Bubai was a powerhouse ranked 58th on the silver list, and yet he had been instantly killed by Chubai with a single strike? Good heavens! What kind of aura does Chubai possess that could crush an S-rank professional swordsman's aura? That's impossible. He's too powerful. How long has he even been enrolled? To already rank 58th on the silver list? That's incredible. Best not to cross Chubai from now on. That guy is seriously dangerous. At this rate, he'll storm into the gold rankings. The crowd buzzed with discussion as Chubai, under their watchful eyes, left the arena. Chapter 63, Launching the New Novel Function. Ha, that kid really shows no mercy. I tell you, old Lu, your disciple is something else. In the distance, several figures materialized, none other than Fenglugu and his companions. They had been drawn by the terrifying phenomenon Chubai had summoned earlier. Such a dreadful display likely shook the entire Yuqing, which was why they arrived promptly. Ha, blame your own poor judgment for missing out on such a promising talent. Lu Fenggu laughed heartily before turning and departing. Chubai, you really showed no mercy this time. Before, you always held back, but now, you took him out in one strike? Xiao Wanling asked curiously on the way back. Defeating a level 40 player like Li Bubi with only level 20 class power. Chubai, your strength is truly terrifying. What kind of incredibly powerful class do you possess? Linya couldn't help but marvel. In Chubai, she saw a miracle. If given more time to grow, who could say how far he might go? This was simply too formidable. By now, Chubai's name had likely become a household name throughout Yuqing. Defeating Li Bubi might not be particularly remarkable, but overcoming a 20-level profession gap to defeat Li Bubi? That was utterly terrifying. It just strikes me as absurd that these people have the energy to squabble amongst themselves instead of dealing with the cataclysm. Chubai replied casually. Many are like that, often unleashing their greatest strength during infighting. You needn't concern yourself. Liemo looked at Chubai and said, Chubai, thank you for the power enhancement you provided us earlier. Our abilities have been greatly strengthened. Perhaps our rankings on the list can climb even higher now. Chubai responded with a nod and a smile. After all, the enhancements he had granted them were permanent, save for those temporary special buffs. Thus, each of their powers had grown substantially and would continue to strengthen as their own abilities advanced. We should head back now. We need to prepare for the assessment to join the Godslayer organization. Li Mo, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Alright, see you at the trials. Chubai laughed heartily. Until then, Linya gazed at Chubai, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but the words were quickly suppressed by her conflicting emotions. After Linya and the others departed, Xiao Wanling murmured mysteriously, Did you notice? Notice what? Chubai asked. Sis Linya's gaze toward you was quite unusual. It seems like it's been that way ever since we returned from the disaster battlefield. Xiao Wanling giggled and raised an eyebrow at Chubai. So, Linya is so beautiful, you don't fancy her? Chubai froze. He gazed into Xiao Wanling's beautiful eyes, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He gently tapped her forehead and teased with a smile. You're the one overthinking things. Not necessarily. A woman's intuition is spot on. I'm sure Sister Linya has feelings for you. Want me to play matchmaker? Xiao Wanling grinned mischievously. Chubai had never noticed before how gossipy she could be. Exasperated, he looked into her pupils and said earnestly, In that case, Miss Linger, might I ask what your intuition has detected about who I'm interested in? Xiao Wanling froze, momentarily confused. Seeing the triumphant smile on Chubai's lips, Xiao Wanling's wide eyes filled with confusion. But suddenly, it seemed she grasped something. She froze in place, unsure if it was the sunset's glow or the flutter in her heart that sent a blush spreading across her lovely cheeks. Only 3 days remain until the Godslayer organization's assessment. I must fully enhance my abilities. Once I join the Godslayer organization, I will dedicate myself entirely to the battles on the cataclysmic battlefield. Before Chubai lay numerous cultivation stones, and he was now frantically absorbing their essence. As his strength grew, his resource requirements increased exponentially. Fortunately, Yuqing's environment was rich with dense celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, somewhat alleviating Chubai's need for cultivation stones. For the next 3 days, Chubai immersed himself in cultivation, just as he had before. Now that my novelist profession has undergone a second evolution, it has unlocked an entirely new novel function, and I've gained another chance at an ultimate setting. After deep contemplation, a surging crimson light erupted from Chubai's body, boiling like flames. Ultimate setting, devouring body. Grant my sacred body the power to devour primordial forces, by absorbing the primordial energies of calamities, celestial treasures, or the corrupted essences of calamity-afflicted class changers. I shall continually strengthen myself and elevate my cultivation. This was the new configuration Chubai bestowed upon himself. Clearly, he needed alternative methods to elevate his cultivation. Moreover, it had to be done without compromising his foundational cultivation. Evidently, this unique method of the devouring body was the optimal choice. This too is a step-by-step cultivation process. Even power gained through devouring can be fully transformed into strength I possess. His class level naturally advanced to level 21. Regarding the Earth-grade class skill he had acquired, Sword God, Chubai had also mastered it. He pushed his condition to its absolute limit, preparing solely for the impending assessment by the Godslayer organization. For him, this was an extremely crucial test. It determined whether he could join the Godslayer organization and slay more calamities. Only through relentless combat could he grow stronger. I no longer conceal the advantages of my dual professions. Now, I must rapidly grow stronger in the shortest time possible. Human civilization's victory will finally be realized in this era. Chubai's gaze hardened as he made a solemn vow within his heart. 3 days passed, and Chubai set off with Xiao Wanling toward the Godslayer organization's assessment site. Why do I feel she's different somehow? Chubai observed Xiao Wanling with curiosity. He found her unusually quiet today, simply walking silently beside him without her usual playful banter. This change made him feel somewhat uneasy. Wanling? Chubai asked tentatively. Ha? Xiao Wanling snapped back to reality, her expression shifting to one of slight tension as she looked at Chubai. Chubai studied Xiao Wanling intently and said earnestly, "Didn't you get enough sleep? Why do you have dark circles under your eyes?" Xiao Wanling. Chubai. Chapter 64, The God-Slaying Organization's Assessment begins. Within the Yuqing Daoist Sanctuary, built atop the Sea of Clouds, numerous Yuqing disciples had gathered. Their sole purpose? To vie for the chance to join the Godslayer organization. The Godslayer organization is Yuqing's strongest disaster response unit. Once I join, I'll be able to slay calamities alongside the elders. Exactly. Decades of cultivation have all been for this, to slay calamities. Have you heard? Chubai, who joined Yuqing just a month ago and already ranks 58th on the silver list, is also participating. Does that mean Late Ling will be joining too? Better keep your distance from that demon star. He's the ruthless one who sliced Li Tai Bai in two with a single sword strike. Seriously? How did he manage that with such a huge gap in rank? I was there that day. Would I lie to you? Look, isn't that Chubai and Xiao Wanling? All eyes turned toward the front, where Chubai and Xiao Wanling had just arrived at the training ground. The two, who had been bickering all the way, finally calmed down a bit upon arriving. You've become a celebrity in Yuqing already. Xiao Wanling chuckled. I'm not exactly thrilled about this fame. Chubai sighed helplessly. Challenges are only going to pile up from here on out. Fortunately, since defeating Li Tai Bai, no one had challenged him in the past few days. Among Yuqing disciples, strength reigns supreme. Even those on the power rankings face constant challenges. It's only natural. Xiao Wanling explained. So you'd better prepare yourself for frequent challenges in the future. Then I'll become the top-ranked disciple on the golden list until no one dares challenge me anymore. Chubai laughed heartily. The top of the golden list. That fellow is extremely mysterious. Even I don't know his identity. Perhaps the master might know. As they spoke, the two reached the very center of the training ground. Suddenly, they heard a call. Lin Ya, Li Mo, and Li Mo were approaching from ahead. What a coincidence, we've gathered together again. Lin Ya said with a smile. There must be thousands participating in the Godslayer organization's assessment this time. I wonder how many members they'll recruit this year. Chubai inquired. Just then, someone approached. Lin Kuang laughed heartily as he slapped Chubai on the shoulder. Finally got to see you. Chubai, you've been all over the place lately. You bastard. You finally decided to show your face. Seeing Lin Kuang again, Chubai smiled and patted the latter's shoulder in return. The two hadn't seen each other since joining the Jade Purity sect. Now, upon meeting again, it was clear Lin Kuang's strength had also increased. I've been training non-stop. My profession levels already hit 35. Yuqing's cultivation environment really is something else. Lin Kuang sighed with admiration. After greeting the others, he continued. Don't be fooled by the thousands participating, only 20 spots are available in the end. After all, the Godslayer organization needs the cream of the crop. Lin Yat added. Chubai pondered this. Selecting just 20 from thousands was indeed incredibly difficult. The competition was fierce. Before long, the entire venue fell abruptly silent. Lu Fenggu descended through the air, landing before the crowd. As the captain of the Godslayer organization, he naturally oversaw this assessment. Behind him, the other 7 guardians materialized. I need not elaborate on what the Godslayer organization represents. The assessment is simple. Venture into the Cataclysm battlefield. Slay cataclysmic beasts to earn points. At the conclusion, whoever accumulates the most points will join the Godslayer organization. Lu Fenggu surveyed the assembly, his tone stern. The trial for the Godslayer organization is as straightforward as that. We 8 guardians will accompany you at all times, ensuring your safety, regardless of your methods. Just make sure you aren't eliminated and slay as many cataclysmic beasts as possible. Then, The thousands of test participants were divided into 8 groups. Each group, numbering several hundred, was immediately transported to different cataclysm battlefields that had already descended. One final reminder, if you perish on the disaster battlefield, it is your fate. Every year, many die during the Godslayer organization's trials. Those wishing to withdraw now still have time, but all future participation rights will be revoked. Lu Fengdu's words were calm, yet they carried an immense, invisible pressure. This trial was truly one of blood and fire. Only through combat identical to real warfare could true strength emerge. As one of the 5 great organizations of present-day China, Yuqing absolutely does not need flowers grown in a greenhouse. What it demanded were warriors capable of slaying enemies. Every contestant possessed a fierce spirit. Not a single one withdrew at this moment. Their gazes were unwavering, focused solely on exterminating the calamity. Advance, Lu Fengdu commanded in a low voice. The 8 teams were dispatched to their respective warships. Fortunately, Chu Bai, Xiao Wanling, and Lin Kuang were assigned to the same group. As for Lin Ye and the other 3, they were separated. Thus, even if they wanted to help each other, it was impossible. All they could rely on now were the 3 of themselves. Oh my, it's the familiar trio again. Our trio from the 3 academies' grand competition has reunited. Lin Kuang couldn't help but laugh upon seeing the familiar faces of Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling beside him. Still as noisy as ever, Chu Bai shook his head helplessly. Before they reached the disaster battlefield, Chu Bai addressed Xiao Wanling and Lin Kuang. As Senior Lu mentioned earlier, the rules permit mutual assistance. Since that's the case, the 3 of us should form a team and try to keep our distance from others. Xiao Wanling agreed. True, while attacks on fellow disciples have happened in past years, they're extremely rare, but we can't be too careful. We're competing for those final 20 spots. From what I know, some participants in this assessment are powerhouses above level 40. After Chu Bai reiterated this point, the space around the warship warped, and they descended upon a vast disaster-stricken battlefield. The garrison forces here are currently battling the catastrophe. You will join them. How you engage is up to you. With a sweeping gesture from Feng Longdu's massive hand, the warship halted. One by one, the examinees leapt down, descending onto the disaster battlefield. Compared to the disaster battlefields we encountered while accepting bounties, this one is several times larger. Chu Bai and his 2 companions leapt down as well, landing within the defense force's stronghold. Hearing the low growls of disaster creatures echoing around them, the expressions on all 3 faces grew solemn. Amidst the battlefield, the aura of slaughter would be stirred. Chapter 65, Summoning the Fengshen Professional Phenomenon. The Tower-bearing Heavenly King. As hundreds joined this disaster battlefield, everyone unleashed their abilities without reservation. Transformers possessing S-rank or higher professions immediately unleashed their professional phenomena, solely to eliminate more disaster creatures. Those without class manifestations likewise unleashed powerful class skills, charging into the fray. We should move out too, but remember not to disrupt the defense force's battle plans. Chu Bai mused. He reasoned that since the assessment site was set within this war-torn disaster zone, environmental factors would inevitably influence the outcome. Therefore, perhaps the true test lay not only in accumulating the most points within a set time frame, but also in demonstrating tactical planning, ensuring they did not disrupt the defense forces. I agree. If our recklessness causes the defense forces' lines to collapse, we'll definitely be severely penalized. Xiao Wanling agreed with Chu Bai's reasoning. At that moment, her hands began to form array patterns as her professional mana surged. Let's go. We'll wipe out these calamities too, Lin Kuang declared boldly. Though he lacked a professional aura, the great sword in his grasp, glowing with an intense crimson light, now radiated a powerful blood energy. Thus, Chu Bai and his 2 companions charged into the disaster battlefield. Ahead of them, the defense army was locked in combat with the disaster creatures. Having established an effective defensive line, armored class adventurers used their abilities to forge an ironclad defense, while support and auxiliary class adventurers darted across the battlefield, ever ready to assist. Boom! The vanguard troops charged into the midst of the disaster creatures, engaging them in fierce combat. Chu Bai wielded his Changli sword, unleashing a fiery blade that struck down a disaster creature attempting to ambush a defense soldier. Thanks, friend of Yuqing. The young soldier waved at Chu Bai. You're welcome. Stay alert, we're fighting alongside you. Chu Bai roared, unleashing powerful professional magic alongside these young soldiers. Divine Demon Sword Technique. Slash. A dark golden sword light coalesced as Chu Bai swung his blade, tearing open a gap in the defensive line formed by the swarm of calamity creatures ahead. Seizing this opening, Xiao Wanling channeled her spirit array, coordinating with Lin Kuang's blood-soaked blade assault to finally force their way through the encircling forces. Defense army soldiers swiftly broke through the blockade. Meanwhile, Chu Bai seized the moment, his body erupting with a sharp aura that blossomed into a cold, piercing sword light. Put. A single sweeping strike mowed down dozens of mutated creatures. This was undoubtedly Chu Bai's first time participating in such a large-scale battle, where casualties were constant all around him. Blood stained Chu Bai's body, the blood of the defense army soldiers fighting alongside him. In such chaotic combat, sacrifice was all too common. Chu Bai suddenly noticed a figure appearing dozens of miles away. It was Feng Longgu. That direction is the source of the catastrophe. It seems the reason Senior Lu and the others followed us here was primarily to control the source of the catastrophe with their own strength. Chu Bai understood. Using the disaster battlefield as the testing ground was perfectly acceptable. However, the guardians like Feng Longgu weren't merely spectators. They had thrown themselves into the fray. Formation patterns, gather. Xiao Wanling commanded sharply. Formation patterns, resembling starlight, descended from the heavens. She landed at the center of the defensive forces. On the battlefield, a spirit array master was undoubtedly a presence worth protecting at all costs. Their destructive power was immense, but their fragility meant they always required protection. We'll cover this lady, a defender shouted. These were well-trained, battle-hardened warriors. They instantly recognized Xiao Wanling's profession and understood their duty to shield her. With their protection, Xiao Wanling unleashed her full power. A torrent of orange light erupted from her body, forming a pillar that shot skyward. Class manifestation. She unleashed the Spirit Array Master's class manifestation. Instantly, the heavens darkened as countless overlapping spirit arrays descended like a torrent from the sky. This massive assault forced the disaster creature's offensive back. Chu Bai, meanwhile, erupted in radiant light as he darted across the battlefield, leaving trails of afterimages in his wake. Slash. Drawing his sword to slay the calamity, Chu Bai moved like a god of death incarnate. Soon after, he too summoned his own professional vision. In his hand, the shadow god diagram materialized. This time, the divine vision he summoned was no longer from Journey to the West, but from Investiture of the Gods. This was the latest novel he had acquired. The images on the shadow god diagram flickered and shifted before settling on a towering figure cradling a pagoda. This was the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King. At this moment, Chu Bai had directly summoned the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King's class vision to descend. Though the tower supporting Heavenly King also appears in Journey to the West, I never expected him to be summoned from Investiture of the Gods. Chu Bai did not directly summon the deity itself, but only its divine manifestation. Thus, after the tower-bearing Heavenly King's vision appeared, a pagoda radiating lapis lazuli light descended from the heavens, carrying an immense, sacred power that instantly suppressed a swarm of calamity creatures. Chu Bai's vision has changed again? Good heavens, how many visions does this fellow possess? Lin Kuang, observing from a distance, was astonished by the vision Chu Bai had conjured. Across this vast disaster battlefield, numerous class-specific visions were now blooming, all unleashed by disciples of the Jade Purity sect. After all, those who had awakened S-rank professions were not few in number, yet the most powerful and sacred manifestation was undoubtedly the tower-bearing Heavenly King that Chu Bai had summoned, resembling a true deity descending to the mortal realm. In fact, many had no idea what profession this manifestation even belonged to. The calamities are converging, they're about to unleash an even more powerful assault. We must be cautious. The defense forces detected the movements of the calamity creatures in the distance and urgently relayed the information. Sure enough, in the next instant, the disaster creatures completely converged, charging recklessly toward a single direction. Those with flight capabilities darted straight into the rear lines. Roar! Evil energy coalesced in their mouths as claws slashed wildly, instantly slaughtering numerous defenders. In such a battle, no one could avoid injury, including Chu Bai. Though wounded, his injuries were swiftly healed by the surging vitality of his sacred body. Chapter 66, Humans affected by catastrophe, do their abilities remain? At this moment, Chu Bai had already amassed a significant number of points. He and Xiao Wanling held a commanding lead in points on this disaster battlefield, largely due to Xiao Wanling's formidable Spirit Array Master profession, whose abilities could wipe out large groups of enemies with a single strike. We've mostly taken care of things here. Let's advance the front lines alongside the defense army and push deeper into the disaster battlefield. As Chu Bai and his two companions gathered, more Yuqing disciples arrived nearby. They too had noticed Chu Bai's presence and converged on the spot. Chu Bai, we want to join you, one of the Yuqing disciples called out. Alright, we'll provide cover for the defense army, some of them are injured. Chu Bai agreed without hesitation. Though their original purpose had been to pass the Divine Slayer organization's assessment, once they were truly on the battlefield, their considerations went far beyond mere evaluation. After witnessing such bloodshed and chaos, everyone understood that the greater cause took precedence. They couldn't risk the defense army's offensive collapsing just because they wanted to prove themselves. I'll tend to their wounds. Xiao Wanling landed nearby. Array patterns rippled from her hands as her professional magic. Healing array. Xiao Wanling deployed her soul healing method, this healing spirit array. Wounded warriors swiftly recovered, regaining their combat readiness. Captain, what's our next move? Chu Bai located the captain of this defensive unit. The captain pointed deep into the disaster battlefield and addressed the group, advance the front lines. Drive all the disaster creatures back toward their source. We'll assist you. Chu Bai nodded. Thank you. The captain saluted Chu Bai and his companions. On the battlefield, there was no time for idle chatter. They sprang into action immediately. Chu Bai's points now soared far ahead of the rest. The mechanical device he carried constantly recorded his points. These were, of course, special contraptions created by Feng Lufu's profession. Their purpose was to chronicle everyone's achievements in real time. Chu Bai's points were now approaching 2,000. Considering that killing a single disaster creature yielded only a dozen or so points, this alone proved that hundreds of disaster creatures had fallen by Chu Bai's hand. Boom! Chu Bai channeled his class mana, manipulating the class phenomenon of the tower supporting Heavenly King. A colossal crystal pagoda descended from the heavens, crushing down upon the battlefield. With a thunderous crash, countless cataclysmic beasts were pinned down. Chu Bai and his comrades seized this opportunity to rapidly advance their defensive lines. These youngsters are doing quite well for themselves. Not far away, Feng Lugu watched Chu Bai and Xiao Wanling's actions with satisfaction. Clearly, they understood the true purpose of this trial. On the battlefield, the greater good takes precedence. Under Feng Lugu's watchful gaze, Chu Bai and Lin Kuang, alongside the nearby defense troops, charged forward as a united force. Sword God, Chu Bai roared, unleashing for the first time the Earthgrade professional skill he had acquired. Sword God, as an Earthgrade skill, its overwhelming aura radiated even before activation. Surging sword chi roared as Chu Bai raised his hand and struck. Amidst the piercing screech of steel, the sky seemed to shatter as a colossal sword descended, cleaving toward the calamity creature. Chu Bai, that move was impressive, Lin Kuang exclaimed loudly. The two shared a knowing smile as they continuously unleashed their class skills. Working in perfect coordination, they drove the disaster creatures into a panic, scattering in all directions. Some powerful mutated creatures began to gather, charging toward Chu Bai and Lin Kuang. Facing a disaster creature dozens of meters tall, resembling a lion, the pair unleashed a combined punch. Boom! The mutated lion was knocked flying by their combined blow, and Chu Bai immediately thrust his sword through its body. Sure enough, more and more mutated forms are appearing. Chu Bai's worst fears had clearly materialized. Suddenly, an eerie aura surged toward him. Struck by the force, Chu Bai was sent flying nearly 100 meters before finally coming to a halt. Chu Bai, Lin Kuang's expression darkened. But retreat was impossible. As the vanguard, any step back would inevitably cause the hard-won gains to collapse. Xiao Wanling hurried to Chu Bai's side, her voice filled with concern. Chu Bai, are you okay? Chu Bai rose, staring at his blood-soaked chest with horror in his eyes. Something's wrong. That aura just now. Chu Bai stared intently ahead. A figure stood out distinctly among the mutated creatures ahead, clad in the uniform of the defense forces. Its appearance was indistinguishable from the mutated hordes. Even more bizarrely, professional-grade magic surged from his hands. That's Lin Tang. The defense corps captain stared blankly at the scene, utterly bewildered. He's one of our defense corps members, a level 40 transferee with the Beastmaster profession. How could he? Upon hearing this, Chu Bai and the others understood immediately. Chu Bai's conjecture was correct. Humans could be transformed by the cataclysm too, and after such a transformation, they retained their original professional abilities. Clearly, Chu Bai had just been struck by Lin Tang's attack. Captain, he's been assimilated into the cataclysm. Chu Bai's gaze turned to the defense force captain, filled with questioning. The captain was deeply conflicted, but finally nodded with tears in his eyes. Lin Kuang, engage him first, Chu Bai roared, charging forward without hesitation. Lin Kuang and Chu Bai pushed through hordes of mutated creatures, each wielding a blood-red greatsword and the Changli sword respectively, closing in on Lin Tang. Humans can be assimilated too? Lin Kuang felt a wave of dread wash over him. There's no other choice. The disaster has consumed him. He's no longer Lin Tang. We must eliminate him, Chu Bai declared gravely, locking blades with Lin Tang. Roar! Suddenly, a flash of light erupted beside Lin Tang. Before Chu Bai and Lin Kuang could react, a colossal python materialized, its tail surging with immense power as it lashed out at the two. With a thunderous crash, Chu Bai and Lin Kuang were sent reeling, their chests heaving violently. That's his companion spirit beast. His profession is Beastmaster. A crimson glow flickered in Chu Bai's hand, setting, intensified state activated. Immortal and indestructible. He unleashed the brand new ability unlocked after his profession's secondary evolution. Clearly, this intensified state and immortal and indestructible were capabilities beyond the reach of his former self. Now, He could sustain this power for a period of time. Chubai's settings instantly took effect on both him and Lin Kuang. Their injuries visibly began to heal. Then, Chubai swung a dark golden sword light, charging toward Lin Tang. "Leave this snake to me." Lin Kuang stepped forward, his crimson blade blazing with overwhelming power as he swung it wildly. Chapter 67, The Descent of the Divine. Summoning the Thunder God. Chubai clashed sword to sword with Lin Tang, whose class level had reached 40. To Chubai's surprise, Lin Tang's abilities showed no sign of weakening. Instead, empowered by the cataclysmic force, they had grown even stronger. Boom! In his heightened state, Chubai felt like a killing machine incarnate. He swung relentlessly, the sword chi surging around him too fierce for words, yet the vast disparity in strength remained undeniable. After a brief exchange, Lin Tang seized an opening, landing a punch squarely on Chubai's shoulder. The crisp crack of breaking bone echoed as Chubai, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, drove his blade through Lin Tang's chest. Roar! A twisted grin spread across Lin Tang's distorted face. He yanked the Changli sword free and delivered another punch, seemingly immune to pain. Chubai was wounded and forced back, but at this moment, he possessed the ability to neither die nor be destroyed for a short time, and his shattered bones were rapidly healing. First strike, piercing cloud. Chubai swung again, and this domineering strike severed one of Lin Tang's arms. Clearly enraged, Lin Tang roared. Simultaneously, the companion spirit beast battling Lin Kuang seemed summoned, its body rapidly swelling in size. Professional phenomenon. Chubai's expression darkened as he signaled Lin Kuang to retreat swiftly, but it was too late. Lin Kuang was struck directly by the overwhelming energy of the professional phenomenon, spewing blood as he flew backward. In the end, several defense troops caught him. Holy! Lin Kuang looked up at the colossal, hundreds of meters long professional phenomenon that serpent and felt his heart leap into his throat. Such a colossal presence on the battlefield could instantly shatter morale. Yet no one retreated. They channeled their most potent professional manifestations and charged toward Lin Tang's manifestation. Chubai approached Lin Kuang and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine. Thank goodness for that special status you applied to me. Otherwise, I probably would have been dead." Lin Kuang wiped the blood from his lips, his voice still trembling with fear. "These bastards are damn hard to deal with. Chubai, the defense army's lines are starting to collapse. We have to find a way to help them." Xiao Wanling's expression was also anxious. Chubai noticed she was injured too, a bloody gash on her slender arm. Setting, immortality. Chubai had also granted Xiao Wanling the immortal and indestructible setting, and her wounds began to rapidly heal. Only a professional anomaly can counter another professional anomaly. "Leave it to me. I'll take down Lin Tang. You focus on helping the defense army eliminate those ordinary calamity creatures," Chubai declared in a solemn voice. "Understood." The two agreed. Seeing this, Chubai held nothing back. At this moment, they were all fighting for victory on this disaster battlefield, not for an assessment. Shadow God Diagram. "Summon," Chubai murmured. Amidst surging crimson light, the Shadow God Diagram materialized, followed by flickering divine images. Moments later, a beam of light locked onto its target, tearing through space as it descended from the heavens. This time, Chubai had summoned a true divine being to descend, not merely an apparition. Suddenly, thunder roared and lightning flashed across the sky, thick, ominous clouds gathering. In a hazy moment, it seemed as though a figure with the body of a dragon and the head of a man was streaking through the air. Boom! Thunderclaps erupted, unleashing an endless torrent of celestial lightning upon the land. The rolling thunder was terrifying beyond measure. The earth itself was torn apart, and the thunder continued to spread through the air, forming an interwoven net that relentlessly annihilated all anomalies. So it was the Thunder God who descended this time. Chubai saw hope. He swiftly communicated with the Thunder God in his mind. Understanding Chubai's intent, the Thunder God summoned even more terrifying bolts to crash down from the heavens. Boom! Lin Tang, who had previously clashed with Chubai, was instantly obliterated by the heavenly thunder summoned by the Thunder God, even though he had already manifested his professional aura. This was the true power of a deity. In the blink of an eye, hundreds upon hundreds of disaster creatures were annihilated. Holy! Lin Kuang was utterly dumbfounded. He had never witnessed an existence as godlike as Chubai. That thunderbolt was terrifying. Xiao Wanling stood frozen in place. The power Chubai displayed shook heaven and earth, startling every soul present. Even Feng Lu's bones went numb. This is the phenomenon summoned by Chubai? Feeling the overwhelming aura that even sent shivers down his own spine, Feng Lugu felt a sense of unreality. He realized he had truly underestimated Chubai. Could it be that the divine being engulfed in dazzling flames, which appeared before us when we arrived at the Transcendence Academy, was also summoned by Chubai? Lu Fenggu instantly recalled that day when Neza descended. unleashing a sea of flames that turned the tide of battle. He would never forget it. Nor could he be mistaken. No wonder we couldn't uncover that elder's identity. Could it be that Chubai summoned them all? That would explain it. As the thought struck him, Feng Longgu couldn't help but marvel. What an utterly godlike ability. Elder Thunder God, please aid me in instantly eliminating the source of this calamity. Chubai silently pleaded to Lei Gong. Leave it to me, Chosen One. These insects are mere trifles. Thunder God's voice echoed swiftly. A sky filled with thunderbolts erupted, radiating outward in all directions, each strike selectively targeting and annihilating the calamity creatures. Immediately after, an even more powerful energy coalesced, transforming into the mightiest celestial thunderbolt. It shattered space itself, obliterating the very source of this disaster battlefield. Ha! Chosen One! I suppose that settles it. Thunder God roared with laughter. As his laughter echoed, thunderbolts descended from the sky, radiating in overbearing divine might. Thank you, Elder, Chubai murmured inwardly. At this moment, he could no longer sustain the summoning of the divine being. His professional mana was completely depleted. Thunder God, aware of Chubai's condition, transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Chubai staggered, but Xiao Wanling caught him in time. Your professional mana is depleted. You cannot fight anymore, Xiao Wanling said urgently as she cast a healing array. Chubai, leave it to us now. Lin Kuang approached. Chubai smiled and agreed. He truly couldn't fight anymore. The continuous high-intensity battles had completely drained his last shred of professional mana. Even casting a self-imposed restriction was now beyond his reach. Leave it to you two. I've eliminated the source of the calamity. These remaining calamity creatures pose no threat, Chubai said, looking at them. Everyone, the time for counterattack has come.